Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
We now move to member statements, and as members are aware, we don't take any points of order during statements or any interventions. Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to speak today about the issue and the challenges facing parents of children with additional needs. And on Friday, I met, along with Michelle O'Neill, two nurses, one of whom is a specialist transplant nurse, two highly skilled, experienced nurses that are struggling to be able to stay in the workplace because they don't have childcare for their children with additional needs. This is an unacceptable position, and we need to see work going on between health and education to ensure that we have a childcare strategy, and with particular focus on those children with additional needs. We have said this is a priority for the Executive and we need to ensure that the focus is on that. So we need urgently to see more support for parents with children and young people with additional needs. There is a lack of childcare provision, there is a lack of appropriate school places, there is a lack of support mechanisms, and we know that some of our social work teams are operating on 50% capacity. These are the people that are in place to support these families. These are mothers and fathers, parents and caregivers who want to go out to work. They want to provide for their families, and they're being prevented from doing so because there is not adequate childcare provision, particularly for those children with additional needs. This is an unacceptable situation, and we need to ensure that it is addressed as a matter of urgency. These families have to fight for every single thing they get for their children, to fight for the very basic rights for their children and young people and for their families. And we need to support them going forward to ensure that that is not the case.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Portadown was a very happy place to reside in this weekend, and not just for the good weather, but it was great to see Portadown Football Club, who were crowned champions of the 2023-2024 Northern Ireland Football League Championship and secured promotion back to the rightful place in the Irish Premiership. It's been a long journey, a couple of very difficult years for the club, but I would like to pay a tribute to the team, to the board of directors, who, if anybody that's associated with the football club will know just how much work goes on in the background, how many hard, long hours to ensure that the team is sent out with its best foot forward. I would also like to congratulate the coaching team, and particularly the manager, Portadown's own local Niall Curry. No stranger to the streets of Portadown as the former postman, but definitely fulfilling what probably was a childhood dream, which was to bring his own local club, Portadown, back into the Irish Premiership. So we congratulate them on that achievement and look forward to working with them as they progress. The Portadown Football Club have some very lofty ambitions with new plans for new stands and indeed training facilities at the club, and I look forward to continuing my work with them. Behind every successful football club is a raft of volunteers, and I'm not just thinking of the stewards, albeit a very important job, but those that look after turnstiles and those that are involved in grass cutting. They put their heart and soul into a local team which is at the heart of the local community, and Portadown have quite ambitious plans for the future, and we look forward to supporting that. One of the interesting things is that Mid-Ulster, and in particular Upper Band, has become a real hotbed for football activity, whether it is the potential now for a derby match every other game with Loughgall, hopefully the Anna if they can secure promotion, Glenavon and Portadown all vying off against each other. Certainly something good for those fans to experience. So we wish them all well, and again say well done on securing your promotion to the Irish Premiership, and come on the Ports. Thank you.
Peter McReynolds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as an East Belfast MLA and member of the Infrastructure Committee to highlight the issue of road safety in Northern Ireland. Members will be fully aware of this issue in the north and south of this island, given the historical data of collisions, casualties and fatalities here. 71 people lost their lives on Northern Ireland's roads in 2023, compared to 55 deaths in 2022 and 50 in 2021. We are now in April and close to 20 already, and behind each death is a family and a community in mourning. Over the weekend, we had a fatal crash in Ballycastle, and the PSNI having to issue a statement after 2 separate road traffic collisions from our drivers. Evidence shows that more than 95% of road deaths are due to human error, careless or inattentive driving, inappropriate speed for the road or the conditions, with drink and drug driving accounting for the majority of deaths and serious issues. Since becoming an MLA, I have attended remembrance events at the Assembly and vigils as well, most recently on the steps of Stormont with MLAs and campaigners regarding vital improvements that are needed on the A1. Mr. Speaker, as one of the many new MLAs that experienced the lull of this place since May 2022, it has been so motivating and inspiring to feel the energy in Stormont since restoration in February. I believe that Stormont is key to addressing road safety issues in Northern Ireland, and was reminded recently that 2012 had the highest spend on road safety advertisements, and in that year we didn't have 1 death on our roads. In recent years, I was astonished to learn that we had these advertisements cut due to financial pressures. I'm aware the Minister has published the draft road safety strategy for Northern Ireland to 2030, but we can all do so much more. I recently met with Road Safe NI charity and others on this matter, and have arranged for a meeting on the 1st of May to facilitate a roundtable discussion for MLAs in the Assembly to hear from Road Safe NI's expertise on road safety, the causes, the challenges, the solutions, and how we can help effect real change here, given that it is something that touches on every constituency in Northern Ireland. The meeting will be on the 1st of May at 2 p.m. MLAs from all parties are more than welcome to join me, and I look forward to seeing you there for what promises to be a positive discussion to tackle this major issue. Thank you.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
First of all, may I thank everybody in the Assembly who passed on their condolences to my family over the recent death of my father-in-law, and may I indeed thank everybody in the Assembly for that and for your good wishes. Mr. Speaker, I particularly want to talk about two what might sound like rather arcane regulations, EU 2024-573 and EU 2024-590. Both of these regulations were laid in front of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee last week. What is peculiar about both these regulations, Mr. Speaker, is that they were both delivered to our committee late. They're delivered in such a way that we, even if we wished to, could not call for an inquiry on these regulations. And secondly, because of the rules and regulations set out within the Windsor Framework, even if we had a situation where they would be of significant impact to Northern Ireland, we could not utilise the stormont break. This is not acceptable. The fact that this came from the Cabinet Office and they produced an explanation and what I would call a rather limited apology is not, again, acceptable. Mr. Speaker, we have very tight timelines within the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee to be able to deal with these regulations when they arrive. We have 5 days to look at these situations when they first arrive, and there is a timeline that starts running down fairly rapidly within 2 months. When we look at where we are, there is no method of redress if anybody gets this wrong. And I think, Mr. Speaker, all the members of this Assembly should be rightly concerned of where we are in this situation. And I call on Steve Baker, who is the Minister for State for this, and the joint EU-UK committee to address this issue urgently. And we should be in a situation where we should be able to have redress to that and not stuck by very strict timelines, which even our own Cabinet Office cannot apply to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ciara Ferguson.
I rise this morning to send my support and solidarity to the families of the Stardust tragedy of 1981. My thoughts are with the survivors and the families of those who lost their lives in this tragedy. They have campaigned tirelessly for over 40 years for truth and justice. Their determination and desire that those people have shown has been nothing short of inspirational. Last week's verdict confirmed what survivors and families have always known. This has been a long and heartbreaking road. They have overcome so much, including obstacles put in front of them. They had to fight until 2019 to get a second inquest, and they had to continue to fight the state every day until that inquest started. They had to fight to ensure that the resources were in place so every family could participate in the inquest and get access to justice. They had to fight for jurors to have their income protected and to be selected in a transparent way as they would in the court system. For this remarkable resilience and resolve, we salute them. The 48 young lives that were taken in the Stardust tragedy night will be forever missed by those that love them the most. Now each family has the comfort of knowing the truth of that night and why their loved one died. Tomorrow the Taoiseach will make a full state apology to the victims' families and survivors. It is vital that this apology addresses the failure of governments, not just 43 years ago in the aftermath of the tragedy, but every day since. So in conclusion, I want to send my love and solidarity to all those families and their survivors. Thank you.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday was a beautiful sunny day in Belfast, and it was a day of activism for many families, particularly young families, who are struggling with the unbearable cost of childcare in Northern Ireland. As we know in this chamber, because we've debated it and talked about it several times, Northern Ireland is far behind other neighbouring jurisdictions in terms of providing support for working parents, working families with what is now the crippling cost of childcare. At Saturday's March, which was organised by Melted Parents NI, a group who I think probably all of us now in this chamber have been in touch with, and I do want to pay a particular tribute to Melted Parents, who have done an incredible job at organising not just Saturday's March, but a whole programme of activism, policy engagement and outreach to put this right at the top of the agenda for the incoming Assembly and Executive. But on Saturday we saw families, working families, many of whom probably had never been in a political march in their lives before, going along. Thankfully it was a sunny day. Many of them brought their children. They put on the signs quite how much childcare is costing them. In many cases, for people on average incomes, sometimes I'm sure lower than average incomes, this is costing them thousands upon thousands of pounds per month. It is simply unbearable. We know in Northern Ireland that, unlike in England and Wales, where the 30 hours free childcare provided, here for 4-year-olds it is the equivalent of 2.5 hours a day, which in many cases doesn't reduce childcare bills at all because of the way providers, the timings that providers use. It's important to say there are many providers who are serious about this. The childcare workforce in Northern Ireland is extraordinary. They do an extraordinary job looking after our children. They are skilled professionals who deserve to be paid well. But for the sake of our economy and for the sake of working families, we need now to get serious about delivering an updated childcare strategy in Northern Ireland. All of us, and it has to be said, particularly the executive parties, have said that they would make this a day one priority. Those words, and indeed my words now, are just that. They're words. They need to be followed up with specific plans which have legislative force and financial wherewithal. We will always say as a constructive opposition that we recognise the executive parties have difficult decisions to make and they have to prioritise, but this now has to be a priority. It has to be a priority because it is drowning ordinary working families with costs they cannot afford, and it is damaging our economy. So, Mr Speaker, as a constructive opposition, we, following Saturday's march, will keep on the pressure for a properly funded programme of childcare reform that eases the burden on working families, allows them to raise their children and to contribute to the economy and to live without the huge and growing burden of stress. Thank you very much.
Philip Brett.
Mr Speaker, and I rise to raise my concern at the lack of progress in securing funding for the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. Mr Speaker, as you will be aware, this issue has been subject to an urgent question in this House, submission of a public petition with over 1,500 signatures from across Northern Ireland, and the issue raised by the Chair and Vice Chair of the Health Committee. In response in this House, Mr Speaker, the Minister for Health made clear that he would use his best endeavours to ensure that the cuts were reversed and that bed capacity would be increased at the Children's Hospice. Indeed, in a written reply received to my question to the Minister of Finance on the 23rd of February, the Minister for Finance made clear that she had written to the Health Minister requesting that he make a bid for additional funding for the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. Like me, Mr Speaker, all reasonable people across Northern Ireland would have expected that the Minister for Health would have made such a request. To my surprise, on a written answer from the Finance Minister on the 19th of this month, in writing, the Finance Minister confirmed that I have not received a request for additional funding for the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice from the Minister for Health. Mr Speaker, this is a completely intolerable situation. I know the Minister has made clear that he has priorities in other places, but for me as a MLA for North Belfast, who are proud to be home to the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice, the Minister's focus on other issues takes second precedent to this. We need to see the Health Minister urgently make that bid that the Finance Minister has asked for, so that the most vulnerable in our society who receive that care and support at the Children's Hospice are able to receive that once again. Mr Speaker, these are some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and the failure by the Health Minister to make any real progress on the issue should be a matter of shame, and I look forward to him rectifying that without any further delay.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bernardo's NI Regional Time for Me service has been providing professional counselling to primary school pupils for over 17 years, but will sadly be closing in June 2024. In the absence of sustainable funding, Bernardo's has had to use its own charitable resources alongside substantial resources from schools from their own squeezed budgets. This has become no longer sustainable, and the charity has been long warning government officials that without adequate funding for mental health support in schools, vital services like Time for Me would close, leaving children with no access to a service. Over the last 17 years, Time for Me service has worked in around 70 primary schools across all school sectors, supporting nearly 3,000 pupils through the delivery of 30,000 sessions of counselling and therapy. The service uses a child-centred approach that incorporates a whole school approach to well-being and has prioritised work in the most disadvantaged areas of Northern Ireland. The results of the service speak for themselves. In 22-23, 81% of children who attended the service were described as being in clinical distress at the outset, but in the normal range at the end of their access to the service. Child and adolescent mental health services are under severe pressure in Northern Ireland. Targeted resources into mental health and wellbeing support, including access to counselling services in schools, is a vital tool in easing the pressure on these services by getting help to children when they need it, making support as accessible as possible, and preventing those initial mental health concerns becoming a crisis that needs longer-term health service intervention. The loss of this service will of course impact the children who rely on it now, but we must note the wider problem that this speaks to. Both the Health and Education Ministers need to prioritise providing secure and stable funding for vital mental health early intervention work with our primary school children. Healthy Happy Minds funding was pulled with little warning or pre-planning last year. Schools can simply no longer afford to use their already inadequate budgets to do this early intervention work on behalf of government departments in this area.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to congratulate Five Mile Town Royal British Legion, who on Saturday were awarded the King's Award for volunteering. Now, Five Mile Town Royal British Legion is probably different to many British Legions. When we hear of a British Legion branch, we think of people who go out and sell poppies, who raise funds for veterans, who actually make preparations for Remembrance Day. But Five Mile Town is different. Five Mile Town do a lot of community activity, and they are really representative of that entire community. Particularly during the COVID epidemic, they went out and they fundraised, they looked after the vulnerable people in their community, they ensured that people who may have been vulnerable to social isolation, that they had visits and that they were given goods and products that basically kept many alive during that time. And they continue to do that. When they got into that trend, they now continue to look after the vulnerable people in society and in their community, and they get huge help. But if it wasn't for the volunteers there, it just couldn't operate. They have a massive ring of volunteers for many different areas and subjects, and they do it exceptionally well. So I would like to put on record my congratulations to Five Mile Town Royal British Legion, and this was an award that was very well deserved, and I have to say we're well recognised on the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to express my disappointment and disgust at the full-on assault on disabled people by the Prime Minister in recent days. People on disability benefits, people that struggle, the most vulnerable in our society. And the Prime Minister cheekily said in his statement that he had a moral mission to resolve this. Well, we should remind the Prime Minister that morality and Tory should never be used in the one sentence. The Tories for over a decade have been responsible for adding to the suffering and pain of the most vulnerable in our society. And if it's not the working poor, it's disabled people within our community. He even went on to suggest that people that suffered with mental health illness should not be entitled to personal independence payments. So why is this Prime Minister differentiating between a person with a mental health disability and someone with a physical disability? This is a disgusting attitude that is typical of an out-of-touch Tory Prime Minister and government, and it certainly needs to be called out for what it is. He was relating to Scotland and Wales in his statement in England, but the reality is here in Northern Ireland that we need to do whatever we can to defend and protect the most vulnerable in our society, in our community. He also suggested that GPs should no longer be issuing sick notes, that there's a sick note culture across the UK. This is a despicable statement to be making. People just don't go off sick for the sake of it. There's many genuine unwell people in our community, and it is the responsibility of politicians and governments to protect them as much as possible. This is not about reviewing or reforming the benefit system. This is about attacking the most vulnerable. This is about cost-cutting to the benefit of this government, because as usual, as is typical from Number 10 over the last decade, they just go to where it's easiest, and that's to attack those who cannot stand up or defend themselves. It would be better for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to start with the wealthy, who he is very keen to give tax cuts to, instead of attacking those in our society that are depending on us. And might I add, quite a lot of those that are on disability benefits are those who have contributed to our society significantly. They're an important part of our community, and we need to ensure that they receive the support that they need at that time. And people in this House, members of this House, Mr. Speaker, and including your own office in that, will have helped people with PAP forms and various interviews. It's a stressful process, and if there's going to be a review it to improve it, to support those that are struggling. Don't review it to cut and add further pain. This is ridiculous, but typical of the Tory government, and needs to be called out by every member of this House.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those not aware, Trademarket has been a hub for independent businesses, and their 20 spaces are used for grassroots enterprise and has employed over 100 people. They always knew that they were temporary, and their time at 14 Dublin Road was limited, with the new Kainos and QUB site being built. But they have been such a success, and permanent closure is something we should try to avoid. They've been making representation to move to Bankmore Square to make that their new home. This is currently leased by the Linen Quarter Bid, but it belongs to DFI. Given the current status of liquor licensing, funding an alternative brownfield site beside another willing licensed premise would be very difficult. And so Trademark has drawn up plans for how it could relocate all the businesses onto the Bankmore Square site. The plans will allow for the recent environmental improvements, and again would be semi-permanent, thereby allowing for the future move of the rollout of the South Belfast corridor of the glider, which we're very excited about. Trademarket will close at the end of 2024, and they knew that it would. But I think when we see businesses such as this, which are so innovative, which have become such a success, then we need to do everything we can to help it succeed and continue, albeit in a new site. So I just want to say, let's support our independent businesses, and let's do what we can to save Trademarket. Thank you.
Well, Jim Allister.
Thank you. Last week I made reference to the fact that the Windsor Framework Scrutiny Committee had its scrutiny powers stripped out, leaving it impotent. Just how impotent it is was further underscored on Thursday, when it was revealed that it hadn't even been informed of laws which were now coming in to apply from the EU. So not only have we the scandal of being ruled by laws we don't make, we've now the scandal of being ruled by laws we don't even know about. Doesn't get much more colonial than that. But today I want to draw attention to the fact that on Friday there was a briefing to senior environmental health officers across Northern Ireland who operate the ports under the protocol. And they were advised that come the autumn, the government is going to start imposing the requirements of the official controls regulation, which of course means that the government will be charging out for the checks which are conducted on sanitary and psychosanitary matters. There is no doubt that the OCR, that is the Official Control Regulation, applies because it's listed in Annex 2 of the Protocol as one of the applicable and pernicious EU laws that we're subject to. And it details mandatory fees and charges and provides that competent authorities shall collect those fees or charges for the official control checks they perform at the points of entry on the first arrival into the EU's psychosanitary regulatory zone, of which sadly we are now the front line and part of. And now it is going to, what's going to be imposed on business is the fact that under EU law, the very checks on goods coming into Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom, Great Britain, are now going to be charged out to business. In a previous role, when I raised this with the Agriculture Minister, you replied to me, sir, confirming that that was the intent of the OCR and that in due course that is what would happen. Well, we're now fast approaching that point, and it really is beyond a scandal and a shame that businesses trading with Great Britain, that we're going to have charged to them the checks which are being forced upon us by the protocol. And it's clear that none of that was nullified by the useless Donaldson deal.
All free.
To speak with regards to the Prime Minister's statement over the last few days, where he clearly states that since the pandemic, something has went badly wrong. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know what has went wrong, and that is lockdown philosophy and the deployment of fear. It is these elements of policy, government policy, that has hurt our most vulnerable and has hurt our young people, to increase anxiety, to increase depression, and to increase loneliness and isolation. And that is what has went wrong. And now we have a Prime Minister who wants to totally alienate these people, to not support them, and that is an absolute shame. And of course, this Assembly here, when it was in zombie form, also laid down that policy that has hurt so many people in this country also. Thank you.
That concludes members' statements. Next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr. Owen Tennyson replace Ms. Sorcha Eastwood as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee.
I call Nuala McAllister to remove the motion. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members would take their ease while we change the top table, and the next item of business will be the finance legislation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion, please?
That the Coronavirus Act 2020, Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths, Extension No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Minister of Finance, could you move the motion, please? Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on this motion. Over to you, Minister.
As everyone will be aware, the loss of a loved one, including as a result of a stillbirth, is a very difficult time for those who are left to grieve. In bringing this extension order before the House, I am very conscious of the need to reduce the burden on families and friends at a time when they are processing their grief. Our aim is to limit the administrative burden on those asked to register a death or stillbirth at a time when their primary focus is on mourning a loved one. As you will be aware, the order seeks to extend powers introduced in the Coronavirus Act relating to the registration of deaths and stillbirths for a further 6 months, from the 24th of March to the 24th of September 2024. The specific powers included in this order concern the way registrations are conducted. Firstly, they enable individuals to choose to register a death or stillbirth remotely, although they can opt to come into a registration office in person. These provisions give the next of kin a choice to conduct this formal business over the phone if they wish to. Secondly, the powers enable participants in the registration process to exchange important documents electronically. Rather than requiring the grieving next of kin to take one piece of paper from a doctor to the registrar and another from the registrar to the undertaker, these exchanges can happen electronically in the background. It will be clear to the Assembly why these provisions were important in the context of the pandemic. These temporary changes to the registration process reduced the need for face-to-face contact, both for grieving and sometimes vulnerable members of the public and for registration staff. They enabled the registration system to continue to operate even when their services were sadly under greater pressure than at any point in recent times. However, in the 4 years that have passed since the start of the pandemic, these arrangements have become the settled, established and normal means by which the vast majority of these registrations take place. They have helped make the registration process more efficient and more productive, something which is also particularly important at a time of constrained budgets. These arrangements also carry the support of stakeholders, ensuring the smooth passing of important documents and enabling registration staff to handle any errors or omissions in advance. Most importantly, the provisions ease the burden on grieving members of the public. When someone is coming to terms with the death of a loved one, it is right that we should not place unnecessary hurdles in front of them. Giving them the choice to register a death by phone if they want to and doing the paperwork for them ahead of time might seem like small things, but they can make a big difference. In short, although these powers were introduced in the Coronavirus Act and during a pandemic, it is clear they have become the established means by which the vast majority of deaths and stillbirths are registered, and that they have helped the registration service become more modern, more efficient and more empathetic. Given the impact these temporary powers have had on the registration service, it is right that we should look to make them permanent rather than depending on the powers of the Coronavirus Act. I wrote to executive colleagues on the 13th of March to advise them of my intention to bring forward this extension order in order to provide time to make the required changes permanently. I have directed my officials to begin work on the required legislation and to use the time provided by this order to ensure appropriate arrangements are in place. 2 pieces of legislation will be required to effect the changes. The first to cover the electronic transfer of documents between stakeholders, and the second to cover the registration of deaths and stillbirths by phone. The legislation will be brought forward in tandem so that they can come into operation at the same time. It is my intention to have this new legislation in operation before the 24th of September 2024. To this end, the required SL1 forms have been passed to the Finance Committee to progress this work. This should mean no further extension orders will be required under the powers in the Coronavirus Act. I hope the Assembly will look favourably on this extension order and be reassured that our dependence on coronavirus legislation, which is far from ideal, is a short, temporary but necessary step to put permanent powers in place. If the extension is not approved, the existing provisions will fall, requiring a return to pre-COVID death and stillbirth procedures. Relatives will again be required to attend registration offices, irrespective of their personal circumstances, and to convey paper forms between doctors, registration staff and undertakers. I feel this would be a backward step and not in the interest of those grieving, funeral directors, health professionals or the registration service, and I hope that the Assembly will concur. In conclusion, I am comfortable recommending a further and hopefully final extension of the powers included in this order. They have enabled the provision of a modern, empathetic registration service over the last 4 years. By extending these provisions today, we will be able to continue providing this service, which has been welcomed across the board, and create space to put permanent legislation in place. I commend this order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll be speaking on the Committee for Finance's scrutiny of the statutory rule and thank the Minister for her comments. Since resumption of Assembly business, the Committee has considered a range of extensions to temporary provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020 in relation to death and stillbirth registration. These allowed for temporary changes to civil registration legislation to ensure the registration of deaths and stillbirths could proceed in a pandemic by allowing for electronic transfer of documents and registration. Members have stressed to the Department that the provisions should be brought forward on a permanent basis via an alternative legislative vehicle. The Committee received an oral briefing on the provisions of this rule from officials at its meeting on the 13th of March. Officials assured the Committee at that meeting that work was being undertaken by the Department to advance separate legislation to make the temporary arrangements permanent. the committee's meeting on 20th of March, members agreed that they were content in principle with a proposed statutory rule to extend the expiry date of the temporary provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020 in relation to death and stillbirth registration until 24th of September 2024. However, members' agreement was on the basis that no further extension would be necessary. This agreement was also subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. I should say, to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, the reason no further extension would be necessary is that we would have an alternative and more permanent legislative footing for this measure. The Examiner published her report on the rule and did not draw any matters to the committee's attention. Therefore, at the committee meeting on 10th of April, members recommended that the statutory rule be approved by the Assembly. At the Finance Committee meeting on the 17th of April, members considered policy proposals to amend relevant primary legislation which will enable both telephone and electronic registration of deaths or stillbirths and electronic transmission of these documentation in these circumstances. The committee has requested further information on the position in England and Wales, where powers have been brought forward to enable the electronic transfer of documents between the various parties. However, they were unable to bring forward powers to enable remote registration and had to revert to registration in person in March 2022. Members will consider this information when it is received from the Department. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Finance, on the basis of the remarks I've already made, supports this motion. I'll just make some brief remarks in a political capacity. We, and I would hope all other parties in the Chamber, will support this extension. It is a sensible and humane change, bureaucratic change, which came in under the aegis and the urgent circumstances of the pandemic a number of years ago. It is one of those reforms which should have been made anyway, but the pandemic made urgent. It is, however, important that it be given permanent and separate legislative provision. It is clearly not an ideal situation that we are prolonging various bits of bureaucratic practice under the aegis of the Coronavirus Act, and it was the right thing, in my view, that we did not renew some of the overarching structures of the Coronavirus Act when they came before us a number of weeks ago. So I would hope that, and I know the Registrar is here today, that we can move swiftly towards having a more permanent alternative legislative basis for this, because it is a very important and humane reform that allows people in very extreme circumstances experiencing profound grief to avail of the processes without having to do it in person, and that is completely sensible. I would also ask if the Minister is able to give us an update. There was a motion, I think, brought by her party recently around certificates for stillbirths, which is a kind of related issue. So I know her department is looking at it, so if she's able to update us on that in her remarks in closing, that would be most helpful. But otherwise, we are happy at a political level. I'm happy to support, and my party is happy to support, the continuation of this provision, and I hope that we will see a more permanent legislative basis for it brought forward. But it is a very sensible, necessary and humane provision. I think we would all just like to see a more permanent legislative basis on which it can take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Nicola Brogan.
Armagh, I want to thank the Minister for her statement and for bringing this motion to the Assembly, and I'm happy to speak in support of the motion. As the Minister has outlined, this legislation was introduced during the pandemic to allow the registration of deaths and stillbirths to take place via telephone, and for documents such as death certificates to be sent electronically. This was necessary to allow registrations to continue during the pandemic whilst minimising face-to-face contact. During a recent Finance Committee briefing, we learned that the feedback for this service was extremely positive from both those involved in the registration process and from bereaved families. The death of a loved one is a difficult time for anyone to go through, and the process of registering a death should be as flexible and as stress-free as possible. Allowing families to complete this process over the phone removes the need to travel to a registry office, which can be stressful for those who have suffered a recent loss. The option to register deaths via telephone has been widely availed of by the public since its introduction, and it has reduced the administrative burden on those who deliver the service. So to revert back to the old system at this stage would only cause stress and confusion. The motion before us today will extend the provision for a further 6 months, which will give time for the Department to draft permanent legislation. The Finance Committee have spent considerable time discussing this extension, and while some members expressed discomfort in extending the provision under the Coronavirus Act, there was broad agreement that it was necessary in order to prevent these provisions from lapsing. So I'm happy to support this motion today to extend the provisions for 6 months, and I look forward to coming back to this chamber in the near future to debate the permanent legislation.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and today I rise in support of this motion out of practical and operational reasons, on the agreed condition that this will be the last extension of this element of the regulations, and that a new piece of standalone legislation will be introduced to be in effect from September 2024 to deliver the functionality covered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are clear the coronavirus pandemic is over. The legislation which was introduced to enable powers over that time has no place in our current legislative framework, and it is our job and our duty to finish the job of ending this. And through the times of restrictions, however, many practical tasks were reviewed, and in addition to the core Coronavirus Act, subsidiary pieces of law were brought forward to enable these tasks to happen through that time. And the legislation to enable both telephone and electronic registration of deaths or stillbirths, and the electronic transmission of documentations in these circumstances was one of these pieces. And this was clearly an efficient and operationally effective piece of law and should have been adopted as standalone legislation sooner. Our DUP representatives on the Finance Committee, sitting either side of me today, made this point firmly over the past months since these extensions were brought. We made it clear that we would not support any further extension beyond March 2024 without confirmation that a separate legislative vehicle was established rather than simply tagged to an extension of coronavirus legislation. And we were satisfied that following our firm position on Wednesday past to hear of the drafted proposal from the Department of Finance to bring forward standalone legislations in SL1s, the Death and Stillbirths Amendments Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 and the Deaths and Stillbirths Electronic Communications Order Northern Ireland 2024 was there, with enactment powers drafted to be in place for the 16th of September 2024. This is the right way to manage this on standalone legislation. We would have preferred the Department to have brought this forward earlier, and it be what we were speaking on here today. But today we have the task of considering the extension of the existing law until September the 24th. The death and stillbirth registration process introduced through the Coronavirus Act has now been in use for 4 years, and it has become the normal registration process used, alongside the option to attend in person if that is the informant's wish. And now this is well established as the status quo for Northern Ireland's registration process. To remove the ability to register in the way things have operated for the past 4 years would place a sudden, immediate pressure on both the Department of Finance and the Department of Health, as well as GPs, to change current practice and complete these tasks. And the GRO sought feedback from some main stakeholders in the review of the new legislation, and they noted how the public response is positive regarding the swiftness of contact from the registrar to enable death registration to take place so promptly. And telephone registration has been less traumatic for the next of kin, where they usually are able to have family with them to provide support rather than attending the registration office often on their own. As the current process is working well, it is firmly established, it is making the process smoother and more efficient and reducing trauma on those who have suffered bereavement, we support its continuation. We fully support the new standalone legislation, which will affirm this process in our law. But in the interim, we support this extension as a pragmatic necessity until the standalone legislation is brought into effect in September 2024.
Thank you. I call on Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support and to welcome this legislation in the fact that we are now at a point where we have concrete proposals moving forward to make the provisions within this law permanent, which is a cry that my party has since we've come back here, and I'm glad that that was facilitated by the Finance Committee in order to make our views known and for the Department to act in the way they have. And I support the Minister in this move and the Department also. The loss of a loved one whether that be elderly or a baby, causes families shock, trauma and pain and sorrow. And so it is only right and proper that government helps to reduce that burden with regards to the loss. Now, nothing will ever bring a loved one back, but at least government can reduce the administrative burden on families who then have to act with regards to the loss and the death of a loved one. And to me, this was always common sense. In fact, it was an example of law catching up with advancements in technology and for the betterment of the people. So who would be opposed to such provision? And it is clear that something so required needed to be put and placed on a permanent footing to give it the respect, if nothing else, that this provision needs. And so that is why it was so important to remove it from the gambit of coronavirus law, which, in my view, has caused severe damage and to our health of our population in many ways, and to be put in its own statutory footing. And I'm glad that, with a bit of pressure from the Finance Committee and from my party, the DUP, we are now at that point. There is a point to be made as to, when you look at the SL1s and the changes they make, you wonder, could it not have been brought in sooner? And I think that is a valid point to make, albeit this will work as a seamless provision right throughout, and at no time will anyone be required to go back to the old way. But I think because the two SL1s, or the two stat rules, are being pushed through with regards to negative resolution, I think it is important that we place on record in this House, in the opportunity that we can, to just mark exactly what these provisions do, and to enhance the terminology that the Minister used and to echo her sentiments. That the Department proposed to make two related statutory rules to bring forward amendments to the relevant primary legislation, which will enable both telephone and electronic registration of deaths or stillbirths and electronic transmissions of documents in these circumstances. The proposed rules are the Death and Stillbirths Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 and the Deaths and Stillbirths Electronic Communications Order Northern Ireland 2024. The Deaths and Stillbirths Amendment Regulations 2024 will make amendments to the Civil Registration Regulations NI 2012 to enable a death or stillbirth to be registered by telephone or electronic means without the attendance and signature of the informant. And again, the stat rule is subject to negative resolution procedure. And the Deaths and Stillbirths Electronic Communications Order Northern Ireland 2024 will make amendments to the Births and Deaths Registration Northern Ireland Order 1976 to facilitate the use of electronic communications and the electronic transfer of documents in relation to the registration of deaths and stillbirths. And again, the stat rule is subject to negative resolution procedure. So I do believe it is important to speak on those stat rules in this chamber at this time, and that we will not have to ever request or ask for or vote on an extension to the Coronavirus Act in this provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frey. Can I call on the Minister to conclude and wind the debate, please?
Thank you, Armagh, and I want to thank those members who have commented on the order today, and I welcome their remarks in relation to it and their support for the motion and desire to limit the administrative burden on grieving loved ones. I also wish to express my thanks to the Chair and members of the Finance Committee who carried out the scrutiny of the order and supported it. As members have reflected in their comments, our objective in bringing this order is both to continue to provide a registration service which meets the needs of the public and to allow time to develop permanent legislation to replace the existing Coronavirus Act provisions. And just to pick up on a couple of points that members have made in their remarks, it is absolutely my intention that this will be the last time that there will be an extension to this order, and as members have reflected, the SL1s are in process. Certainly it's not ideal that we had them as part of the Coronavirus Act at this point in time. But obviously it would have been difficult to progress them over the last couple of years while we had no assembly, so this is the first opportunity that we have had to do so, and it is important that we take the time to allow that legislation to be developed and to be properly scrutinised by the committee and others. Just to reflect on Mr O'Toole's comments around the baby loss certificate scheme, work is ongoing within my department, and the officials are engaging with the Department of Health as to how we can bring that forward as soon as we can. So in closing, I hope the Assembly will support this order, which seeks to limit the administrative burden on those mourning a loved one at a time when they are primarily focused on their grief. The powers it contains have enabled us to provide a modern, efficient and empathetic registration service during a critical time. By extending these powers today, we can sustain this service while creating the opportunity to embed these provisions permanently. I would ask members to approve the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Births Extension No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2024.
Thank you, Minister. Therefore, for the Assembly, the question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next order item of business is the legislative consent motion for the Pension Special Rules for End of Life Bill. Clerk, could you read the motion, please?
That this Assembly agrees, in line with Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Pensions Special Rules for End-of-Life Bill as it relates to the definition of terminal illness contained in Clause 1 of the Bill, which was introduced in the House of Commons on 6th of December 2023.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate on this motion. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Pensions Special Rules for End-of-Life Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 6th of December 2023. Clause 1 of the bill, which relates to the definition of terminal illness, makes provision for devolved matters and requires a legislative consent motion. The provisions in the bill extend the definition of terminal illness in respect of the Pension Protection Fund and Financial Assistance Scheme. Clause 1 of the bill make payments to the Pensions Northern Ireland Order 2005 and the Pensions No. 2 Act Northern Ireland 2008 to amend the definition of terminally ill from 6 months to 12 months. Although pensions is a devolved matter, in general, pensions policy and legislation here operate in line with corresponding pension provision in England, Scotland and Wales, in line with Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. The Pension Protection Fund pays compensation to members of eligible defined pension benefit schemes where the sponsoring employer became insolvent on or after the 6th of April 2005, and the scheme has insufficient assets to secure its pension liabilities, at least to the level of compensation that will be payable by the Pension Protection Fund. The Financial Assistance Scheme, at its inception, applied to schemes that started to wind up between the 1st of January 1997 and the 5th of April 2005. Since then, it has been reviewed and extended both in terms of its coverage and the amount of assistance that it pays. The Financial Assistance Scheme makes payments to members of qualifying schemes that are unable to secure their pension liabilities in full. Terminal illness is currently defined in legislation as if the person's death in consequence of that disease can reasonably be expected within 6 months. This means that both the Pension Protection Fund and Financial Assistance Scheme currently make payments where medical evidence shows that a member has a life expectancy of up to 6 months. The eligibility criteria was set in line with the Social Security Special Rules for the End-of-Life provisions for certain benefits, originally introduced in 1990. The eligibility rule for these benefits in Great Britain was extended to 12 months by the Social Security Special Rules for End of Life Act 2022. The changes in this bill restore the original policy intent that there be alignment between the two sets of measures. The proposed changes will bring more terminally ill people within the scope of the terminally ill payments made by both the Pension Protection Fund and the Financial Assistance Scheme. If it is agreed that Clause 1 of the bill should extend here, this allows these important provisions to be enacted across all jurisdictions at the same time. If it is not agreed that provisions in the bill extend here, it would be necessary to bring forward a separate Assembly bill to amend the definition for Northern Ireland. However, this would mean people in Northern Ireland would not benefit from the extension of the definition at the same time of those in GB. The intention is that the bill should be enacted as soon as possible. It would therefore be beneficial, time-wise, to agree that the relevant provisions in the bill extend here. Whilst I seek to avoid using the legislative consent motion process where possible, it seems sensible in this instance to secure the benefits of the bill for scheme members here by agreeing to a legislative consent motion in respect of the bill. I am very aware of the importance of the Assembly's role in considering legislation and in particular the value of the Committee's scrutiny role. Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Colin Gildernew.
The committee received the draft motion and correspondence on the 5th of March, and we received a briefing on this LCM by departmental officials at our meeting on the 14th of March. Members were informed about the scope of the main bill, amending the definition of terminal illness in the Pensions Act 2004 and the Pensions Act 2008, so that people with a life expectancy of up to 12 months can receive terminal illness payments from the Pension Protection Fund. We were told that the bill also amends the Financial Assistance Scheme Regulations 2005 to ensure consistency across the PPF and Financial Assistance Scheme landscape. Committee members heard that this move to extend the terminal illness definition to 12 months will ensure that affected members of the Pension Protection Fund and the Financial Assistance Scheme will be able to receive payments at an earlier stage in their illness, receiving the financial support they need at a very difficult time in their lives. The need for the LCM relates to the fact that the Pension Protection Fund and Financial Assistance Scheme both operate here and in Britain. Committee therefore understood that the provisions for us here in the North being part of the bill would enable the changes to be brought into effect here at the same time as they're brought into effect in Britain. As part of our scrutiny of the LCM, Committee sought evidence from Marie Curie. They told us that whilst the scope of the bill is narrow and likely to impact a relatively small number of people with a terminal illness, more generally the focus on private pension schemes and their response to members with a terminal illness is very much to be welcomed. Marie Curie emphasised that the financial support provided by payouts from private pensions or life insurance policies can be critical for working age people who are diagnosed with terminal illness. Whilst the committee would prefer that LCMs are not used and that we could conduct more in-depth scrutiny of legislation pertaining here in the North, on this occasion, committee considered that if a draft motion was not agreed, then it would be necessary to bring forward a separate bill to ensure that parity is maintained. This would have meant that people here in the North would not benefit from the extension of terminally ill definition to 12 months at the same time as elsewhere. We therefore recognise that this LCM was for a technical reason and to deliver an improved benefit in difficult circumstances which all of our constituents could be faced with. On that basis, Lascian Corlia, and on behalf of the committee, I support the motion. I would now like to make just some very brief remarks as Sinn Féin community spokesperson on this LCM. In my capacity as MLA, I would like to thank the Minister for outlining the purpose of the bill and for providing the rationale for bringing it forward as an LCM. Ultimately, as I said in my previous remarks, it would have been preferable to have had additional time for scrutiny and to bring legislation via the Assembly, but I recognise also that timing is a key factor and that any delay would be to the detriment of people here. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Marie Curie for the evidence they provided and indeed for the work they do on a daily basis in supporting people with terminal illness, both practical support and in terms of lobbying around this policy work, which is so beneficial to all of us, and we have all worked with them in relation to that. They have also, along with the Motor Neuron Disease Association, been absolutely tireless in their campaign to scrap the 6-month rule. And while I appreciate the narrow scope of this bill, it is a small step in the right direction. On that basis, I am content to support the motion.
Thank you, Chair of the Communities Committee. And can I ask the Minister to conclude and wind, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair of the Committee for his contribution to the debate. I understand the concerns that have been raised in regards to the LCM. It's not something we would seek to do, but as he and I have both outlined, it is appropriate on this occasion. I'm grateful for the support of the Committee for Communities in this matter, and I commend the motion to the Assembly.
Thank you. Standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next is a motion on ramming of police vehicles in South Armagh. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly condemns those who resort to ramming police vehicles in an attempt to evade criminal enforcement action, including arrest, believes it is reprehensible that 77 PSNI officers were injured as a result of their vehicles being deliberately rammed in 2023, notes with concern that this was a 50% increase on 2022, highlights that the spate of such attacks in South Armagh has coincided with far-reaching and politically motivated policing reforms in the area, stresses the need to assess the impact of the rollout of additional non-armoured and liveried vehicles in Slieve Gullion on local crime trends, further notes the impact ramming incidents have on operational policing resources, including through sickness absence and rising repair bills, and calls on the Minister of Justice to consider stronger custodial sentencing for those who weaponise their vehicles to attack police officers, and further calls on the Minister of Justice to prioritise a visible and effective police service by bringing forward a fair and ambitious budget settlement for the PSNI in the next financial year.
I call on Keith Buchanan to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Keith, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I firstly declare an interest as a member of the current Policing Board. We welcome the opportunity to throw a spotlight on the actions of those who use their vehicles as weapons to target and attack police officers in South Armagh and throughout Northern Ireland. It is unacceptable that vehicles are weaponised against our emergency services. It is no exaggeration to say that the threat posed by those who turn their vehicles into weapons is just as serious and as real as those who discharge firearms or plant bombs. Between the 1st of January 2021 and the 29th of March 2024, there were 127 deliberate collisions with PSNI vehicles across Northern Ireland, 29 of which were in Newry, Mourne and Down District Command Unit. Due to the rise of police cars being deliberately rammed in 2023, multiple officers suffered whiplash, neck and back injuries and incurred soaring bills for the repair or replacement of vehicles. Those officers are resilient and dedicated. In most cases, they will be back to work and right in the thick of it within days. However, the question remains, is the PSNI doing enough to promote their safety at work? In 2023, 45 police cars were deliberately rammed compared to 34 the previous year. Of the 29 incidents in Newry, Mourne and Down between the 1st of January 21 and the 29th of March 2024, 83% involved armoured vehicles, 38% targeted levered vehicles and 10% involved soft skin and levered vehicles. In 2023 calendar year, there were 42 deliberate collisions. Newry, Mourne and Down District recorded 24% of all deliberate collisions within PSNI vehicles. 30% of those involved armoured police vehicles. Many of these incidents involve people trying to evade arrest for a range of offences, including driving with no insurance or drugs possession. Specialist training for officers cannot diminish the risk to an individual officer when someone is using their vehicle as a weapon. Therefore, it should be for the PSNI and the Department of Justice to take a step back and ask themselves, what can we do to change the culture that is driving these sorts of attitude towards police enforcement? Can we increase maximum sentencing? Outside of Belfast, Newry, Morning Down had the highest number of recorded ramming incidents of any district in Northern Ireland, well in excess of the trend witnessed in other border counties and areas of Northern Ireland. In 2023, that represented around a quarter of all such attacks on police officers. Those levels are disproportionately higher given the population of the area. When we compare the figures of assaults with injury on a constable with those of other areas in the UK, there is a stark difference. In 2022-23, Greater Manchester, there were 79 recorded incidents. In Northumbria, 243 recorded incidents. In the West Midlands, 893 recorded incidents, and yet the PSNI recorded 971 incidents. If you look at the figures of recorded incidents with and without injury, again the PSNI had 3,272 incidents compared to 1,625 in Greater Manchester, 782 in Northumbria, 2,475 in West Midlands, and 2,030 in West Yorkshire. There is a problem and there is a moral responsibility on all sides of this House to accept that. The evidence is undeniable. There is no doubt that these acts in South Armagh have coincided with a sweeping set of reforms to policing in the area ushered in by the former Chief Constable Simon Byrne after a PR disaster during a visit to Crossmidlane. A number of the recommendations that review are relevant to the debate here today. Firstly, the reform saw a number of officers with years, if not decades, of experience effectively cajoled into leaving the South Armagh area to make the policing complement more accommodating. Has this led to a less risk-averse, less informed approach to patrols? Is that increasing the likelihood of less experienced officers being faced with more sensitive and challenging operational situations? Secondly, 85% of the Slieve Gullion fleet are now levered as a result of the review. 100% levered deployment is far par for the course. Our road safety operations, like vehicle checks, are effectively publicised now with signage. Has all of this meant police cars are a soft target for those seeking to evade the authorities? Thirdly, almost a third of the Slieve Gullion NPT team are now soft-skinned or non-armoured, including 4 levered 4x4 type vehicles. The review said that this would lead to increased road safety and pursuit capability, yet it turns out this type of vehicle was actually the soft target of 30% of ramming attacks in South Armagh in 2022-23. Is that coincidental? How does that lower level of protection affect the severity of officers' injuries? Given that the review envisaged unmarked armoured vehicles still being used for specialist operations, has the introduction of soft-skin cars effectively made routine patrols a target? Has the weekly patrolling strategy meeting taken account of the threat possessed? How has that affected the time it takes to get additional units to the scene of a deliberate ramming incident? And our officers are at heightened risk. There is an onus on the Minister of Justice to make it clear through tougher custodial sentences that there is no place for this type of reckless and cowardly behaviour. Those engaged in such activity, in order to evade arrest, must feel the full weight of the law. We have heard words from the Minister on plans to enact sentencing reforms. It is time to see practical action and not just empty promises. We need to see an effective and appropriate deterrent for those who attack police officers and other emergency responders, regardless of what form that threat takes.
I thank the member for giving way and I appreciate his support for the sentencing bill. Would he agree with me that had his own party not collapsed these institutions, we might actually be looking at the sentencing bill today rather than debating this motion?
Thank you, and thank you for your input, Minister. And obviously, we've now passed that. We can't keep looking back in the past. We can't keep looking back in the past. We're now back in the chamber, so that's obviously up to you to deliver that. And just finally, closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the amendment obviously takes away from the motion and certainly adds nothing to it. So we will not be supporting it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call on Deirdre Hargey to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All those speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you.
Thanks very much. Anyone who deliberately rams a police vehicle or who assaults not only a police officer, but indeed any emergency service worker, be they police officers, doctors, nurses, paramedics or firemen or women, commits a crime against those who are in the front line of protecting our communities. Such actions are unacceptable, and those responsible must face the full rigours of the justice system. However, such attacks cannot be used as a platform to justify or support any attempt to undermine an important policing initiative, conceived in conjunction with the local community, which sought to enhance engagement and cooperation while developing confidence levels and consent between the police and the local populace. Such an initiative came in the form of the South Armagh Policing Review. It was initiated in January 2020 over a 6-month period by the then Chief Constable Simon Byrne and published in August 2021. It dealt with the policing arrangements within the South Armagh area, and in the terms of reference, which were wide-ranging, seeking to, and I quote, seeking to objectively assess the style, tone and accessibility of local policing and whether it was appropriately aligned to community expectations and need. The review was conducted in the spirit of a partnership approach with the local community and their political representatives, an approach which I am sure anyone interested in improving relationships and working practices between policing service and the local community would applaud. The review produced 50 recommendations which sought to ensure, and I again quote from the report, the strategy, structure, systems and culture facilitate an increasingly visible, accessible and responsive policing model in South Armagh, a model that I would say would be welcomed in all areas by all citizens who wish to see the delivery of a policing service in a constructive and inclusive partnership with the community at all levels. I would like to give you an indication of the relevance of some of the key recommendations which were outlined in the review for the local community. Number one, an enhanced neighbourhood policing team should be established with increased hours of coverage to provide greater levels of visible policing and a dedicated focus on engagement. Number two, ensure the community impact considerations are central to the planning and decision-making processes at every stage of policing activities. 3. All non-local resources carrying out policing activities in South Armagh should be accountable to local management for the style and tone and the delivery of the patrol profile. And 4. A cross-border command and control protocol should be developed with a focus on the management of police pursuits. To conclude, I would like to quote a statement made by the Superintendent Norman Hazlitt, the District Commander of Newry Morning Down area, which includes the South Armagh area, on the 15th of November last year. Since the publication of the South Armagh Policing Review in August 2021, we have made significant progress against the delivery of the review's recommendations, and as a direct result, the visibility, accessibility and responsiveness of policing in the area has improved for all communities within the Slieve-Gullion area. The health, safety, welfare and well-being of our officers and our staff is a priority, and the criminal actions of a small number of people will not prevent us from delivering community policing.
I call on Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The motion before us today calls us to attend to a very pressing concern: the rise of police vehicle ramming incidents, particularly those resulting in injuries to officers. The statistics are indeed alarming. Last year, as we've already heard some statistics in this debate already, 77 police officers were injured as a result of their vehicles being deliberately rammed, a significant increase from the previous year. This escalation cannot and should not be overlooked. Yet, while the Alliance Party supports the motion and the amendment, it's crucial to highlight some of the shortcomings. Firstly, the motion directs much of its content and concern towards South Armagh, suggesting a regional focus that fails to address the full scale of this particular issue. Let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, this is not an isolated problem confined to one part of the country. Across Northern Ireland, from Derry to Down, from Anna to Antrim, our officers face similar threats. It's a Northern Ireland-wide issue that demands a response of the same scale. Let's be clear, this is not just a Northern Ireland issue, Deputy Speaker. In the last few days, police cars were rammed in Wigan, West Yorkshire, 58 in the last year, in the last 2 days in Liverpool. In mid-Devon, a 100-mile-an-hour police chase resulted in the police car being rammed. In Blackpool, a driver went on a rampage and damaged police vehicles, injuring police officers. This is not unique to Northern Ireland. Furthermore, while the motion calls for an ambitious budget settlement for the PSNI, it genuinely neglects to negotiate the true custodians of the purse strings, not the Minister of Justice, the Department of Finance. The Department of Finance is ultimately responsible for the budget for policing. Over the last few years, the PSNI's budget has been slashed by hundreds of millions of pounds, leading to a situation where services may be hardly recognisable to the public due to these cuts. Thus, while debate is valid and necessary, it barely scratches the surface of the problem. There's a call for harsher penalties for those who endanger our officers, and I commend the work that the Justice Minister and my party leader has done for her intention to introduce new provisions for emergency and frontline workers, enhancing maximum sentences for attacks on police officers, ambulance staff or firefighters. It is truly, Mr Deputy Speaker, unacceptable for those serving and protecting our communities to be subjected to abuse and attack, and our courts must be empowered to impose more severe sanctions. Indeed, the Justice Minister said on the 11th of March this year in question time, "Beyond this, we need a strategic, well-funded plan. In the past 12 years, the budget for health was increased by 70%, education by 45%, and justice by a mere 3%. We genuinely, Deputy Speaker, wait to see what the new budget will provide for the Department of Justice. Yet police officers still serve as the initial response in the absence of other failing services and can sometimes spend entire shifts in A&E, engaging in duties which are beyond their remit and for which they have not the proper training. We've heard the resultant stress that has led to a significant number of officers taking leave, sometimes bearing the physical or emotional scars of their experiences. These individuals are whom we depend on to protect our communities, and public sentiment will sour if these services are severely underfunded and that take decades to recover. I want to place on record that my party, the Alliance Party, recognises the efforts of our police officers who daily face the complexities of maintaining safety under even more demanding conditions. They are the individuals who run towards danger, who when everyone else runs away. They're never off duty, even when they are off duty. Attacks on them have no place in our society. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, as we consider these pressing concerns, let us move forward not just with the intent to condemn, but also with the financial commitment to make change. Let us ensure that our police officers have not only our support, but also the resources necessary to confront and overcome these challenges. We've come a long way from policing the troubles of the past. Today, we face new and different challenges policing our communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. The motion and the proposer of the amendment made reference to the South Armagh policing review, and from memory, the main recommendation was with regard to Crossmaglen PSNI station. And I just note, I don't think it's a declaration, but I am a former member of the policing board and was at the time of the review's publication. And so, with a bit of context, Deputy Speaker, I think about the places where I have worked in my professional career. Broadcasting House, the BBC base in Belfast, Havelock House, UTV's base, Windsor House with the Victims Commission, and of course 13 years here in Parliament Buildings. All very comfortable places to work. In fact, this one, Parliament Buildings, surely one of the most privileged workplaces in the whole of the country. And yet I visited Crossmaglen PSNI station some months ago. Oh my goodness. It's like a reverse TARDIS. It's a lot smaller inside than it looks from the outside. The corridors are so narrow you have to turn sideways if you're passing somebody coming the other way. There's no natural light. And until recently, officers were going in on a shift pattern which saw them in there for 4 days and 3 nights, resulting in an annual overtime bill for that one station of £1 million. Within the context of the hard-pressed budget of the PSNI, that surely was not sustainable, and surely it was also reflective of a different time. So part of the reform proposed by the South Armagh Policing Review seemed to me to say to police officers, who for most of my adult life we've asked to police in the most demanding and dangerous of conditions, and to often work from police stations which are the exact opposite of the luxury of Parliament buildings and this estate, that it was time to move on and to give police officers working conditions which are much more appropriate. As the mover of the motion said, it all seems to go back to Christmas 2019, when the then Chief Constable Simon Byrne, as the mover said, a PR disaster, when he was photographed outside the police station with 4 officers, 2 of whom were carrying the most frightening looking automatic rifles with huge sights on them. And I'm going to take the police at face value when they told us on the policing board that it was that prompted the review, that senior officers realised, looking at that photograph and the controversy that surrounded it, my goodness, we haven't really reviewed how we police in South Armagh the way we should have, given the changing circumstances post-ceasefire. So I have a bit of a difficulty in terms of politically motivated assertions with regard to what happened. But having said that, I'm afraid the party will not be supporting the Sinn Féin amendment. And here's why. I think if you're going to talk about political interference in policing, let us remind ourselves of what happened on foot of the terrible incident on the Armagh Road during COVID, when they had the annual commemoration of those who were brutally murdered at Sean Graham's bookmaker. On the 8th of February 2021, Declan Kearney of Sinn Féin, in an article in An Phoblacht, made clear that the party's support for the PSNI was consistent, constructive, but also conditional. Also conditional, Deputy Speaker.
This point makes reference to the lack of political motivation or otherwise. But will the member remember, whenever the presentation at the board came, that there were some political parties weren't consulted to the degree that others were, and for that reason many of us believe that there was a political motivation and the direction of travel in relation to that report?
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for the point. I'm not entirely clear in my memory of that, but I accept you put that in your motion. I'm just saying I take at face value what the police said about what motivated the desire to bring on what we call the South Armagh Policing Review. So I'm going to conclude, Deputy Speaker, by saying, of course, we support the motion. Weaponising vehicles to attack police officers is entirely wrong. But it seems to me that the way forward here is for the police board, the scrutiny body, the main scrutiny body of the PSNI, to take a view about soft-skinned, liveried vehicles. It's my recollection, I think, that police use push bikes in Crossmaglen, so that opens them up, obviously, to certain dangers. So, because we're in our post-ceasefire environment, isn't it great we've moved away from a fleet that is exclusively armoured to soft-skinned vehicles, liveried vehicles, where it's a more normalised form of transport for policing, but it has the attendant dangers. And I certainly join, I would think, with everybody in this House in condemning anybody who rams a police vehicle and puts a police officer at risk. So we will support the motion, but not the amendment.
Thank you. I call on Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome this motion that gives us the opportunity to discuss the massively important issue of the policing budget and the need to ensure that it is fair and ambitious. It also gives us an opportunity to condemn attacks on police and put on record our support for and solidarity with those officers who have been injured and their colleagues who risk attack, assault, injury and even worse every single day and night. I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. However, it's my position on that board that has given me a greater insight into the many and massive challenges facing the PSNI financially and operationally. We absolutely support the motion's call on the Minister to prioritise a visible and effective police service, but feel that the ask should be of the Executive. Other ministers, not just the Justice Minister, need to understand the importance of an adequately resourced police service to our society and to measure up to the declared words of this motion, indeed go beyond the words of this motion. Both the motion and the amended motion, as it will be, are limited in ambition, focusing on the next financial year without reference to the deeper structural funding deficits facing the PSNI. We tabled an amendment seeking to, as a matter of further priority, begin to address the structural underfunding of the PSNI that has arisen over time and has also been detailed by the Chief Constable on more than one occasion. So, what does that underfunding look like? The Office of National Statistics say that since 2010, PSNI funding has increased in real terms by 3%. Over the same time, health increased by 89% and education by 23%. The first 9 pay points for new PSNI officers, compared with new police entrants across these islands, are between £2,000 and £10,000 per annum. The in-year PSNI deficit is £130 million, which could rise to £300 million with data leak claims, holiday pay claims. Then we look, it's an issue that Mike Nesbitt has raised on this before, the impact of the mental health crisis on the PSNI and how stretched they have become by responding to helping vulnerable people, protecting people rather than fighting crime. The impact of these pressures is being felt not just by the police but by the public. Police numbers fall way short of where we should be. Recruitment has been an issue for some time, and now retention is becoming more of an issue. Policing is extremely challenging at the best of times, but fighting crime and protecting people becomes a lot more difficult when resources are stretched so thin. So an impact on performance is inevitable, and that's manna from heaven from those who don't want an effective police service. Criminals and paramilitaries who seek to strengthen their stranglehold on communities. Sadly, crime exists everywhere, and everyone should be able to depend on a police service, not a police force, to protect them. Some of those opposed to the police, dissident Republican groups for example, want to drag us all back to the dark days of the past. They want to play on and prey on people's memories of the RUC as a protagonist in the conflict and portray the PSNI as imperial crown forces against whom they're defending their community. Some of these Republicans are up to their necks in criminality. The best outcomes are achieved through policing with the community, not policing of the community. And I think for the motion to describe the demilitarisation of policing in South Armagh as politically motivated itself. For that reason, we'll be supporting the amendment. The ramming of police vehicles is reprehensible. It doesn't just risk the lives of officers, but of all road users. We support calls for those responsible to face the full rigours of the law, but we need the cooperation of the community to maximise the chances of perpetrators being prosecuted, and we do still have a long way to go in that regard, particularly in areas where cooperation with the police was so actively discouraged for so many years. Thank you.
Thank you. I could call on Linda Dillon.
Thank you. It is extremely concerning to see any incident of ramming of police cars, and this must be treated as serious as it is. As we know and has already been outlined by other members, in a number of cases this has caused serious injury to officers working on the ground to protect our communities, and has just been referenced by Member Mark Durkin. On many of these occasions, police officers are on the ground working with people who have mental ill health. They're on the ground protecting people who are very vulnerable. The reason for our amendment is the increase in incidents in South Armagh is less than that of other areas in the north. And this is supported by the PSNI's own figures. One ramming incident is one too many, and we need to be clear that is not acceptable anywhere right across the north. PSNI at every level in reports to the Policing Board have been clear that the changes under the South Armagh review have had an extremely positive impact on policing with the community, and this has had good outcomes both for PSNI officers and for the community. As members of the Policing Board, I'm sorry, I should have declared an interest as a current member of the Policing Board, we visited both Crossmaglen and Newtown Hamilton PSNI stations, and we spoke to the District Commander and we spoke to the officers, the community officers on the ground working in both of those stations. And I think it is helpful that Mike Nesbitt has outlined the conditions in Crossmaglen barracks, because they are actually inhumane. Nobody should be working in those conditions in this day and age, and certainly not doing the shift patterns that the police officers were doing. And I don't know how you could be working in those conditions, doing those kind of shift patterns and be mentally well. So it's a credit to anybody that was. But I think it's important to note that those officers, the District Commander, were very clear with all of us that the changes to policing under the South Armagh review have been positive. And it's for that reason that I would ask all in this chamber to support the motion as amended.
Thank you. I call on Cheryl Brownlee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board as well, please? Those serving within the Police Service of Northern Ireland are at the very fore and front of public protection, putting their lives on the line in order to maintain public safety and hold accountable to those who break the law. They're mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, brothers, sisters and friends. They're just like you and I, who get up every morning, go to work, safe in the knowledge that we have these dedicated men and women working 24/7 to ensure that we can go about our daily lives safely. For our police officers, though, they don't enjoy the same luxury. They know that when they put on that uniform, they're putting themselves in harm's way, and they're taking a huge risk when they patrol on our behalf each and every day, operating under consistent terrorist threat. We have already heard some of the figures here today, but a 32% rise in the deliberate ramming of police vehicles in 2023 should alarm every one of us. Aside from the obvious financial burden this places on the public purse, the more pressing and important issue, of course, is the impact this has in our officers involved in these incidents. The policing world takes over both professional and personal lives of these officers. Police officers have suffered whiplash, neck and back injuries, with the most recent only a matter of weeks ago leaving 2 officers requiring hospital treatment. Let us be clear, those who deliberately ram police vehicles in an attempt to flee arrest are weaponising their vehicles and must be treated as severely as those who bring firearms or bombs onto our streets. There is an onus on the leadership of the PSNI and indeed the Minister of Justice to ensure this issue is taken seriously. During question time back in March, I'd asked the Minister to detail what her department will do in order to address the shocking amount of attacks on the PSNI officers and other frontline emergency service personnel. While of course I was pleased to get confirmation that this will be a key element in the new sentencing bill, we all need to see action, and I trust the Minister to do this and everything in her power to action this at pace. While the financial implications of these attacks pale into insignificance compared to the safety and well-being of our officers, it's also important to note the significant impact this has on our public finances. We already have the lowest police numbers ever in the PSNI's history, and I'm sure every member here will be aware how stretched our police resources are in their own areas. Attacks like these can be devastating for local policing provision, with officers injured or unavailable for duty, vehicles facing significant costs, time out for service to fix, or having to be scrapped altogether, adding a further burden to the resources that are already stretched beyond breaking point. Yes?
Does the member recognise why those resources are so stretched, or indeed we have such low numbers of police officers And does she accept and take any responsibility for both the 2 years' absence of her party from this Assembly chamber, which could have made stronger arguments to the government in relation to those budgets?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you to the member for his point. I know it was made earlier, but we haven't shied away from the government's package. We know that we need more resources in Northern Ireland to deliver these vital public services, and we haven't shied away from it. Yes.
Actually, it's very interesting following on from the previous speaker, the previous intervention, where they talked about that, and now you're talking about the money. The member's own party actually wanted to come back to this dormant much sooner, actually, without a financial package. And it was only for our party who secured additional finances. This place would well, actually, I'm sorry you feel like that, because you were the regular implementers at the time, and you can laugh and you can cajole all you like.
Mr. Clark, thank you for your remarks, but address your remarks through the chair, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, if the PSNI is in a situation where it can't recruit, we have to make sure we look after the officers that we already have. So, on my last point, far too often we're focusing on human rights of those who break the law, but we have to make sure we're focusing on those who are upholding it. It's long overdue that members had an opportunity to promote the safety and well-being of our officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on John Blair, please?
Deputy Speaker, as another recently serving member of the Policing Board, I am acutely aware of the incidents addressed in the motion and the effects that ramming police vehicles has on the community, the PSNI as a whole, and especially the individual police officers involved and their families. These sinister acts accomplish nothing except spreading fear in communities and causing destruction and injury towards police. Before I go further, I would like to state that the PSNI has complete and unwavering alliance support in its efforts to safeguard our communities, as officers constantly put themselves in harm's way to achieve this goal for the public good. They have our utmost respect and also our gratitude. Those who use vehicles as weapons to attack police, Deputy Speaker, are trying to take us back to a time of violence and division. This is not what the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland want, and all of us know that. Whilst it is essential to recognise the seriousness of the act of ramming police vehicles in South Armagh, it is crucial not to overlook the fact, and it's an absolute fact, that such incidents are happening all over Northern Ireland, and the records show that clearly. My colleague Stuart Dixon has referred already to this, and though I don't wish to simply repeat his points, I think the focus simply has to be on the spread of the problem and the threat that stems from that problem. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, I must draw on Policing Board experience again to express unease at how the original motion references policing reform in an area which needs positive and proactive neighbourhood policing as much as anywhere else in Northern Ireland. Apart from that local need, those who have seen the working conditions for officers in Crossmaglen, referenced already by Mr Nesmond, prior to the report on reform, and as Policing Board members we did see it, will fully understand the need for that change. That change, in addition to necessary improvements in infrastructure, must also include effort to engage community in a policing model consistent with other areas across this region. In any case, Deputy Speaker, these are operational matters and the responsibility of the Chief Constable, and out with the control of the Justice Minister, for reasons we all know and frankly we should also understand. The motion makes relevant reference to the need for satisfactory budget provision for policing. The Minister has referred to this often, and I'm sure she will do again. I hope she has the support of this Assembly and the Executive as well in making the provision for policing the wider justice family and the public that is required. It is political will, Deputy Speaker, that is required to deliver a settlement fit for provision of justice and public safety in the 21st century, with all of its changes and all of its challenges. Action must be taken if we are to lower the very worrying statistics referred to in the motion in relation to attacks on police. It is imperative that those who cause damage to property and pose a threat to human life are held accountable for their actions. To ensure that justice is served, it is also vital to implement stricter sentencing guidelines that reflect the severity of the harm that these people inflict. The Minister has already stated her intention to introduce new provisions to protect frontline and emergency service responders, and this is another area in which she will absolutely depend on the support of this House and executive colleagues for delivery. So, Deputy Speaker, this is why we are supporting the motion today along with the proposed amendment, despite reservations around some of the terminology and geographical references in what is before us. In closing, I must reiterate the absolute need for the declared intention of the motion to be accompanied by the delivery of budgetary support to provide for and protect the police service of Northern Ireland and the public that they serve. Thank you.
I call on Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll declare an interest as a pending member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. The use of vehicles, usually stolen or unregistered, to ram police vehicles to escape arrest is a relatively new phenomenon in Northern Ireland and appears to be a difficult criminal tactic to deal with in rural locations, especially those close to the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. It is disturbing and totally unacceptable that 77 officers were injured in such incidents in 2023. It can only be a matter of time, Deputy Speaker, until we may be dealing with a fatality or serious life-changing injuries, or even multiple such outcomes as a result of a single ramming incident. The problem I see is that these crimes are sometimes downgraded to being merely motoring offences. The reality is that a car in the wrong hands is a dangerous weapon that can easily cause death and life-changing injuries. Sentences must reflect this reality. I would certainly encourage the Minister of Justice to review sentencing guidelines and to make the sentencing for this heinous and life-threatening crime fit the crime. It is a crime that police officers are not equipped to defend themselves in the way that they can when other methods of violence are inflicted on them. If policing is to be truly normalised, it must become obvious to those who have ill intent towards police officers that a slap on the wrist will not be the price they will pay. And while we try to normalise policing, it is vital that we continue to offer the proper protection that officers need in each circumstances. The Ulster Unionist Party supports police officers and all frontline workers being fully protected by the law as they go about serving us in stressful situations. And we certainly condemn all attacks on these public servants. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Justin McNulty.
Who exactly are the DUP advocating on behalf of here today? I know they aren't advocating on behalf of the people of South Armagh, who will be outraged that the DUP are singling out our community on an issue that exists across the north. The DUP mover of the motion himself referenced 127 incidents across the north. 5th of February 2024, 2 officers injured after a car rammed in Armagh. 24th of August 2023, 3 officers injured after a car rammed in Belfast. 25th of April 2020, Dungiven, police car rode off after ramming. I could obviously go on and on. I strongly.
Sorry, excuse me 1 second. I don't think we should be getting remarks from the other benches. Let the member should be able to speak and make his comments clearly without interruption from a sedentary position. I think you should know better than that.
I strongly condemn such incidents, and my best wishes go out to police officers, our brave police officers injured in the line of duty. I know that the DUP are not advocating on behalf of the police, who have repeatedly stated that policing reform in South Armagh has been and will be beneficial for the community, for their officers, and for the quality of policing across the board. I know that the DUP are not advocating on behalf of emergency services and first responders, because if they were, they would be tabling credible proposals to address this issue in all parts of the north for fire, police and ambulance services. Singling out South Armagh on a problem that evidently exists everywhere in the north is wrong. If we were being blunt, the DUP are serving themselves. Let's call this motion out for what it is: nakedly sectarian, ill-guided and self-serving. If the DUP had any decency, they would withdraw this nonsense motion and sit down with us, who want to see safer communities, instead of playing dog whistle politics and whipping up sectarian tensions.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Allister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we debate something like this, my thoughts go back to the family of Constable Philippa Reynolds, who 11 years ago died in an horrendous incident when the vehicle in which she was travelling was rammed. And sadly, things have been getting worse. When I listened to Mr. Buchanan recite the statistics, they were not only chilling, they were very striking in terms of what they convey about the upturn. An upturn which, by virtue of the sheer scale from 2022 to 2023, cannot be coincidental. I think that's a pretty inescapable inference from the rise in the number of incidents. And whether Mr. McNulty likes it or not, the fact that South Armagh heads the league table with Londonderry and West Belfast do speak a message. And yet there are some who want to hide away from that. It's a bit like hiding away in an overcrowded toilet where a murder takes place. It really is, I think, incumbent on us all to face the realities. And if it seems indisputable, the upsurge in the South Armagh area coincides with the liberalisation of the presentation of the police in that area, then that too needs to be faced. But running away from it is the standard approach, instead of addressing and reassessing that approach. Because if you have a situation where the number of livered vehicles suddenly increases, where the number of soft vehicles suddenly increases, and at the same time the number of ramming incidents equally increases, then frankly the conclusion is pretty inescapable. And to bury your head in the sand and to say, how dare you suggest it's something to do with the South Armagh policing review, when the coincidence of time and effect is dramatically writ large in front of us. That really is burying our heads in the sand. So I support this motion and I oppose the excusing amendment. And I trust that will be the will of the House, though I doubt it.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the members for South Antrim, Mid Ulster, East Antrim and Newry and Armagh for bringing this issue before the House for discussion, and I want to thank all those members who have contributed to the debate. Such cowardly and reckless attacks on police officers who are working in our community to keep others safe are totally reprehensible, and I condemn them without hesitation. This reckless behaviour puts police officers and members of the public at risk of serious harm, and it is only by God's grace that no one has been killed. I can't even begin to imagine how frightening it is for officers to be involved in this type of incident, or the impact it has on them and their families, both physically and mentally. It has been just over 11 years since the appalling incident in which young police officer Philippa Reynolds lost her life when the police vehicle she was travelling in was hit by a stolen car in Derry, Londonderry, as she went about her job of keeping people safe in the community in which she served. Such a tragic waste of a young life in sad and reckless circumstances should not be forgotten, nor should it be overlooked. The incident in which Philippa lost her life and the continued prevalence of ramming incidents across Northern Ireland should serve as a reminder to everyone of the courageous service which the PSNI performs for all of us. And I want to take this opportunity to pay thanks and gratitude to them for all they do to keep people safe. The motion covers a range of issues, and I'm sure members here today, particularly those who brought this motion to the House, 3 of whom are serving political members of the Policing Board, will appreciate that there are matters within the motion's remit that I cannot stray into in terms of operational policing matters in South Armagh, or indeed into any critique or debate of decisions that were made by the Chief Constable. In terms of, it's also, I think, worth mentioning that based on the data and information provided by the PSNI to me in advance of this, there are no obvious trends in respect of date, time and location in terms of these incidents. Whilst the numbers are still quite small, each individual attack is incredibly serious. And so I think we need to be cautious when we're discussing these issues in terms of our sensitivity around how we discuss them. I am happy, however, to address those issues that fall under my remit as Justice Minister. Firstly, with respect to sentencing, I want to assure members that I take assaults on police officers extremely seriously. Attacks on police officers, indeed attacks on any public servant, are totally unacceptable. Everyone deserves to be able to carry out their duties without fear of attack or reprisal, and those who carry out such attacks should feel the full force of the law being brought down on them. In the case of those in the emergency services, it not only endangers the responder, but also those in the community who were relying on their assistance in an emergency situation. That is why I intend to bring forward new legislation in this mandate to reform the law on sentencing by increasing the maximum sentence in the Magistrates' Court for such attacks and making serious assaults on frontline workers a statutory aggravating factor. It is important to acknowledge that the actual sentence imposed in individual cases is entirely a matter for the independent judiciary, who deal with each individual case and have heard all of the evidence presented to them in court. The sentencing exercise is a complex one and unique to every case. A judge must carefully consider all factors related to that case, along with any sentencing guidance, which are the responsibility of the courts, not the department, and sentencing principles before coming to a final determination. Currently, a number of offences can be charged for attacks on police officers, and I want to outline those. The offence of assaulting a police officer currently carries a maximum sentence of 6 months imprisonment in the Magistrates' Court, or 2 years if tried in the Crown Court. More serious assaults against police can be charged using other offences found in the Offences Against the Person Act. These include assault occasioning actual bodily harm, with a maximum sentence of 7 years, and intentionally causing grievous bodily harm, for which an offender may receive up to a life sentence. The new offence which I intend to introduce is that of assault on frontline workers, with a higher 12-month sentence in the Magistrates' Court and 2 years in the Crown Court. Further, for more serious assaults, I intend to introduce a statutory aggravating factor for offences where the victim was a frontline worker, meaning that the court will have to specifically recognise these attacks and increase the sentence accordingly. I plan to introduce these new provisions in a sentencing bill to be introduced next year. I will, yes.
I welcome some of the comments you've made in relation to those sentencing, but actually listening to someone's contribution today, they talked about many of these offences are downgraded to motoring offences. Is there anything in terms of your provision to prevent them from downgrading to motoring offences as opposed to actually what they have been in terms of a direct attack on the security forces?
Conscious of time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will return to that very point potentially after question time, because I note that was the next thing I was going to raise.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. The debate will continue after question time, when the Minister will resume her remarks. Thank you very much indeed. Take your ease.
Members, we now move to Ministers for our questions to the Minister for Justice, and I call Mr Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 1.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Addressing ASB in any area requires partnership working, as it's rare that these issues are addressed by the criminal justice system alone. My department works collaboratively with local and central government, as well as other relevant agencies who have the levers to put in place joined up and long-term solutions to prevent incidents arising and to tackle the impact of ASB. The Department's interfaces team works alongside local communities and elected representatives to help address the issue of antisocial behaviour in areas around interface structures. In response to antisocial behaviour in the specific area, the Youth Justice Agency continues to actively engage with key stakeholders, including PSNI, social services, the Education Authority and other youth providers, to ensure a more joined-up problem-solving approach. The Youth Justice Agency currently operates an earlier stage diversion with partnership initiatives including its Targeted Schools programme, Community Resolution Scheme and a multi-agency Children's Diversion Forum, which has remained particularly effective in addressing wider systemic needs while ultimately diverting children from the formal criminal justice system. Additionally, the Department, along with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, provide annual funding for policing and community safety partnerships who play a key role in the Department's operational response to community safety issues, including that of ASB, across all communities. North Belfast DPCSP has funded a number of initiatives, including those focused directly on Girdwood and Clifton Park Avenue, and in recent months have coordinated multi-agency meetings to ensure a proactive and partnership response to issues in the area.
Mr Kingston.
I thank the Minister for the question, and it is indeed disappointing that we've had that upsurge, particularly during February and March, of clash between groups of young people and sadly attacks on homes and on some individuals during those months. And the Minister's covered the question I wanted to ask as a supplementary about the cross-sectoral and cross-community work, which is essential to addressing this issue. But could I ask her maybe to respond that it's important that young people themselves within their peer groups and parents play their role in making clear this is unacceptable behaviour that needs to be brought to an end?
Minister.
I thank the member for that, and he is of course correct. The partnership working between the relevant agencies is absolutely crucial in dealing with this, and it is vital that there is a swift and coordinated response to problematic behaviours and also to the underlying causes of that behaviour. He rightly says that it is also important that communities, and particularly families, are cognizant of the impact that young people can have when they are potentially getting involved in activity that could bring them to the attention of the police and potentially damage them for their future lives. So I think it's important that there is that coordinated and joined up approach, and we certainly, in terms of supporting communities and ensuring that all communities, particularly those on interfaces, have a voice, are working on those community development plans in order to be able to offer that support.
Colin Killian.
I thank the member for bringing this question forward. Would the Minister for Justice agree with me that the more joined up approach at community level through education, with the police, CRJI and anyone else, including residents, is needed, because these attacks on the community, on individuals, on people's homes have to be condemned by everyone? Would the Minister agree that it's crucial that this funding that's needed is confirmed as soon as possible?
Minister.
Well, it is crucial, and as people will be aware from my previous remarks in this chamber, the issue of underfunding within justice is a significant challenge that we face at every cut and turn, and not just when it comes to antisocial behaviour. But it's not just the Department of Justice who have responsibility for this. Department for Communities has some responsibilities in this regard. The Executive Office, when it comes to interface issues, also has some responsibility around tackling sectarianism, and some of the attacks have been sectarian, others have simply been wider antisocial behaviour. So I think it's important that we work together as an executive in terms of how we respond to these issues, but also that we do that at community level. So we identify what the issues are, what the best diversions might be, and that we give our young people the best possible opportunity to avoid coming into negative contact with the police.
Dr. Aiken.
Question number 2, please.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 2 and 8 together, and seek your indulgence for what is a slightly longer answer than usual to the question in the first instance. Despite the pressures of an increasing prisoner population, prison officers continue to perform their duties with dedication, professionalism and skill. On the 1st of April 2021, the total prison population in Northern Ireland was 1,374. On the 1st of April this year, the population had increased by 37% to 1,886. At Maghaberry, as a result of the rise in population, the prison services reopened 2 of the 3 square houses, Foyle and Erne. This accommodation closed when Davis House was built, and that's Nips's most modern accommodation. They are much less suitable environments for prisoners and more staff intensive to operate. Each square house can accommodate approximately 130 prisoners. On April the 1st, there were 54 prisoners in Erne House. Once Erne House reaches capacity, the only remaining accommodation is in Lagan, which is also a square house. Whilst ready for use, any decision to open Lagan is finally balanced, meaning that Northern Ireland Prison Service would be using its only contingency accommodation for use if there was, for example, an incident with regard to infrastructure that put another residential area out of use. The population of McGilligan is being carefully managed to sustain it as close to capacity of 500 prisoners as possible to alleviate ongoing pressure in Maghaberry. There are no immediate concerns about the capacity of Hydebank if the female population continues to increase. However, it may be necessary to reconfigure the use of accommodation on that site also. To address these pressures, prison services continue to recruit staff across all operational business areas in response to the pressures being experienced. Prior to the suspension of this Assembly in October 2022, I gave approval for the existing operational staffing level to be increased by 56 officers to meet the demands of the service. In the past year, Prison Service, in partnership with Nix HR, has undertaken 4 operational grade recruitment competitions. These were for custody prison officer, night custody officer, prison custody officer, driver escort and prison custody officer escort. Since January 2022, 315 officers have joined the service, the majority of whom have been deployed to Maghaberry Prison, given the particular pressures experienced there. Further recruitment will also take place.
Call Dr. Aiken.
May I thank the Minister for her remarks. One of the significant things that we in the Finance Committee recently heard from Nix HR was on the addition of the reform of the Occupational Health Service, and particularly for those prison officers. The Minister will be very aware that there is a considerable number of prison officers who have had their careers terminated by problems with occupational health. Could the Minister say if she's going to undertake a review of these issues, bearing in mind the fact that occupational health has been shown to have failed, and we should be doing something about reinstating these prison officers if they so wish to return?
Minister.
The management of occupational health within all grades of Northern Ireland Civil Service is a matter for the Department of Finance, and so it would not be within my gift to be able to undertake such a review as the member has suggested. However, it has to be said that there is not one simple reason for sickness levels in NIPS, and there are a number of factors combining to produce that effect. We also have invested in prison officers to offer them the support that they need to be able to return to work after injury, to be able to return to work under stress. But undoubtedly, in the situation where prisons become more crowded and more difficult to manage and more stressful environments, it will have an impact on retention and indeed attendance at work.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Would the Minister be able to give a bit more detail on the impact that the rising prison population has on the ability to deliver rehabilitation work in prisons?
Minister.
Well, evidence demonstrates that a high prison population generally results in an increase in tension within the prison estate. Managing prisoners in terms of encouraging positive behaviour in particular becomes more challenging. For example, it leads to increases in assaults and incidents within the prison. Such behaviour also leads to an increased use of force, the number of adjudications and use of segregation, and that can all contribute to prisoners, particularly more vulnerable prisoners, feeling unsafe, and levels of self-harm tend to increase with very high levels of prison population. Of equal significance is the fact that staff themselves may feel unsafe, and as a result, sick absence levels tend to increase. Prisoners tend to be cooperative when they are treated with humanity and respect, and we saw that very clearly during COVID. In essence, when relationships between them and prison staff are positive and courteous. It is important that NIPS seeks to maintain those living conditions out of cell time and the delivery of a predictable and stable regime. However, if NIPS do not have sufficient staff available each day, it is not possible to offer a predictable regime. Restrictions increase, out of cell time reduces, relationships with staff will deteriorate, and ultimately the opportunity to engage in purposeful activity and rehabilitation will be curtailed, and that in turn may lead to increasing levels of reoffending.
Jim Allister. Minister.
No.
Following the disastrous Scottish legislation, can the Minister be clear, not evasive, where a biological man, for example, self-proclaims himself to be a woman, and a person calls them out by properly naming their biological sex, would that person, under her hate bill, be committing an offence? In other words, what's called misgendering, what I would call telling the biological truth, is that intended to be a crime?
Minister.
No.
John Bunting.
Mr Speaker, the Minister will be aware that these are difficult and controversial issues, often involving competing rights. Could I ask the Minister if she will give assurance to this House that give reassurance to this House around privacy in the home, and also that the PSNI will not be turned into the thought police?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, there is no intent to criminalise thought. There is no intent to criminalise opinion. Any legislation will be developed in accordance with Articles 9 and 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and as such will not affect people's ability to have private conversation. In fact, the intention in terms of freedom of expression is to extend the protections for freedom of expression to exist for all private conversations, irrespective of where it takes place, unlike the current situation where only in a private residence is it protected.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, can you clarify, for the avoidance of any doubt and for the benefit of some members, that you are not intending to criminalise free speech?
Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for this opportunity. I have no plans to criminalise free speech. I have no plans to make a description of another person's biological sex a criminal offence. However, targeting a person because of who they are or what they believe, be it their race, religion, political belief, sexuality, gender identity or disability, is wrong. It is not necessarily criminal, but it is wrong. And from my perspective, the purpose of the hate crime bill, which will be brought to the Assembly in the latter half of this mandate, is to support victims and to send a clear message that hate crime in any shape or form will not be tolerated. The final content of the bill is still under consideration, but there is no intention to criminalise opinion. Thank you.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Minister, in fairness, you have come close to answering the question I was going to ask. Notwithstanding the motivations of the original questioner, I represent, as others do, the most diverse constituency possibly on the island of Ireland. Race hate crime now is higher than sectarian hate crime in Northern Ireland. Can you be specific that the hate crime bill that you will bring, and you say in the second half of this year, will get to the heart of the increasing levels of race hate crime we're experiencing in Northern Ireland, including in the wonderfully diverse constituency of South Belfast?
It will be in the later half of this mandate. I would be stretching my officials somewhat, I think, to manage to bring it in the later half of this year, but it will be in the later half of this mandate. It is absolutely the case that what we are trying to do is look to those areas which Judge Marinan set out in his report, around stirring up hatred, around attacks that are motivated by hatred. We are not creating new crimes. What we are doing is taking into account the motivation for those crimes. So if no crime has been committed, then no offence will be seen by the courts. But where a crime has been committed against an individual and the courts are able to establish the motivation for that crime to be a hate motive, then that will be taken into account in sentencing and also, crucially, in the recording of that crime, because then that gives us a much clearer handle on the extent to which those from different ethnic backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, and indeed those with different sexuality and gender are being targeted as a result of hate, some of which, I have to say, has been stirred up quite deliberately by those discussing the Scottish bill and the bill in the Republic of Ireland.
Before calling Orla Flynn, I just remind members that when they're asking questions, they're asked through the Chair, not directly to the Minister. Ms Flynn.
Question number 4, please.
Minister.
The care of people who come into contact with the justice system is of paramount importance to my department, particularly in the context of the work of Northern Ireland Prison Service, as we seek to care for and support people with complex and challenging needs, including mental health issues and addictions whilst in custody. Prison health care services are provided on behalf of the Department of Health by the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. This includes primary health care, mental health care and addiction services. However, I recognise that everyone has a role to play in supporting people to look after their mental health and address addictions. My department is therefore engaged with a number of initiatives aimed at improving mental health and reducing the harm for people in Northern Ireland. These include my role within the Executive Working Group on Mental Wellbeing, Resilience and Suicide Prevention, engagement with the Mental Health Champion, whose role is jointly funded by all departments, the implementation of the 10-year Mental Health Strategy for Northern Ireland and the 10-year Strategic Framework to tackle the harm caused by substance use for Northern Ireland, reducing harm, empowering recovery, representation on the Protect Life 2 Steering Group and Towards Zero Suicide Collaborative Board, response to the recommendations from the review of services to vulnerable people detained in Northern Ireland prisons, and representation on the Forensic Managed Care Network. While people in prison are already supported by good mental health and addiction health care, there is of course more we can achieve through collaborative working.
Ms Flynn.
Thanks very much. I thank the Minister for a response. And I suppose contained within, she had mentioned a lot of those working groups, the Mental Health Champion, the strategies around mental health, substance use and Protect Life too. Would the Minister agree that pilots such as the custody suite pilot that was run in Musgrave and also the multi-agency triage teams that brings together the police, the ambulance and mental health practitioners, would she agree that rather than these just existing as pilots, it's really important that we get these rolled out right across society?
Minister.
I would agree, and the biggest impediment to that is funding, and certainly within the Department of Health there were genuine challenges in terms of being able to fund the psychiatric nurses who would be able to be part of those multi-agency triage teams. It is incredibly important that we are able to continue to develop that and to work together collaboratively across the executive to provide the kind of support that we need. I would prefer we did it before people came into contact with the justice system, because increasingly the people who enter the justice system have fallen through the net of other services, and justice is the only place left to go.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answer so far. Would you agree with me that this requires a cross-departmental approach to deal with the difficult issue of mental health and those who find themselves in prison? Having recently visited Maghaberry, I saw at first hand one of the most distressing cases of mental health, someone who in any other circumstance should never be in prison but should be in the care of the health service.
Minister.
Increasingly with very limited secure care facilities for those with the most serious mental health and behavioural problems, it falls increasingly to the Department of Justice to house those people. Their needs are complex, and the main prison population is not an appropriate place for them to be held. It is not the right environment, it is not a therapeutic environment, it is there for very different purposes. But rather than have people with nowhere to go, they end up in the prison system, and so we have to deal with that. It is incredibly complex. This year, as of April, 38% of the prisoner community was recorded as having a mental health issue, 51% recorded as having an addiction, and 53% as having a history of suicide attempt or self-harm. These are people with incredibly complex needs, reflective of many of the needs we see out in the community, but it is undoubtedly concentrated in the prison population. That is not something that the Department of Justice itself can resolve. It is something that the Department of Health, the Department for Communities and indeed other ministers need to make a contribution towards addressing.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister that when people are being bailed to an address outside or away from their own area, what consideration is given to the impact of moving them away from their support network and their ability to access required medication on the individuals themselves, of course, but also on the community in which they're placed?
The matter of bail and bail conditions is not a matter for the Department of Justice. It's a decision that would be taken by the judiciary or the police, depending on circumstances, and their health would still be a matter for the health service rather than for the Department of Justice. What we do and what we are trying to do is offer better wraparound and supported care for those, for example, who have additional health and mental health needs as they emerge from the prison system, so that we can, for example, identify accommodation and allow them to get a referral to a GP so that they can get continuity of treatment. But it is more difficult in the case of bail because it's not something in which the department is actively engaged.
Alan Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 5 to the Minister, please.
Minister.
It remains my intention to include legislative provision for Charlotte's Law as part of a sentencing bill, which I hope to introduce next year. Charlotte's Law is intended to create measures to encourage murderers to reveal the location of their victims' remains in so-called no-body cases, and is being taken forward in light of a campaign spearheaded by Charlotte Murray's family and supported by the family of Lisa Dorian. Charlotte went missing in 2012, and in 2019 her former partner was convicted of her murder. He remains the only person convicted in this jurisdiction to date where the victim's body has not been found. The key elements of Charlotte's Law will be a significant increase in the murderer's life sentence tariff to reflect their ongoing failure to disclose critical information, coupled with the opportunity for a reduction in tariff should a post-sentence disclosure be made. Similar to Helen's Law in England and Wales, it will also require the parole commissioners to take the failure to disclose into account when considering the prisoner's suitability for release on licence at parole stage. Officials in my department have continued to develop the detail of the proposal, working closely with the affected families and other stakeholders during the absence of the Assembly and since return of the Executive. The findings of the public consultation, along with the Way Forward report, will be published over the coming months once this development work is finished. A number of the administrative measures I announced in November 2020 have already been agreed with the relevant stakeholders.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. The Minister will be aware of attacks on healthcare workers. I'm wondering, could the Minister clarify how this bill might protect frontline healthcare workers from attack?
Sir.
The bill that I intend to bring in terms of the sentencing bill will also look at creating an aggravating factor for attacks on healthcare workers. I actually referenced that, I think, earlier in the debate that we were having, and I will go on to elaborate further on some of the other measures, including around car incidents and how that will also be dealt with in the sentencing bill. So hopefully, if the member is still around after question time, he will get a full response on those queries.
Philip Brett.
I thank the Minister for her update. Can the Minister also then give a commitment that she will introduce Harper's Law here in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
The issue of Harper's Law is something that is under consideration. It is not something that has already been agreed by the Department, but we are looking at the potential to do something along similar lines to what is being proposed elsewhere. We will have to look at how quickly we are able to develop proposals where we decide to go down that route and how those would be applied in conjunction with the other regulations and laws that we have in place, but it is under consideration.
Doug Biddy.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the information you've given, Minister, in regards to Charlotte's Law. But could I then also ask the Minister, will she also commit, as part of the sentencing bill, to look at the sentence reduction model for those who wait till the very last moment to admit guilt?
Minister.
It is, I think, something of a shock to most people to understand the degree to which as it's referred to rather casually as discounting of sentences, will take place. There are good reasons why people get a reduction in sentencing if they make a guilty plea. However, it should, I believe, be the case, and certainly in the case of Charlotte's Law, it will be the case that the earlier that disclosure is made, the more credit an individual will be given for making that. The later they leave it, the less credit that will be given. And I think it's important, if we're going to maintain that continuity, that applies across the board. But obviously individual sentences are a matter for the judiciary and not something on which I can interfere or comment. I am, however, aware of the concern that it causes when, for example, somebody goes through a lengthy period awaiting trial, often in quite traumatic circumstances, and on the morning of the trial somebody makes a guilty plea. And all of that pain and anguish for the individual has been in vain. And they feel that the perpetrator of the crime has essentially regained control over the person. And I do think that that is something that does need careful consideration.
Patsy Malone.
Thanks very much, Minister, for your answers. Minister, could you give us some sort of an indication as to what your legislative programme is with indicative times, please?
The intention would be, with the indulgence of the Executive and the Assembly, that we would be bringing forward a mixed content modernisation of Justice Bill before the summer recess, and that the committee would then have just over a year to process that. Then, when that is concluded, we would hope to bring forward a sentencing bill. And then third, when that is completed, we would hope to bring forward a hate crime and victims bill, which would include both the hate crimes provisions, some of the hate crimes provisions that were outlined in the Marinan report, but also some of the remaining victims arrangements that were proposed by Sir John Gillan.
Alicia McHugh.
I very much recognise the harm that can be inflicted by knife crime, and I'm clear we need to do all in our power to act to reduce the risk of harm in our community. That's why my officials are currently taking forward the necessary preparatory work to commence provisions in the Offensive Weapons Act 2019, which together will strengthen legislation in Northern Ireland pertaining to knife crime. These provisions will strengthen the laws around sale and delivery of knives and offensive weapons, particularly to those who are under 18. They will also strengthen prohibitions around possession of certain classes of knives and offensive weapons, meaning they can no longer be possessed in private. Before the change is introduced, a surrender and compensation scheme will be run. I'm confident that once commenced, these new provisions will strengthen our legislative powers to tackle knife crime.
Mr McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer to this point. But could I also ask you, and I welcome your commitment now to dealing with the whole issue of knife crime, if you could give us a time frame for when it is that you intend to bring forward legislation in relation to it?
Officials are currently developing a detailed work plan with timescales to commence the provisions in on that Act. Once completed, I will be sharing that with the Justice Committee. The work plan is broken down into two main work streams: the sale, delivery, possession of corrosive products and substances, and sale, delivery and possession of knives and offensive weapons. I would hope that both work streams, including the running of a surrender and compensation scheme, will be completed and provisions commence within 18 months.
Trevor Clark. Minister.
There are no immediate plans to undertake a fundamental review of the workings of Access NI. However, systems and process enhancements are routinely considered and implemented to improve aspects of the criminal history disclosure scheme. In 2023-24, Access NI processed over 176,000 disclosure applications across all three levels of check. The average turnaround times for issuing disclosure certificates for basic and standard checks was 1 day. The average for more complex enhanced checks was 4 days, with over 80% of those being completed within 2 days of receipt in Access NI. The digitisation of the Access NI process has been a notable success, both in improving the efficiency and cost effectiveness of the service. Indeed, this resulted in a further fee decrease from the 1st of April, making Access NI disclosure fees the lowest now in the UK. In recognising that the key asks from employers and voluntary groups are for fast, accurate and cost-effective disclosures, I consider the Access NI service is performing well and delivers in that regard. The long-standing key functional change for Access NI is the introduction of portable disclosures. Officials continue to work closely with the Disclosure and Barring Service to progress this as soon as is practically possible.
Mr Clark.
I thank the Minister for her answer. The Minister maybe would accept, given that there's many people with different types of employment require more than one, is there any opportunity in terms of a review to actually remove the duplication to prevent the individual having to go through the process and actually the further burden on Access NI processing those?
Minister.
One of the key issues is that disclosure certificates are only accurate on the day that they are issued, so employers who choose to accept an age certificate are doing so at their own risk, in the knowledge that information may have changed in the period since that certificate was issued. It remains my key objective, however, to deliver a portable disclosure solution. Technical aspects of that are complex, and work to date indicates that Northern Ireland, a standalone solution, is prohibitively expensive, and therefore we would not be able to take that forward in terms of passing that on to applicants and actually increasing fees. The long-standing aim, however, has been for Access NI to join the update service provided by the Disclosure and Barring Service for England and Wales, and that would allow us then, when they have reviewed their product, to deliver a more modernised solution that better meets customer and business needs, to be able to work with them to deliver a similar solution here.
All right, Harvey.
Question 9, Minister.
Minister.
If I may answer questions 9 and 15 together. Fundamentally, timelines of payment of legal aid are influenced by the available budget. For many years, the Department has been significantly underfunded compared to other executive departments and objective need. The previous Finance Minister recognised this in October 2022 and specifically referenced the pressure on the legal aid budget. The Fiscal Council also recognised the sustained underfunding of the Department. We must live within our budget, so all business areas have to ensure there is financial discipline. And for legal aid, this means the payment timelines become extended. In previous years, my department and I have consistently pushed for additional funding to meet the demand for legal aid. As the department cannot spend in excess of its allocated budget, and in recognition of the demand for payments and the impact on suppliers of legal aid and those seeking legal aid, the department secured an additional £20 million for legal aid in 22-23 and a further 14 additional budget in 23-24. The total legal aid spend in 23-24 was around £114 million. That is the highest level of expenditure in the history of the legal aid scheme. The additional funding assisted in improving payment timelines, and at the end of March 2024, properly presented Crown Court criminal bills were being paid within 9 weeks, with Magistrates Court within 11 weeks. While the additional funding is welcome, the historic approach of late allocations is not sustainable and needs remedied. That is dependent on Executive allocating an appropriate budget for the department, including legal aid, and I will continue to work with colleagues to seek to secure this in 24-25.
There's no further time for questions, so we move to topical questions. The Minister for Justice, Nicole Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, were you consulted on the secondment of the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Justice to be Chief Executive of the Education Authority? Did you give your approval, and do you agree with the move?
Minister.
Well, the appointment of people to other bodies within the Department of Education is not a matter for the Justice Minister. It was discussed, it was brought to my attention that there would be a reshuffle following the ending of the recruitment for new permanent secretaries. My permission was not required, and it would not be for me to discuss whether or not somebody should or should not have been appointed to a job, but I want to wish my former Permanent Secretary every best wish in his new role and every success in delivering for education.
Mr. O'Toole.
Minister, you said it was discussed, but you didn't quite say whether you had given a view, but it does appear from the minutes of the Education Authority that the Alliance Party representative was the member of the Education Authority Board who formally proposed that a secondment be agreed. So can I ask you, do you think that the secondment of the Permanent Secretary meets the requirement to be, as you said, following the RHI inquiry, to be based on openness, transparency and proper accountability? Are you satisfied that it meets that test that you set following the publication of the RHI inquiry?
Minister.
Well, as I say, it is not for me to answer for the processes that are undertaken by other departments. And I would also gently remind the member, this is question time for the Department of Justice, not for the Leader of the Alliance Party. If he wishes to ask me party political questions, there are other mechanisms for him to do so.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister indicate how she is working with the Police Service of Northern Ireland to make sure that the mistakes made by the Metropolitan Police last week and its attitude towards the Jewish community are not replicated here? And will you be issuing anything publicly to reassure the small and vulnerable Jewish community in Northern Ireland of their safety?
As part of my role in the Department of Justice, we engage with all minority communities throughout Northern Ireland, and I will continue to do that and to provide them reassurance in the political sense. However, how the police interact with members of any community is a matter of operational responsibility of the Chief Constable, not for me as Justice Minister, and is something that really would be more appropriate for members of the Policing Board to take up with the Chief Constable at their next meeting.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, reflecting on this incident with the Metropolitan Police, I'm sure you'll agree that the language that we use is extremely important. Your colleague from Upper Bann referred to a meeting in Portadown on the issue of RSSE and the people who attended it as a dog whistle to the far right. Does the Minister think that this is acceptable language? And will she clarify if the PSNI would be interviewing her colleague under her proposed hate crime legislation for this particular remark?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I would initially refer the member back to the answer which I gave to Mr O'Toole. If you want to ask me questions as Minister of Justice, I'm happy to take them. If you want to ask me, Mr Speaker, if I may, if you want to ask me questions as Leader of the Alliance Party, there are other fora in which we can exchange. With respect to the tweet that was made, it would not be for me to say whether the PSNI will or will not be investigating any individual in our community, and furthermore, I would be rather surprised if they did so on the basis of prospective legislation rather than existing legislation.
Question 3 has been withdrawn. I call.
Minister, you'll be aware that last Friday, Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council held a series of events in recognition of the outstanding service by the prison service from Northern Ireland. The Minister will also be aware that much of the discussion there was some of the significant issues that I've already raised in questions to you today about who is actually responsible and accountable for the prison service. Could the Minister outline who has ultimate responsibility for the prison service of Northern Ireland and who has ministerial responsibility?
Minister.
Well, the member will know that the Director-General has operational responsibility for prison service and that the Minister of Justice is responsible as Minister.
Dr. Reagan.
I thank the Justice Minister for her comments. She will be fully aware that in her earlier comments she made issues when we were talking about the very important issue with mental health to do with prison officers, and particularly how they are due to deal with some of the significant problems they've had to do with employment. And I raised particularly the question about occupational health, but she referred it to the fact that it was an issue to do with the Finance Minister and not her. Where does her responsibilities actually lie for the prison service?
Minister.
My responsibility lies in setting prison policy. It lies in supervision of the Director-General and oversight of the budget. It does not, as a result of decisions that were taken prior to my time, lie with individual HR decisions, which are the responsibility of the Department of Health. And as a former chair of the Department of Finance's Scrutiny Committee, I thought the member would know that.
Trevor Clark.
Minister.
There's no point of order during question time.
I think the Speaker would know that. Minister, I'm going to try and ask you a question in relation to your portfolio. Okay. In relation to the budget process at the moment, I'm sure you're working up many bids, and given the conversation we've had prior to this debate about policing, can I ask how much you have bid for the policing in terms of that budget, or is it sufficient to require the 8,000 officers as requested by the Chief Constable?
Well, first of all, it is a one-year budget and there is no practical opportunity for us to increase policing numbers from their current state to 8,000 in 1 year, so it would not be sufficient to sustain 8,000 officers. However, it is in line with the unmet pressures which the PSNI have delivered to me. I have made those bids. In total, there is about £440 million of bids from across the justice system that have been submitted to the Department of Finance and are currently being considered against the approximately £1 billion of available funding for all departments. So the bids reflect what the PSNI have asked for.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. But given that's for £400 million for all of your department, could you highlight how much specifically is going to PSNI?
Minister.
It's in the region of 320 million, but I will have to check the exact figures. And some of that is for recruitment of, I think it's around 140 odd officers in the next year, and that's the intention. The maximum that we can realistically put through the police college, as you will know from your role in the policing board, is more limited, and therefore we are in a situation where by the time you take in attrition for people retiring and leaving the service and the limitation on numbers that can go through in a single year, we can probably only add around 150 officers per annum to the police numbers.
Paul Fruit.
The Minister has went to great lengths today to distance her hate crime bill with that of Scotland and the Republic of Ireland. Can the Minister give us further reassurance as to the differences between her hate bill and the one in Scotland and the Republic of Ireland?
Minister.
Well, I can certainly reassure the member that, first of all, the content of the hate crime bill in Northern Ireland is not complete. If you're interested in the first stage consultation on the Marinan review, the first stage consultation completed and is now published online, so you can read that. A second stage consultation will be issued in the coming weeks, and that will deal with a separate set of issues that need to be addressed before we decide how to go forward. But ultimately, the reassurance I give you is that all of this will have to be approved by the Executive to be brought forward.
Mr. Farrow.
I thank the Minister for her question, and of course that just because it goes forward from the Executive doesn't mean that the committee work and this Assembly work is vitally important with that. So that is really only one stage. The Association of Scottish Police Superintendents has warned that those who report hate incidents in Scotland that do not meet the criminal threshold could be left disappointed with police response, and those who are then investigated but have not done anything wrong may feel silenced by the officers, the police officers, therefore reducing confidence in the police. Can you reassure this House that you will not do anything within the hate crime bill that would reduce confidence in our police?
I have no intention of reducing confidence in the police. In fact, to the contrary, the purpose of the hate crime bill is to increase confidence in the justice system from those who may otherwise feel that they are not able to have the reasons for their crime properly addressed in court. But as I said earlier, it has to be a crime in order to be hate crime. And then we have to make out a separate motivation that there is indeed a hate motive. So that's the basis on which we're progressing our hate crime bill. I also have to say that, yes, people do report hate incidents that do not currently, for example, make the threshold. Those are recorded by the police for information purposes so that they can see, for example, if there are clusters of hate incidents, and they are then able to try and engage with communities to reduce that. Because let's be clear, whether something is criminal or just plain wrong, it does damage to communities. It causes real harm to individuals. And it is important that as a society, and I would hope all in this chamber, that we condemn those behaviours that alienate, that harass, that frighten members of our community who may feel vulnerable.
Mr. Gildernew isn't in his place. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister clarify whether Northern Ireland will be included in the scope of the Horizon System Offences Bill in Westminster?
Minister.
I am delighted to be able to announce today in this chamber that yes, Northern Ireland will be included in the Westminster legislation with regards to the Horizon scandal. This is something which the First and Deputy First Minister and myself have worked very hard to achieve. We were very keen to ensure that people in Northern Ireland who were affected by this scandal were given equitable treatment and a timely treatment in the same way as people in England and Wales. I think the uniqueness of the Northern Ireland situation, the length of time that legislation here traditionally takes, and also the small numbers of people affected within Northern Ireland mean that it was, if you like, an exceptional case that they were able to include us in the legislation. And I think the UK Government have announced that today and will table amendments to that effect themselves later in the day. I am pleased to see that has happened. It will not undo all of the harm that has been caused by the original Horizon scandal, but it will hopefully at least ensure equitable treatment for our constituents.
Mr. Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer, and I think it's one that members across the chamber will welcome. Would the Minister be able to confirm how many people in Northern Ireland she anticipates this will affect?
At the moment, the estimate by PPS is around 26 individuals. However, it is possible that as this comes forward, more individuals may emerge. One of my fears was that given the experience people had had of the justice system, given the false information that was produced by Horizon, that they may not wish to come forward and reopen that can of worms by going through an administrative process. This means that the convictions will be expunged by a process that will be underpinned by UK legislation, and it hopefully means that will be a swifter process and perhaps more people will come forward, but to the best of our knowledge, 26.
Tom Buchanan.
Can I ask the Minister what plan she has to addressing the ongoing backlog of cases within the justice system?
Minister.
We have a number of work streams within the criminal justice system. So I can only look at the criminal justice system. We have no levers over the speed with which things progress through the civil justice system because of the complexities of that system and the fact that that is driven largely by complainants and their solicitors. In the criminal justice system, we have a number of work streams within the Criminal Justice Board that are looking at how we can speed up justice, and we are, of course, keen to do that. We have great partnership working between the PSNI, the PPS, and the court service and the judiciary. However, all of that has been brought about in terms of being able to catch up after COVID and so on by people working well beyond their capacity, and any further reduction in available finance for the Department of Justice will have an impact on the length of time it will take us to progress cases through court. I would also note that in terms of what I said earlier about the 114 million spent on legal aid this year, that is a direct indication of how many cases are actually going through the court because of the increased capacity of the courts, and that's why we've had the highest spend this year on record.
Mr Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, for the response. The Minister agree that this delay within the justice system is a failing of our victims.
Response, Minister, please.
Well, with respect, they're not my victims, but it is certainly a failing of victims, and there is no question that it compounds the hurt and the stress and the anxiety that they are under. So that's why we have made it our top priority in terms of the justice system, in terms of how we actually get through those cases, and we are looking at both administrative but also at court-based procedures that will allow us to speed that up, and many of those are starting to take effect. However, it's a complex and a dynamic system. We do not control all aspects of it, and therefore we have to work in partnership with others.
We now move to questions. We don't take points of order during question time, members. I'm surprised people are asking. We now move to questions for Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. If members will take their ease momentarily while the ministers change positions. Right, we're now ready to start questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And I call Ms Anya Murphy. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As members will be aware, as a result of confirmed cases of blue tongue virus stereotype 3 in England, the trade of all live ruminants from Great Britain to Northern Ireland has been restricted. This area, in terms of the question, does fall under the direction and control of the Secretary of State, as provided for in Regulation 3 of the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024. There is 19 areas which fall under the direction and control of the Secretary of State. I intend to lodge more details in relation to those into the Assembly Library and also to publish that onto the Assembly website.
Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer, and I know that this is a deeply frustrating and indeed expensive time for farmers who have been hit by these restrictions. Minister, are you aware of any possible solutions that are currently being developed by DEFRA in relation to allow for the resumption of livestock imports from GB to the north?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. I'm not aware of anything further that DEFRA is considering in relation to this. What I do hear from many people in the industry is a real concern to ensure that blue tongue does not come into Northern Ireland, and that's the first focus for people in Northern Ireland from the farming background.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for that. Asking the Minister if the blue tongue issue was resolved, what was to stop livestock movements from GB to Northern Ireland then by just using the 15-day standstill rule at an export centre?
Minister.
Thank the member for his questions. I would again outline to members this area falls under the direction and control of the Secretary of State under the Windsor Framework Implementations 2024, and the Secretary of State for DEFRA is the key person in relation to this. What would require is that for the Secretary of State for DEFRA to apply for regionalisation.
Mr Alistair.
What representations has the Minister for Agriculture in Northern Ireland made to DEFRA about this matter? And indeed, has the Secretary of State issued any directions under the implementation regulations relevant to this? And isn't it abundantly absurd that you can bring cattle from France through Great Britain to Northern Ireland unimpeded but you can't bring cattle from GB to Northern Ireland.
Minister.
Thank you, member, for his question. There's three parts to his question. The key issue in terms of your question was whether the Secretary of State has issued a direction to civil servants. I'm not aware that any direction has been given, but for further information I would advise the member to follow that up with the Secretary of State for DEFRA. In terms of the issues around this, the key issue is in terms of the costs arising from this and whether compensation is forthcoming, and I'm not aware whether DEFRA have been considering that. I know it's an issue of concern, and it's a concern for me.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Who?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. I recognise that 2023 was a challenging year for potato growers, and our very wet and late spring of 2024 is now negatively impacting farming operations across almost every sector within the industry. I am conscious of the wider impact if wet weather continues in the weeks ahead, and have therefore made representations to the UK Government about the need for central government intervention if the situation does not improve. In the meantime, I encourage all farmers seeking advice on the management of their farming operations during this ongoing poor weather to contact the College of Agriculture, Food and Rural Enterprise through their local CAFRE advisor. In terms of a financial support scheme for potato growers affected by flooding in the counties of Armagh and Down last year, this has been rigorously examined by DAERA. A business case was developed to test the need for and value for money, including the net additional NI economy impact of a potential support package. However, the conclusion of this process was that government intervention was not likely to meet the threshold associated with managing public money required to justify and authorise this expenditure. For this reason, DAERA has not implemented a support scheme. I had previously advised members of my intention to review the impact of this flooding event. As part of my review, I instructed officials to undertake inspections of fields that were identified as being subject to flooding. This work has been completed but did not support a change in the conclusion.
Dennis.
Again, I appreciate the Minister's answer, but certainly the farming community feel very much left behind in terms of help and support following the recent flooding event. And I appreciate the dire financial situation that departments are facing after years of Tory underfunding. But can I ask the Minister, will he commit to continue to raise this with the British Government to ensure that if additional money is found, that farmers can avail of that financial support that is much needed following the recent severe flooding events?
Minister.
I can, and I raised it with Minister Steve Baker last Wednesday whilst in London, outlined the critical nature of this. Whilst we had a few good days of weather, the forecast for the days ahead isn't great, and I'm aware that this is a real issue of concern, and I'm aware that the Irish Government have brought forward a scheme of support, but what we need here is the UK Government intervention, because this is something that is of an enormity that requires the UK Government to step up.
Michelle McElvain.
I'd like to thank the Minister and in particular his officials who I have engaged with since the autumn floods in respect of the potato farmers, but I really can't adequately express the disappointment felt by those farmers who quite frankly believe that the Minister wasn't brave enough to intervene and give them the vital financial support that they needed following the extensive loss of crop compared to while other businesses were able to avail of support. Can I ask the Minister how this decision sits with his desire to champion the horticultural sector, many of whom may go out of business as a result of his inaction?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question and for her engagement with our officials in relation to this particular issue in terms of potato growers. What I have got to do as Minister is to satisfy myself in terms of the use of public funds and the tests associated with that. I'm also conscious of the budget situation, and my department sits here and look forward to support from other members in this chamber to improve that situation. I'm very keen to support the horticulture sector, but what I need is a need to be able to satisfy myself in terms of use of public funds and also in terms of budget cover in relation to this. I'm aware that previously ministerial directions have been issued around this, but I'm also conscious as previously a member of the Public Accounts Committee of the threshold that needs to be reached in relation to that. And I think it's important that we lobby the UK Government for a UK-wide support scheme.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far in this question. Can you please outline your department's plans under the new Farm Support and Development Programme around supporting farmers impacted by crisis? Thank you.
Thank the member for a question. The key objective of my department's approach through the new Farm Support and Development Programme is to encourage farm businesses to better manage risk within their own businesses and to become more resilient, to be better prepared to cope for situations such as bad weather. A crisis framework is being developed under the programme that will enable my department to assess potential industry impacts such as weather or market failure. It will determine the most appropriate timing and form of intervention necessary for a specific crisis. This will involve setting out trigger points, such as scale of impact or market price reductions, to inform the operation of this framework. I look forward to receiving a briefing on the work to date from officials. In terms of preparedness for exceptional weather events, my officials continue to engage and collaborate with government and agency partners through such fora as the Northern Ireland Flood Strategy Steering Group and the Regional Community Resilience Group to ensure that our collective response to and recovery from adverse weather is efficient, effective and targeted.
Minister, could I ask you just, we all know fodder's running low. The cattle can't be put out and animals can't be put out in the fields, crops can't be planted. Have you ever considered a sort of mechanism whereby certain conditions, if they're met by the department analysing the situation, that an automatic kick-in of provision of support would be provided for the farming and horticultural sectors?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question, and I think it's quite a constructive question. I think it's something we need to consider in terms of the future Farm Support and Development Programme. Look, the reality here is that climate change is something that's affecting all of Northern Ireland, and it's here to stay, unfortunately. And what we need to do is we need to be able to build resilience within our agriculture sector, and initiatives such as what you outline are something that can be considered in the future. And what's key to this is in terms of his budget.
Question 3.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 3, 6, 8 and 9 together. Trees are very popular here today, and it's good to see that. To achieve its target of planting 18 million trees by 2030, my department has done a number of things. It's revised its forest expansion grant scheme by lowering the minimum area threshold for eligibility to the scheme. In addition, it introduced a new small woodland grant scheme in December 2020, aimed particularly at attractive native woodland projects for a wide range of applicants, including smaller landowners. It also supports both the Forest Expansion Grant Scheme and the Small Woodland Grant Scheme at a level of around £3 million annually in grant payments. The Department also continues to work in collaboration with a number of councils and public bodies such as Northern Ireland Water to encourage the afforestation of available publicly owned land. And also the Department has commenced a programme of stakeholder engagement with forest industry and landowner representatives to jointly consider measures that can be taken to further increase afforestation. The Department is considering a number of policy options aimed at increasing the level of afforestation. These include new grant support mechanisms to incentivise landowners to plant woodland for carbon capture, sustainable timber production, contributing to jobs and our economy, water quality protection, environmental and habitat enhancement, and public access for health and well-being. The Department's Farm Support and Development Programme includes a Farming with Nature package, which is currently under development. It is anticipated this package will offer support to farmers to plant small areas of trees and to plant trees in existing and new hedgerows. The Department's plans to increase the rate of afforestation are being prepared and will be included in Northern Ireland's Climate Action Plan.
Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. And recently I attended Broider Gold, a farm in Limavady in my constituency, which is working with nature and protecting biodiversity, so we know our farmers play a key role there. Minister, my question just is in regards to incentives for farmers to protect biodiversity and to plant more trees. You touched on a number of key things there, but in addition to those, is there anything else you're exploring or anything else your department is looking at to incentivise our farmers?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and there's many good examples in Northern Ireland. I think it's fantastic to see that. I think the future farm support programme is going to be a key element of this, and what I want to do is work with farmers to see what we can do in relation to this area, because there's some farmers where this will be difficult, but for some farmers this will be something that's attractive. We also need to be dealing with a generational issue in terms of farmers who want to hand on their land to younger people within their family, and how we can facilitate this. So this is absolutely key around this, because the farm community is the custodians of our countryside, and we need to work with them to achieve our targets in relation to this.
Source Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his questions so far as well. I really welcome the work the Minister has done in terms of tackling the issue of afforestation. In Lagan Valley and Lisburn Castlereagh, we have one of the least wooded areas in the north. Can the Minister outline what additional steps the planting of trees contributes to nature recovery?
Thank the member for a question. I'm very conscious that in terms of Northern Ireland we have the least forwarded, one of the least forwarded regions in the whole of Europe, but there's real opportunities to address that. Northern Ireland woodland cover is low compared to other UK countries, and also this includes many small native woodlands that are remnants of much more extensive tree cover that's in the past. Whilst all woodlands are important for biodiversity, and protecting them is integral to efforts to mitigate climate change and promote nature recovery, tree planting to increase the size of existing woodlands and their connectivity through the landscape will contribute to their resilience and provide new habitat to support wildlife.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister so far for his answers? Could the Minister outline what areas of North Down might be included in this tree plantation? And also, could he outline the benefits to schools who might want to partake in helping to plant trees?
Thank the member for his question. I think the participation of schools is a fantastic opportunity, and it's something I'm very keen to work with the Minister of Education around this issue. In terms of North Down, there's many areas of opportunity. I think it was only just 2 weeks ago, it was in Hunts Park in Dognadee, where a community orchard has been planted. That's the community actively stepping forward and wanting to see tree planting. So there's many opportunities here, and what we need to do is incentivise and encourage people to undertake this tree planting.
Paul Fruit.
Native tree planting assists in the enhancement of wildlife compared to the forests of evergreen for timber production, which basically kills everything underneath. Has the Minister got the balance right?
In terms of environmental policy in Northern Ireland, getting the balance right is absolutely key, and something I'm very conscious of. I'm also conscious of my obligations under the climate change legislation in terms of afforestation, so what we need is to balance that and work with people in relation to this, and I'll not be found wanting in terms of wanting to strike a correct balance in these issues, but also be clear what our targets are.
If the Minister would detail how his department came to the figure of 18 million trees.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I will write back in more detail in relation to where the evidence came from in relation to that, but I'm conscious that in terms of the climate change legislation, there is clear targets around this, and tree cover is something that's absolutely fundamental to that.
I call Dr. Steve Aiken.
Question number 4, please.
Thank the member for his question. My response is quite long and quite detailed. The intent of the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, is to assign a fair price to the carbon emitted during the production of carbon-intensive goods that are entering the EU, and to encourage cleaner industrial production in non-EU countries. My officials are working closely with counterparts in the UK Government to develop an understanding of how the mechanism may affect relevant stakeholders in Northern Ireland, and this is an ongoing process. As you may be aware, the EU CBAM will come into full operation on the 1st of January 2026, having been implemented on a transitional basis from the 1st of October 2023. On the 18th of December last year, the UK Government announced the intention to implement a UK CBAM with effect from the 1st of January 2027 as part of their response to the 2023 consultation on potential carbon leakage mitigation measures. Feedback to this initial consultation highlighted the importance of alignment to a UK-designed scheme with similar mechanisms in other jurisdictions, such as how it will integrate with the EU mechanism. The UK Government has launched a further consultation seeking views on the potential design of this mechanism, and this remains open until the 13th of June. As set out in the UK Government command paper entitled Safeguarding the Union, the EU CBAM cannot apply in Northern Ireland unless this is agreed by the UK. It can only apply in Northern Ireland with the agreement of the UK and in line with the democratic safeguards of the Windsor framework. Consequently, as things stand, the EU CBAM should not impact on trade between Northern Ireland and GB. The UK emissions trading scheme, of which Northern Ireland is an active and equal partner with the UK Government and other devolved administrations, is a really effective carbon reduction mechanism, helping us collectively to deliver reducing greenhouse gases and to meet our global commitments. Assigning a price to carbon emissions is a proven way to incentivise innovation and emissions reduction, and positive action taken by many industries and businesses in Northern Ireland will contribute to reduce their exposure to any external CBAM. A summary of the European Commission guidance on EU CBAM for UK exporters has been produced by the UK Government and is available on gov.uk.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank the Minister for his very fulsome reply. Obviously, the significant issue is going to be on our linkage with the UK emissions trading scheme. Has his officials had much contact yet with the UK Government on these significant issues? And have he had any indications so far of what the likely carbon pricing infrastructure is likely to be? And more importantly, Minister, what the likely differential between the EU and the UK is likely to be?
Minister.
So there are three very detailed questions about a very technical area, and I will write to ensure that you get a fulsome reply on this. I'm aware of the concerns around this. What I would say as Minister is that alignment between the UK and the EU in relation to these issues would resolve a lot of issues, and it's something that I would encourage. I know that businesses would encourage that because there's environmental benefits associated with this, but there is uncertainty around these areas, and it's important that we remove uncertainty so businesses have the confidence to invest.
Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the subject of the benefits of the emissions trading schemes, can the Minister outline to the House some of the benefits, environmental benefits that he's referenced?
Minister.
So what we need to do to meet our obligations under the climate change legislation, but also more broadly in terms of environmental policies, is we need to do everything we can to reduce emissions, and emissions trading schemes are absolutely key. The UK emissions trading scheme currently applies to energy-intensive industry, electricity generation and aviation. In Northern Ireland, there are currently 17 industrial installations in the scheme, as well as 2 aviation operators. There are also 6 electricity generators who continue to participate in the EU ETS under the terms of the Windsor framework. This is to protect the operation of the all-Ireland single electricity market.
Sinead McLaughlin.
For your answer so far, Minister, can you detail what steps that you will take with the Irish Government in relation to CBAM?
Sir.
I'm aware of there might be concerns in terms of the impact of trade with the Republic of Ireland. At present, the impact of EU CBAM on Northern Ireland companies exporting to the Republic of Ireland is not clear. My officials continue to work closely with UK Government counterparts to develop an understanding of potential impacts in Northern Ireland. UK Government colleagues have committed to ensuring my department is kept updated as understanding develops. However, I do not have any specific information on the potential impacts to share with members at this time. The UK Government has produced a summary of the European Commission guidance on EU CBAM for UK exporters. This is available on the UK Government website, and I will write to you because the URL here is extremely long.
This
is a complex issue and the picture is developing, and I accept that. But will you confirm that Northern Ireland will be subject to the EU CBAM rules unless the UK Government denies that? Or if the UK Government aligns with the European Union CBAM. It seems to me that this is an example of the lack of democracy and accountability, that Northern Ireland and this House cannot have these adjustments made.
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. We lost democracy and accountability for 2 years in this place, and it's good to see that we're back and we can answer questions in relation to this issue. At this stage, it remains unclear how the EU CBAM will affect Northern Ireland stakeholders. The EU may approach the UK with a view to including CBAM within the scope of the Windsor framework. However, to date, no such approach has been made.
Alan Chambers.
Your question 5.
Thank the member for his question. It's something we know closely as North Down representatives. I can confirm that there has been one prosecution taken by my department in relation to water pollution in the Cotton River over the last 10 years. That case related an incident from agricultural source, and the fine imposed by the court was £1,500. During this 10-year period, there were 3 incidents that met the criteria for formal enforcement actions due to the impact on the environment. One was resolved via cross-compliance penalty, of which I'm reviewing with the Department at the present one time in terms of a general policy area. No further action was possible in the remaining 2 instances involving Northern Ireland water infrastructure, as the pollution was due to blockages in the system caused by third parties. However, Northern Ireland Environment Agency costs were recovered in these cases.
Mr Chambers.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his reply. It's very, very disappointing to hear the small number of prosecutions and detections over a 10-year period, because it's widely recognised that this river makes a huge contribution to the ongoing failure of water quality in Ballyholme Bay. And I know that the Minister, in his role as a local MLA in the recent past, has lobbied for solutions.
Can we get the question, Mr Chambers?
So I'm just asking the Minister, what is his solutions and what action is he going to take to improve the water quality of Ballyholme Bay?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I do agree this is disappointing, and I'm aware of the consequences of this pollution in terms of, well, it's Ballyholme Beach when people look to go swimming. I don't think it is acceptable to see pollution of our watercourses. What I as Minister want to do is take every action I can to stop pollution of our waterways, and also want to see a stronger approach to enforcement around these issues as well. And that will require funding from my department. I suppose there's two issues to say around this. In terms of the issues at Ballyholme, and something I've been engaging with officials on, my department is collaborating with Northern Ireland Water and AFBI on enhancing monitoring of Ballyholme bathing water and the Cotton River during this coming bathing season, to apply microbial source tracking during dry and heavy rainfall periods. This will enable us to better understand how the indicators fluctuate and the primary sources of these, whether they're from wastewater or from agriculture, and which will then allow us to further target measures to improve water quality at the Ballyholme bathing water. There's more information in relation to the instances that have occurred over the last 10 years, and I will write to you to set out the details around this, because I think it's important we know what's happened, but also we chart a course to address this. We need to do something around agricultural runoff. Quite a lot needs to be done there, but also we need to invest in our wastewater infrastructure.
Deborah Erskine.
The Minister for his answers so far. One pollution incident within 10 years is pretty shocking. How effective does the Minister think that his department effectively engages with NIEA and Northern Ireland Water to solve this issue? Because there are overspills caused by NI water into our waterways. That's a damning indictment in relation to our waterways here in Northern Ireland. How effective does his department work with NIEA?
Minister.
So my department works strongly with the Environment Agency. It's an agency of my department, and I engage regularly with the Chief Executive of that. In terms of Northern Ireland Water, this is something that is a concern for me, and I intend to meet with the Infrastructure Minister over the time ahead. What we need to do is investment, so we can invest in our wastewater infrastructure, because the result of not investing is the pollution instances which we're outlining, and also then the constraint on housing and economic development in Northern Ireland. And we need to do something differently in relation to this, because if we don't, we're going to continue to outline to the House the impacts of not investing in Northern Ireland Water. In terms of the agricultural runoff, there's probably two types of approaches we need to take. We need to do the engagement and the awareness raising of the impacts in terms of agricultural practices and how that can result in pollution, but also we need to look at enforcement around that as well, and that's something that will be quite key in terms of the action plan I intend to take forward in relation to Lough Neagh.
Anna Egan.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers so far. We are all eagerly awaiting the Finance Minister to bring forward a budget. Could you please explain to us, Minister, what impact a budget settlement could have on the enforcement capabilities for your department for instances like the Cotton River in North Down?
Minister.
So the budget settlement for my department could go one of two ways. It could go to a situation where we can actually protect our environment. We can do that engagement, we can do that enforcement, and we can have something to be proud of in Northern Ireland. Or it could go to a situation where the budget settlement is totally inadequate, and what we're doing is reducing the level of enforcement, reducing the level of engagement, and we have scenes that have been occurring over the last number of years just continuing into the future. And I hope that the Executive will back me in terms of the funding bid that I've been making, so that we can address the issue of water quality in Northern Ireland.
Matthew Till.
Speaker, Minister, whether it's the Cotton River in his constituency, the crisis at Lough Neagh, sewage being pumped into the sea where near bathing water, it's clear the public in Northern Ireland want a step change in terms of environmental enforcement beyond some of the very low, in fact pathetic numbers of prosecutions were outlined earlier. Does he agree that in order to do that we need an independent environmental protection agency, and will he commit to delivering one, so far as he's able, by the end of this mandate?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question, and the end of his question was my answer, so as far as I am able. This was a commitment under New Decade, New Approach. Conscious of that commitment, upon coming into office, I tasked officials to undertake an environmental governance review to see where we're sitting at the present moment in time, because we have the Office of Environmental Protection, we have a different landscape in terms of post-EU exit. We also have the issue in terms of how an independent environmental protection agency is funded, because if it's not independently funded, then there's an issue arising. Is that a constraint on its work? My party has a very strong commitment to an independent environmental protection agency and working with officials in terms of this environmental governance review, because what we do need is we need to have independent oversight here in Northern Ireland, and it's something that I'm quite keen to look at over the time ahead with officials. This will naturally be subject to consultation, and look forward to support from other parties within this House, because that is key to secure that in terms of going forward.
Question, Nicola Rogan.
Question number 7, please.
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. I've had recent discussions with my executive colleagues on the content of a draft environment strategy for Northern Ireland, otherwise known as an environmental improvement plan, and I hope to secure executive agreement to the strategy that is both ambitious and deliverable very shortly. Once agreement has been obtained, and I hope that is very shortly, I will be making a statement to the Assembly, and the strategy will be published as Northern Ireland's first environmental improvement plan and laid in the Assembly.
Brogan.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Can the Minister advise if there are legally binding measures in the plan to reach the 30 by 30 target that the previous era Minister had committed to, please?
Minister.
So I don't want to unveil the strategy until it's been agreed by the Executive, but the strategy is a pathway to achieving many different targets within it, including what you've outlined, and it's absolutely key that the Executive adopts this soon so we can set this out, because it's also an overarching strategy for how we deal with the issues associated with Lough Neagh, because the catchment area for Lough Neagh is way beyond the bed and soil of the loch, and that's what we need to do, is having a strategy and then an action plan, so hope that we can outline this very soon.
Time for tabled questions is up. We move to topical questions, and I call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you. Could I ask the Minister for an update on the proposals for the appointment of a Just Transition Commission, please?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. The Just Transition Commission is a key element of the climate change legislation, which was passed democratically by this House in 2022, and I'm very keen to see it in place. I would hope to have it in place by the end of this year. One key aspect around this is in terms of funding, and there's a Just Transition Fund that's meant to come alongside that, and essentially that is the different pots of funding collaborated together under one umbrella, and it's quite key for me that we have a Just Transition funding for Northern Ireland, because that allows us to work and deliver climate change with people, and it's very, very key that we address that, and it's something I've engaged with the UK Government, but also have engaged with the Labour Party in terms of their future fiscal policy, because climate change is an opportunity for Northern Ireland if it's funded correctly.
Mr McGlone.
Thank you for that, Minister. Could I also ask just, Minister, in regard to the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, what proposals in fact you have for that, and what ask you've made for it?
Thank the member for his question. That forms a key part in terms of the earmark funding we receive for agricultural support, alongside other measures which come together in relation to that. And I think something I've lobbied strong to the UK Government in terms of the future, in terms of funding for Northern Ireland, and also to the Labour Party in the event that they form the next government, because it's absolutely key that we're able to assist and enable our agricultural community in terms of moving forward, and that climate change is a really big challenge for Northern Ireland, particularly for the agricultural sector. But if we're able to give funding towards that, we can grasp opportunities and give sustainability for our communities in Northern Ireland.
Murray Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister made me aware of the concerns of many of my constituents in relation to coastal erosion in Kirkcudbright. What action does your department intend to take to minimise the impact of coastal erosion?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. It's something that I'm regularly receiving correspondence in relation to. It's something of which does have no formal departmental responsibility around, but it's something that's an increasing issue, especially for our coastal communities in Northern Ireland. I saw it the first time when Diane Forsyth took me down to Kilkeel and was able to see the cliffs and some of the issues that are being affected there, but also in other areas around Northern Ireland. I intend to meet with the Minister for Infrastructure of the time ahead so we can scope way forward as an executive in relation to this issue, because I understand the concerns around this, but I also am aware the funding is needed to accompany actions around this.
Mr Harvey.
Thank you, Minister, for your reply. Would the Minister be willing to meet a delegation from the area to discuss this matter? Thank you.
Minister.
I would be delighted to, and if you follow it up with my private office, hopefully we can schedule that.
Has told me that there was no formal consultation with him by the Secretary of State in relation to the Windsor Framework implementation regulations. Was there any consultation? And if so, what was the nature of that consultation, considering that powers were being removed from him?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. There was no formal consultation. The public were aware that regulations of this matter were being considered in September of last year. I think it was around that time. Upon taking up office, I became aware that this was again being considered, and there was reference to an element around this in the Safeguarding the Union command paper. So I met with the Secretary of State and I met with the Minister of State, Steve Baker, in relation to this issue, and I outlined my concerns around these issues. To me, what has been brought forward in relation to this is extremely challenging operationally, and I've outlined those concerns on multiple occasions to the UK Government in terms of the impact it has. We saw that today in terms of question time, where I was receiving a question about an issue which is under the direction and control of the Secretary of State for DEFRA, where that is under his remit, but yet members were asking me questions around that. I seek to participate and answer questions and engage with members of this House in every matter that they can, but if something's under the direction and control of the Secretary of State, I'm slightly impeded in terms of that. So I have outlined my concerns on multiple occasions to the UK Government. I'm meeting with Steve Baker again tomorrow around these issues.
Mr. Allister.
The implementation regulations give the Secretary of State power to issue instructions or directions. Have any such instructions or directions been issued? And if and when they are, how will the Assembly know that?
Minister, and could you speak forward so the speakers can catch what you're saying?
Sorry,
please?
apologies. I was trying to face Mr. Allister and be polite, but I will speak into the microphone. I'm not aware if a direction's been issued, and perhaps I'm not the person to ask. Probably it's the Secretary of State for DEFRA to ask that, because that direction would be issued to officials in my department who are then reporting to that Secretary of State. So that's something that the relationship is there. There is, within the guidance set out, there is a requirement for engagement with relevant ministers, and that's something I've been made clear I wish to see those engagements occurring on a monthly basis, because these are operationally challenging in relation to this. The point you make in terms of whether a direction is issued and whether this House is communicated to is a point I will make to Steve Baker tomorrow, because I think it's important for democratic accountability around this, these regulations that have been made are unprecedented. They're a movement in terms of the devolved space. I am assured that they're done in terms of upholding our international obligations in terms of the Windsor Framework, but there's practical challenges around this, and I'm conscious of those.
Hannah Egan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, could you please outline what steps you and your department are taking to protect pollinators such as honeybees?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My department is responsible for 3 actions in the All-Ireland Pollinator Plan. My department funds organisations such as Bug Life and Butterfly Conservation who undertake actions to provide habitat for pollinators. My officials support and coordinate guidance publications to promote All-Ireland Pollinator Action Plans.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. Would you agree with me that the decline that we have seen in pollinators such as honeybees is concerning?
Minister.
I entirely agree, and when we see a decline, then that points to a real concern around our environment, and it's something that we should be very, very conscious of, and that's why I would encourage initiatives that address these issues, and I think the work that's done across Northern Ireland around these matters is actually to be encouraged and something my department is keen to support.
Flynn.
Can I ask the Minister to provide an update on progress around the Dilapidation bill, if any? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank the member for her question. I am very keen to progress this bill. It is ready to go, and I'm waiting for the Executive to agree its legislative programme.
Thank you. Thanks very much to the Minister for his response. I know that he obviously expressed interest in this previously when there was the incident at the George Best Hotel in Belfast. But in the context of a new bill being brought forward, does the Minister envisage any overlap with DFC regarding urban development and the use of maybe some other grants for vacant and derelict buildings and land?
Minister.
I thank her member for her question, and it's something I have been very keen on, something I've didn't participate in taking up this ministry, so now I've got the responsibility for delivering this legislation. And dereliction within our town and city centres has a real impact, because it doesn't help deliver regeneration. It delivers quite the opposite around that. And in terms of regeneration powers, they do sit with the Department of Communities, so there needs to be a crossover in terms of, if we deliver this legislation, how can then we grant aid some of the engagements around this. So it's really key that we bring this forward. I'm very conscious of the impact of not having the legislation. The legislation will be an enabler, not as entire solution, but an enabler to tackle dereliction, and then that crossover to the Department of Communities hopefully can provide a bit of hope for town and city centres that have been the victim of dereliction.
Paul Bradshaw.
Can you please outline your department's budgetary requirements for this financial year? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I'm very conscious that the budget situation that Northern Ireland faces in terms of potential decisions will involve very difficult choices to be made by all ministers, and I'll not shy away from those decisions myself. I'm not someone who's known for that, and it's someone who's very keen to ensure that as an executive we are successful and we're able to set a budget. But it's important that that budget is a fair budget, and is a budget that allows the departments to be able to deliver upon their expectations and duties for the people of Northern Ireland. I welcome the fact the executive at their first meeting set the priority in terms of tackling the issues associated with Lough Neagh, and it's been talked about by some other members in here in terms of the issues such as water quality. These are the public's priority. They want to see action in relation to that. My concern around the budget and what could be allocated to my department is that in terms of what my department would be able to do, I would be potentially doing less rather than more. That would mean that in terms of any actions associated with Lough Neagh, that they would be paused. And I don't think that is credible nor acceptable. We need to be able to invest in terms of actions associated with Lough Neagh, and that is something I'm quite keen as a point to make to executive colleagues, because if we're going to make Lough Neagh a priority, we need to fund it. The other aspect is over half of my department is funded through earmark fundings associated with agricultural support, and I need staff to deliver that, and without the funding from my department we may struggle to be able to distribute those funding. Lastly, in terms of compensation levels for bovine TV, it's important that those are funded, otherwise the budget would force me into decisions I do not wish to take.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers. And you touched upon it a bit there, and it's in relation to Lough Neagh. And could you please outline the impact that an inadequate funding package will have on your ability to tackle the issues associated with Lough Neagh? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. So, in terms of Lough Neagh, I think we're all aware of what the issues are associated with this. We need funding so we can do the engagement and education in terms of the reasons that are causing this, particularly in terms of agricultural runoff. We also need to provide incentivication, but also we need to put resources into enforcement. And if we don't fund any of that, then what do people expect is going to happen in relation to Lough Neagh? The situation is going to repeat itself. So we need to fund these interventions. We also need to fund our wastewater infrastructure. We can, on one hand, bemoan the consequences of pollution in Lough Neagh and then not fund the interventions that are required to deal with the source of it. So we need to get real in relation to the environment here in Northern Ireland. We have a problem here. We need to acknowledge it. We also need to fund it. And this is what absolutely fundamental for my department. I recognise there's difficult choices to be made across Northern Ireland in terms of budgets and departments. I fully get that. But if we're going to make something a priority, then what we need to do is we need to be able to fund it.
John Buchanan.
Thank you, Speaker and Minister. I understand you have received a request from the Ulster Farmers Union and the Veterinary Services for a meeting dedicated to discussions around the wildlife intervention relating to TB issue. Do you intend to meet with them, and what has the hold-up been in that they haven't had their meeting as yet?
I thank the member for his question. I've had hundreds of meeting requests and I'm trying to accommodate them. I think meeting with the Ulster Farmers Union and other bodies associated with the TB strategy and interventions that could be made around that is important. I'm quite keen to facilitate that. If the member wants to write with me, we can try to arrange that. I meet the Ulster Farmers Union on a regular basis and we discuss these issues. I'm very conscious that the whole issue around TB needs action in relation to that. That's why I've tasked the new Chief Veterinary Officer, Brian Dure, to take a fresh look at this. I'm conscious that time's not on our side because of the budget pressures around this, and it's something I'm quite keen to deal with.
Minister, or Mr Buchanan.
Mr Speaker, I understand this is a meeting, however, dedicated to the discussion around the TB issue. And given that 89,000 beef cattle and dairy cattle have been culled in the past 5 years, it is concerning that farmers are concerned that they are not being met, that you haven't met with them, you haven't met with the Ulster Farmers Union and the veterinary services on this specific issue that the request went forward for.
So I have met farmers, I have met the Ulster Farmers Union, so I don't know where that's coming from, frankly. I engage with people regularly. I'm very well known to be a listening minister and also a minister prepared to act. If you want that meeting, I can arrange it this week.
Mike Nesbitt.
Minister, in terms of afforestation, I know you're going to write to me in terms of the 18 million trees. But what is the ultimate objective in terms of that strategy?
Minister.
The ultimate objective here in Northern Ireland is that we've come from a place where, in terms of Western Europe, one of the least forested areas. So we need to address that. We need to address that for two reasons. One is the impact upon the environment of that situation, but also in terms of our climate change obligations. And afforestation provides us a real opportunity to be able to deliver upon our legal obligations around that. We also have a situation where we see forested areas are extremely popular, and I'm very conscious that there's a number of councils who have taken on lease agreements with the Forest Service for amenities, and what's happened in those situations is the places are packed. There's many people coming to it, so there's great opportunities around this. We see this today in terms of the amount of questions around forestation and tree planting. People are very keen to see that happen, and I'm very keen to work with people on that, and we need to be able to facilitate in cooperation with landowners. But that's the opportunity here for Northern Ireland, and I'm very confident we can achieve that because there's real community buy-in for this. And we were in Dungnadee a few weeks ago, and the community actively sought out grant funding to be able to deliver a community orchard in the area. That's really positive.
Brings a conclusion to topical questions. Thank you, Mr Nesbitt. Mr O'Toole.
Speaker, during Justice Questions, I asked the Minister about movements at the top of the civil service, including from her department. Could you just confirm whether it's in order for a member to ask a Minister about personnel changes in the senior civil service, indeed in the leadership of their departments?
Well, it's in order to ask questions, and the Ministers will answer questions as they see fit. We will now take a raise as change the top table and move to the previous debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to renew our debate on policing in South Armagh. Minister, you're next up and you have a further 10 minutes if you so wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And when we left this debate, we were discussing the particular intervention was around whether there were issues that could be done in terms of people using essentially vehicles as weapons, which is what I was about to move on to. Currently, there are a number of sentences, as I say, that can be applied in the case of attacks on police. However, to look specifically at the motoring offences, for offences involving vehicles, there is a maximum penalty of 5 years where a vehicle is taken without the owner's consent and due to the driving of the vehicle, a collision occurs in which injury is caused to any person. This rises to a 14-year maximum sentence in cases where death or grievous bodily injury results. Similarly, a charge of causing death or serious injury by dangerous driving or causing death or serious injury by careless driving whilst under the influence of alcohol or drugs can result in a maximum 4-year sentence. Under the sentencing bill, I intend to increase this maximum to 20 years. If there is evidence to prove that a vehicle was used as a weapon with the intent to kill, the manner of driving could move to a charge of dangerous driving causing death into a murder charge. The only sentence for a person convicted of murder is a life sentence. In addition, in certain cases, a vehicle used to commit an offence may be confiscated, and since 2008, provision has existed allowing the court to disqualify someone from driving for any offence. The motion also makes reference to PSNI funding, and I entirely agree that it is vital to have effective, responsive and visible policing in Northern Ireland. I am acutely aware of the challenging budgetary situation faced by the PSNI. These issues are discussed in my regular engagement with the Chief Constable and are not unique to the PSNI, but affect the entirety of the justice system. In terms of how policing resources are deployed within the PSNI itself, you will appreciate that that is a matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Policing Board, and is not for me or for my officials. However, I want you to be assured that I will continue to give my full support to ensuring the needs of the PSNI are represented at the executive table and beyond, to ensure that they have sufficient available resources to deliver policing in the context of a properly resourced and funded justice system. You'll also appreciate that all government departments are facing significant challenges next year, and while the £3.3 billion package goes some way to address some immediate issues, the long-term sustainability remains a significant concern. The member also asked during question time, and I can give him more accurate figures, I think, in this section, but while the total block grant has increased by 43% in the last 12 years, the DOJ has seen only a 3% growth in budget allocation. Both health and education have seen their budget allocations grow by just over 70% and 45% respectively over the same period. One cannot expect justice to be in a healthier state than health or education when we are being starved of resource. In real terms, the Department of Justice budget is around 423 million below where it should have been if it had only kept pace with inflation. That is making no allowance for the increased demand on the justice system. The majority of my department's costs are demand-led and inescapable, and so there is limited scope to further reduce the levels of service provided. Indeed, if there is no increase in the baseline for 24-25, my department anticipates potential resource pressures of approximately 444 million. Within that 444 million of pressures, PSNI has reported pressures of 307.5 million. Including 131.5 million for pay and other operational pressures, and further pressures of 176 million for compensation claims and legal costs in respect of the data leak, holiday pay and a number of other issues. There is absolutely no scope for my department to absorb the 444 million pressures, given the demand-led nature of justice expenditure, in addition to the recurring costs of the 2023-24 pay awards. I will therefore be looking to the Minister of Finance to provide a fair and equitable budget settlement for the Department of Justice and for other executive parties to support her in doing so. In Northern Ireland, the Department of Finance has ultimate responsibility for coordinating and collating departmental bids for funding and for publishing the Northern Ireland Central Government budget. Decisions on funding allocations are ultimately made by the Northern Ireland Executive. The role of the department in distributing its budget is to allocate to the PSNI, having regard to the PSNI's request for resources and the overall financial envelope allocated by the Department of Finance. Outside routine budget setting, monitoring and allocation processes, my department will commission and support PSNI in the development and submission of bids in response to opportunities for additional funding as and when they arise, as we have in previous years. However, in-year funding is non-recurrent, and so the replacement is no replacement for an adequate baseline. The budget provided in 2023-24 meant the department faced opening pressures of £149 million. We worked proactively to address those pressures and reduce spend where possible. However, we were still facing a potential pressure, including pay awards and other pressures, of £75.3 million at the year's end, the majority of which sat with the PSNI. That has now been met with an additional allocation of £75.3 million, as outlined in my written ministerial statement on the 15th of February 2024. Budgets have not been set for next year yet, and therefore no decisions have been taken regarding funding levels for the next financial year. I will continue to work with the Chief Constable, the Minister of Finance and my executive colleagues to ensure we have a service and a justice system that is properly resourced for all the challenges it faces. To not do so will further degrade the ability of the system to protect life, to prevent crime and to keep people safe. In terms of police numbers, I also understand the current resource and pressures faced by the Chief Constable in the context of an extremely challenging financial climate. One of the priorities of the New Decade New Approach document was to increase police officer numbers to 7,500. Members will be aware the funding package, however, accompanying the New Decade New Approach fell well short of the amount needed to deliver on its priorities, and funding for increasing police officer numbers is not currently within my departmental budget. Therefore, it will be for the Executive to make decisions around which priorities are funded and to what extent. That figure of 7,500 officers is not a new one. It was noted as far back as the Pattern Review of Policing in 1999, which said that provided the peace process does not collapse and the security situation does not deteriorate significantly from the situation pertaining at present, the approximate size of the police service over the next 10 years should be 7,500 full-time officers. Even with digitisation and new operating models, most recent assessments would suggest a service of approximately 7,200 is needed. As of the 31st of March 2024, the PSNI has 6,394 full-time equivalent officers, the lowest number since its formation. The recruitment of police officers is an operational matter for the Chief Constable. He is accountable to the Board, and it's important that I respect that operational independence both of the Chief Constable and the Board. Fiscally, however, we are in territory like we have never experienced before, and unfortunately the circumstances are not going to improve quickly. When members make demands for spending in one particular area, such as additional police officers, it is essentially a decision for all executive ministers, not just for me as Justice Minister, because it will draw resources from other places. My department, together with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, also provide about £4.5 million funding annually to police and community safety partnerships, which I believe have an important role to play in this particular issue. They liaise with local communities, statutory bodies, agencies and stakeholders and key partners, including the voluntary and community sector, to develop appropriate actions to deal with and reduce the impact of crime on local communities. My department supports a collaborative approach at a local and strategic level to help prevent crime occurring in the first place, to resolve issues at the earliest possible stage through interventions, and support communities and individuals most impacted by criminal behaviour. As is the case across Northern Ireland, the PCSP in this area works to improve community safety, tackle ASB and increase confidence in policing, which is crucial. Each PCSP is a partnership of local elected reps, members of the public who serve as independent members and staff from local agencies. I have no doubt that members of the local PCSPs would also join with us today in calling on the local community to assist the police with their inquiries when these incidents occur and to remove this scourge which is affecting not just the police but communities in their area and has the potential to put lives at risk. In summing up, Mr Speaker, I want to reiterate my condemnation of the ramming of police vehicles and attacks of any nature on police officers. I want to place on record my appreciation to police officers for the critical role they play in keeping everyone in society safe and protected. They deserve our respect for doing so, but more than that, they deserve the protection of the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board.
My apologies, Cathal. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. The BBC report of December 2023, which cites the 50% increase in injuries to officers because of their vehicles being deliberately rammed, says the crashes happened mostly in North and West Belfast, Derry and border areas such as South Armagh. The figure of 77 officers injured is for the officers injured across the North. PSNI highlighted in the media that there was an increase in deliberate collisions against PSNI vehicles across the north in 2023, 45 in total compared to 34 the previous year. Police figures for that year show that there were more ramming incidents in Belfast City than in Newry Morning Down. The figures also show that the increase was greater in Belfast City and in Derry and Strabane than in Newry Morning Down. Indeed, increase was significantly higher in Derry and Strabane than in Newry Morning Down. Media reports also show that ramming of police vehicles took place in England and Wales in that same period. It is not something that only happens here or only happens in one area. On the other hand, having police cars rather than police jeeps in an area can help support confidence in policing, can improve trust, and can help make people feel that they can alert police to activity in the area which they are concerned about. No matter where they occur, such deliberate collisions on police vehicles are to be condemned. Even one such attack is one too many. These ramming incidents harm officers who are trying to provide a local policing service, and in another way, they also harm the local community who are deprived of that service. We wish all the police officers injured in those attacks well. Ramming police vehicles in the hope of evading arrest is something that must stop. The South Armagh review had considerable benefits for policing in the local area. Police are out and about in the local community as they are in other areas. They are welcome in our schools, in our shops and in our GAA clubs. Police themselves report that the review has brought a new approach and style which maximises visibility as well as engagement with people in the local area, whilst also seeking to increase the safety of officers going about their daily work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, police cannot properly engage with the community if they cannot be seen. They cannot properly know what is happening in an area if they do not engage. Policing board members visited South Armagh in November of 2022 to see how things were going. The local police officers there spoke very positively about the South Armagh review and the benefits it had brought to policing in the area. In terms of crime trends, police highlighted the success they had in December 2023 in seizing suspected cocaine with an estimated street value of £10 million. When police from the Slieve Gullion neighbourhood policing team stopped a suspicious lorry near Jonesborough. This was the largest seizure of suspected cocaine ever made by the PSNI. Securing policing by consent is not something that can be done in 1 year and then forgotten about the next. It is always a work in progress. It is always worth doing. So I urge members to support our amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Now I call on Trevor Clark to conclude and wind up the debate in the motion, and you have 10 minutes, Trevor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank all of those who took part in the debate today? Much focus has been referenced in relation to the political motivation. And I think actually whenever Mike Nesbitt spoke, I think he set the scene well, where many of us did take the opportunity to go and visit the conditions in terms of Crossmaglen, and he's quite rightly said about the working conditions that those officers were expected to work in. However, this was part of their daily pattern until a certain picture was taken on Christmas Day 2019. And I have to commend the former Chief Constable for he took time to go around the province to actually speak to the men and women who are out there on a daily basis serving their communities. And unfortunate for some that there was a picture taken, I think fortunate for the Chief Constable that it showed his willingness to go all arts and parts of Northern Ireland. But there was a political motivation to the review, because it was in the back of that picture that many people got exercised, because the Chief Constable was standing with police officers with long armed rifles. Just so happens to be that was the style of policing that was required at a given time, and it wasn't reviewed. And that's fine. Roll forward, the review took place, and there's many aspects of the review has been very helpful. No one's denying that. But I think some people in this chamber today have some sort of revision problems, because if you look at the stats, and depending where you read your stats from, but I'm taking mine from the PSNI, South Armagh is on par with Belfast in terms of the vehicles rammed. Belfast, a larger concentrated population with all of its own problems. Crossmaglen in South Armagh is deemed as a rural location, which is on par with Belfast. Now, I think what we all agree on, one ramming incident is one ramming incident too many. However, whenever Mike Nesbitt spoke, he did refer to the cost of overtime for South Armagh and the way they used to police that station. We've just replaced it now with the cost of replacing police cars. An armoured police car costs £120,000 approximately each, and there's been at least 6 of those taken out of service in 1 year. That's not factoring in the cost of all of the other ones that are going for expensive repairs. That's one cost. The other is the cost. I mean, it's actually very interesting. When the Minister spoke today, she referred to the 6,300 officers. Unfortunately, we haven't got 6,300 officers on the front line. 73 or 77 in the last 12 months have been injured. Many of our officers are at home today, either on ill health or injury on duty. Many of those injuries on duty are emanating from crash cars or being rammed by other people. So the 6,300 isn't reflective of the size of the service we've got. And I suppose that takes me on to a part which is not in the motion, and forgive me, Minister, but I suppose it's one of those elements that if we could fix the ill health retirement and the injury on duty, we could free up additional officers. Yeah, I'm willing to do it.
Way, and I'm aware, obviously, that I've received a recent letter from the Policing Board around this. I'm more than happy to meet with the member to discuss this particular issue directly, because I am aware of the concerns. Not all of them lie with the department, but we're certainly open to having a conversation about it.
Yeah, and I thank the Minister for giving way, or sorry, for the intervention. And I wasn't trying to hijack you in this particular instance today. However, it does feed into the numbers and the narrative in terms of the number of officers who are unfit for duty in relation to this. And you will take from my questions previously, today even, in terms of the severity of the actions of those. I mean, these are not all dissident or terrorist attacks. Some of these are traffic, some of these are drugs, some of these are various incidents, but none of those negate the impact that that has on a police officer, or indeed a police officer's family, if their loved one has been brought home as a result of an injury. So all of these things in terms of that sentencing review must be considered. And one of the things that concerns me is that it has been used in the past as an excuse that we can compare these to a motoring offence as opposed to the severity of these are attempted murder, where you actually take a vehicle and ram a police officer. And I mean, as has been reminded by Jim Allister today and yourself in relation to the police officer up in Londonderry who lost her life in one of these incidents. It's when's the next one? What we need to do is we need a sentencing to fit the crime. I'm happy to give way.
For being so generous as to give way again. I think I may have misspoke earlier when I talked about careless driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, because I think it came across that I said it was 4 years. It's 14 at the minute, and the intention is to raise it to 20. But it's just to clarify that, and it is important to recognise that if there is deliberate intent, that can move it to a murder charge where somebody is seriously injured.
And I thank again the Minister for her words. And I mean, I think the intentions of what we're trying to establish here today. Some members seem to pick on the fact that we have used South Armagh. We've used South Armagh because the stats are there in relation to the incidents. We're not trying to make South Armagh a place apart. We believe that the community should be policed, and it should be, but the police officers should be treated there the same, right across the province, and everyone should enjoy the degree of protection of the law if someone goes out to actually injure or harm them. I'll go on then maybe in relation to, and I think most of the members spoke generally in support of the motion, albeit I'm a bit confused by I'm not sure if he's a member of the SDLP or not a member of the SDLP, but his party seemed to support it. So I'm not sure if Mr McNulty is a member or not a member, or whose side he's voting with today. But I do point him back to the statistics in terms of the incidents in relation to South Armagh, and he can see it for himself that the information that has been read into the record today by my colleague from Mid-Ulster is absolutely correct. But if he needs any help with that, I'm sure Keith would be happy to sit down and go through the figures with him to help him try and understand those. Members, I'm not going to revisit everything that everyone said, but broadly, we're all in support of the general thrust of the motion today. I would just implore that rather than reduce the impetus of what we are trying to say in our motion, I would implore you to support. Sorry, I will give it.
I thank the member for giving way. I hope he'll agree with me that we've just heard a very positive and very welcome intervention from the Minister in terms of how we process injury on duty and ill health retirement requests, and it follows a very welcome contribution by the Chief Constable at the last board meeting, who seems up for a review. It's my impression that every member of the board would like to see ill health and IODs done differently and better, and perhaps finally this is an opportunity to seize the day.
Thank the member. I mean, I apologise to the Minister, I didn't recognise that, and I think it's welcome. I think it's something we've all, and I should have declared an outset I'm a member of the Policing Board. I know in my 3 years there, I've been frustrated, as is every other member that's been on the board, about our role in terms of that process, but I do welcome the comments from the Minister today and look forward to that engagement to bring in something to the conclusion to try and give satisfaction to some of those officers who are waiting not months but sometimes years before they can leave the service, and allow that opportunity for someone else to come in. But I commend the motion to the House today.
Thank you. And thank you all for the debate. Standing in the name of Deirdre Hargey and Cathal Boland be made. All those in favour say aye. Just wait until I ask the question. Just wait until the question. All those against? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, order. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Deirdre Hargey and Cathal Boyle be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. No. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Anya Murphy and Cathal Boylan. Tellers for the noes are Keith Buchanan and Trevor Clark. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, order. Could members resume their seats, please? As a degree of hush falls over the chamber. Thank you. Clerk, could you read them out?
81 members voted. 49 members voted aye. 32 members voted no. The amendment is agreed.
Unfasten the doors. It be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those contrary? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Assembly will take its ease while we change over the top table. Thank you.
Order. Order, members. Next item on the order paper is a motion on relationships and sexuality education. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the value of compulsory, standardised, inclusive, high-quality, evidence-based and age-appropriate relationships and sexuality education as a means of empowering and preparing our children and young people for life. Regrets that children and young people in Northern Ireland have not had access to such a curriculum. Acknowledges that teachers and school staff must have the support, training and resources they require to feel confident in delivering relationships and sexuality education in schools. Further recognises that relationships and sexuality education has a vital role to play in tackling violence against women and girls, and calls on the Minister of Education to bring forward a plan which enshrines the right of children and young people to access relationships and sexuality education, and which values their voice in the development of a curriculum that will deliver a standardised, inclusive, high-quality, evidence-based and age-appropriate relationships and sexuality education.
Thank you. I call Kate Nicholl to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and published in the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes be added to total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to open the debate on this motion, a debate which will no doubt spark some passionate views across the House, but one that I hope that we can conduct with the respect that is due. The first time we discussed anything to do with relationships and sexuality at my secondary school was in a biology class on reproduction. I was 15 years old and we all knew what was coming. The teacher very slowly retrieved the video from the store and regretfully slotted in a VHS and pressed play, and some psychedelic kind of sperm went across the screen, and we had to endure that a second time, and on both occasions a child fainted. And I remember thinking at that time this was not the relationship and sexuality education we needed or that we wanted. And having come from Zimbabwe, it struck me how vastly different my experience had been there. At my primary school, we were given access to age-appropriate education on healthy relationships, which given the prevalence of HIV and AIDS, was quite literally a life-saving policy decision. And then I arrived in Northern Ireland, and as a young person, the system, it just baffled me, and that's why we brought this motion to the House today. It is long past the time that we gave young people the right to access comprehensive RSE as a means of empowering and preparing our young people for the realities of life. And it's not just regretful that so many have missed out on this education, but as I will set out, I believe it is negligent. In 2018, the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women recommended that the UK government make, and I quote, age-appropriate, comprehensive and scientifically accurate education on sexual and reproductive health and rights a compulsory component of curriculum for adolescents. The intervention from the Secretary of State while this place was down was an important step in the right direction, but there remains significant variation amongst schools in how RSE is taught, what content is covered, and when it is covered. The current guidance also allows for parents to exclude their children from crucial lessons on a range of subjects, including LGBTQ topics, sexual health, pregnancy prevention, and access to abortion, thereby diluting the education received by our young people. The reality is that RSE topics are interlinked, and limiting access to parts of the course leaves young people vulnerable to misinformation. An effective RSE curriculum, tailored to stages of development, should impartially teach age-appropriate, comprehensive and scientifically accurate content. Far better for young people to be able to ask an adult, a trusted adult, their questions than have to seek the answers elsewhere, often on the internet. A study by the Belfast Youth Forum has found that 73% of young people said they only received RSE once or twice or rarely, and 60% of young people felt that the information they received was either not very useful or not useful at all. In their recent report on LLW, the Secondary Students' Union in Northern Ireland found that only 22.8% of young people surveyed felt that they had been adequately taught about consent. The opt-out provides for the potential dilution of children's rights by limiting their access to age-appropriate information about healthy relationships and sexuality, and we are opposed to such a measure on that basis. The rights of the child must always be the priority, and our children and young people want access to a comprehensive RSE. Yes?
So if I understand this motion correctly, it wants to remove any reference to parental rights, any reference to respecting the ethos of a school, any right to governors having a say in this matter. If I've misunderstood the motion, no doubt she will correct me. But in doing that, aren't you flying in the face of the very European Convention on Human Rights, where in Protocol 1, Article 2, on education, it says the state shall respect the right of parents to ensure such education and teaching in conformity with their own religious and philosophical convictions. Why are you trying to defy the appropriate human rights?
The member will note that the 2023 statement on the Committee on the Rights of the Child on Article 5 of the UN CRC sets out that parents' responsibilities, rights and duties to guide their children is not absolute, but rather delimited by children's status as right holders. So there can be no dilution of the children's rights. And I would just suggest to the member, it's not really up for me to defend this. You know, he needs to defend why he is not supporting this when the Children's Commission, Nikki, and I'm setting it out. I'm just saying the member is not qualified to really give an opinion on this when all the evidence and all the experts say that this is what is needed. And it is not just about forming healthy and safe relationships and understanding consent and understanding abuse and being able to identify when you're being abused and know how to seek support, but it's also about online safety, and I would hope that every member in this House cares about that. It is important that parents are equipped and confident, but it should not infringe upon the rights of the child to access this education. And you know, since becoming a parent, ending child abuse is something that I have become more and more invested in. And as a parent and as a legislator, I want to make sure that we are all doing our best to ensure that no child is subject to abuse. We don't know how many children in the UK and Ireland are being abused because it's mostly hidden from view and it's underreported. Adults may not recognise when their children are being abused. A child may not know or understand. They may be ashamed, too scared to tell anyone. Children need to understand what abuse looks like so that they can get help. And without fact-based RSE, they could be missing out on crucial information. For our children and young people, knowledge is power. And I've been so inspired by an amazing woman called Hayley Ashton Lamont, who waived her anonymity to speak out about the abuse, the sexual abuse she received as a child from the age of 8 to 18. And she was robbed of her childhood. And she had to fight the system for justice. And Hayley shouldn't have had to go through any of this. And I wonder how many people in our society are living in silence who have been harmed because they have not had the space to have safe and healthy discussions about relationships. She herself said that school kids grow up into adults. And she said, we have to accept what was done to us with our adult logic is almost more painful than the abuse that was masked as love and care. Kids should grow up into adults with an understanding of RSE and the capacity to flourish and thrive, not to have to heal from the past. And so much harm has been caused by not preparing our young people, and it doesn't have to be that way. We can do something about it. And very much connected to this is the issue of online safety. We have to recognise the world that we live in. According to Ofcom, almost 2/3 of 13-year-olds in the UK have at least one social media account. According to NSPCC research conducted before lockdown, 1 in 7 children aged between 11 and 18 has been asked to send sexually explicit images and messages. That is abhorrent. And one key part of tackling this horrendous situation is to ensure that all children have access to standardised RSE curriculum that equips them to understand what healthy relationships look like and to recognise the signs of unhealthy relationships. There is so much in terms of violence against women and girls, which my colleague Connie Egan will touch on. There's the whole school approach. But I want to give space to the words of two young people who are doing work experience in my office today. Cadence and Samira said, "As young people, we feel the lack of proper RSE curriculum has greatly affected our ability to make informed decisions in compromising situations. The absence of a reliable RSE has inevitably led to damaging consequences. The topic should be discussed freely to allow students and young people to express their own dilemmas without the stigma. RSE conversations should not feel taboo. We are entitled to access comprehensive and holistic education on relationships and sexual education, instead of haphazardly scouring through the internet and expose ourselves to dangerous content." With the internet and social media, our children are accessing more harmful content and information than ever before, and according to the NSPCC, are more likely to come across sexual images and videos at a younger age than their parents would ever have done. Our children will be accessing information about relationships and sexuality, there is no doubt about it. The question for us here today is how we believe this education should be delivered. At worst, some saying that we should leave it to the internet with misinformation, fake news and damaging, misogynistic and dangerous information, setting the agenda, or at best, retain the current postcode lottery with the quality of RSE depending on what school you attend. Or do we acknowledge the reality of our world and work to ensure that every child in Northern Ireland has access to inclusive, high-quality, evidence-based and age-appropriate relationships and sexuality education from trusted and safe adults that will empower us and prepare them for the realities of life? And I just want to finish by saying that to anyone who has been let down by our education system, to anyone who has had to live in silence with what was inflicted on them, I am so sorry, and we are going to fight for a relationship and sexuality education which is befitting of the 21st century. Thank you.
I call Cara Hunter to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I write. Oh, moved. Is it? Yeah.
I call Cara Hunter.
Apologies. Today I rise to propose our amendment to this motion today, and while small, our amendment focuses on teaching consent, educating on coercive control and highlighting the importance of nurturing positive relationships. Firstly, I would like to thank the Children's Law Centre for their incredible work on RSE and the work that they do for all of our children in Northern Ireland. It is utterly invaluable, and we as policymakers are extremely grateful for the work that they do and the expert insight into policy areas such as the one that we are debating here today. Our amendment demands change and focuses on the important aspects of child safeguarding, prevention of violence against women and girls, and education on fostering healthy relationships. Our society undeniably has a deep-rooted problem with misogyny and violence against women and girls. We believe in the SDLP that education as a tool of early intervention will focus on respect, consent and creating positive, healthy relationships, and that this will contribute to tackling our societal problem of violence against women and girls that exists not only in reality but also, sadly, online. A report published in September 2023 by the Executive Office demonstrated that over 97% of women surveyed for a report stated that they have experienced violence and abuse in their lifetime. There are some seriously distressing figures from the report of Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, Experiences and Attitudes of 16-year-olds across Northern Ireland, which was published last year, and I will read some of the statistics there, which I find to be particularly concerning. When respondents were asked if violence against women and girls is common in Northern Ireland, 51% said yes. When asked, most people who have been dating for a while would find it hard to say no if their partner asked them to have sex. Only 1 in 5 disagreed. When asked, when someone is sexually assaulted when drunk or on drugs, are they partially responsible for what happens? And 12% said yes, they agreed, which I find deeply disturbing and distressing. It is impossible to hear these statistics and not be deeply worried about what the future holds for women and girls and all people across Northern Ireland. And these are responses from our young people. I think it's paramount that they are educated on this area. To tackle the issue of violence against women and girls, we must start at the start. And I welcome that the Education Committee will soon be doing a micro-inquiry into RSE so we can bring up topics just like this. Key topics like education on consent can help educate our young people to recognise boundaries and really grasp what sexual harassment and assault looks like, and most importantly, who to talk to and how to report it. Age-appropriate RSE can help our young people feel empowered and educate them on the importance of fostering a culture that emphasises the importance of sexual consent.
and consent in general. This includes promoting open communication, respect for boundaries, and a very important point is understanding the role of bystanders in preventing non-consensual situations. In the absence of this crucial, fundamental education, young people, as the previous speaker had noted, will learn online, and that's not what we want. Over the years, I have had the genuine joy as an MLA chatting with a multitude of young people about education, about the challenges that they face, particularly in our changing world, and their thoughts on our current education curriculum. SSUNI are a powerful team of young people who are using their voice to talk about all aspects of their academic life, and they are just fantastic. And I've mentioned it a number of times at the Education Committee. They have a document called Let Us Learn, which they launched in Queen's last year, which touches on the evident and undeniable inadequacy of the current relationship education and some of the hypothetical ways that we could weave it into the current curriculum as they feel necessary. It's really important that young people have a say in shaping their curriculum, and I think we should listen to them wherever possible. For me, RSE is essentially about teaching our young people that no means no, but it's also okay to say no when you feel uncomfortable. And I find it fantastic that our young people are speaking up on this issue and telling the very people who create the curriculum it is not fit for purpose, it doesn't help them identify abuse in their own relationships and identify coercive control or educate them on who to talk to about abuse if that's what they are experiencing. And what does this mean? This means a lack of education leaves a multitude of generations of young people who have gone without. And last year I met with the Feminist Society in Queen's, who had talked about the important role that even our university campuses and what they can play in ensuring that young students receive consent education as well. By the time you enter university, the likelihood is that you may have already had a sexual experience. So this education coming at a university level is coming a little too late for so many. I feel it needs to happen in secondary schools. An important study released years previous about Northern Ireland campuses showcased that 1 in 5 people had experienced sexual harassment in their first week at university. So I think while we're talking today about RSE and our secondary education, it's also important to note the role that our universities can and should play. Moving to a really important aspect of our amendment today is the point of coercive control. And what does coercive control actually look like? It can be isolating you from your family and friends, denying you freedom and autonomy, gaslighting you, limiting access to your finance, limiting your aspirations, turning children against you, controlling decisions you make on your body, making jealous accusations, regulating you and your life, and lastly, threatening your family or pets. Now, if you're a teenager aged 13, 14, 15, 16, you don't have the understanding or the lived experience to recognise these things as abuse. So that's just one of the many reasons RSE is so fundamentally crucial to a child's well-being and ultimately preventing harm and abuse. This amendment and this type of education is not about sexualising children, it is fundamentally about protecting them. And to conclude, one of the fundamental arguments against RSE in schools is the argument of let children be children, and I agree. Let us let children be children. Let's protect them by educating them that they have a right to say no, to know what abuse looks like, what it sounds like, both inside and outside of the home, be able to identify what inappropriate touch looks like, who to talk to if it happens, and focusing on protecting our children from harm online as well. If children are raised in homes where there is domestic violence, where there is sexual abuse, that is their normal. We need early intervention to teach them it isn't normal, and again, where they can find support. Abuse thrives in silence. By talking about these issues, it has nowhere to hide. I believe parents should be kept informed, kept aware about these issues and what their children are being taught. We must take away the taboo, recognising teaching consent is a child safeguarding tool. And whether it is a child experiencing sexual abuse as a minor or a teenager experiencing coercive control in a teenage relationship, the only way for young people to know their rights and protect their bodies is through RSE, which is age appropriate. We speak strongly in this House on a cross-party basis about the argument of we all play a role in tackling violence against women and girls. Therefore, I would urge members to see the undeniable link of age-appropriate RSE education in teaching consent and recognising the role that this will undeniably play in tackling violence against women and girls in our society. Thank you.
Paul Pottsian.
Sinn Féin fully supports the need for a relationships and sexuality education curriculum that is compulsory, that is age appropriate, that is fact based, and that is delivered consistently across all schools. If we're serious about issues such as child safeguarding, supporting young people to have happy and healthy relationships, consent, and tackling violence against women and girls, then giving our children access to proper RSSE in our schools is vitally important. I had a meeting earlier on with Bernardo's, and one of the issues that came up in that meeting was the subject of young people sending and receiving sexually explicit photographs online, and young people in their naivety not understanding the implications of such action. And there are well-known cases where young people have taken their own lives after being blackmailed that their photographs were going to be posted up online. And one other young lad said he thought if he had come forward that the police would have become involved. So, first of all, RSE is to provide information to young people about the dangers of such activities. And secondly, if through naivety or for whatever reason they do get involved, then they're given help about where to go to for assistance in situations like this so that they can be helped. I've sat on the Education Committee here for a number of years now, and one thing that has come up time and time again is the inconsistency of provision and often lack of provision of RSE in schools. Young people themselves have told us this. Many are telling us they go through their entire educational journey without receiving education on this topic. And while it's important to commend those schools who do deliver high quality RSE to their pupils, the issue here is consistency. While I understand the need for a degree of autonomy for schools in delivering other aspects of the curriculum, that autonomy, in my view, should not extend to RSE. Many schools are not grasping this as an issue. Some are being led by external influences, and this is not serving the needs of our children and young people. Teachers need to be empowered, they need the proper training, and they need the proper resources in order to be able to do this effectively. New legislation is welcome, but does it do what's required in terms of the actual delivery? I'm not so sure that it does. This is a topic which needs to be underpinned by fact in its teaching to young people and delivered in a consistent manner across all schools. There can be no equivocation in that regard. The need for it to be compulsory as part of the curriculum is clear. It's a child protection issue in my view, and according to the NSPCC, and I quote, all school-aged children and young people should receive whole school, comprehensive and inclusive RSE across all years. RSE can play a vital role in the safeguarding of children and young people. A whole school, comprehensive and inclusive approach to RSE has the potential to prevent harm to children. By supporting children to recognise abuse, know how and where they can ask for help, understand consent and healthy relationships, and by enabling more adults to identify concerning behaviour and know what to do if a disclosure is made. It is organisations like this that are the experts, and they should be listened to. I've been clear in previous debates around education that the child should be central when it comes to policy development. I've also said countless times that we need to be led by the evidence, and that is why I'm supportive of relationships and sexuality education in our schools that is compulsory, that is age appropriate, that is fact-based, and that is delivered consistently across the system. I support the motion.
David Brooks. And I first declare an interest that my wife is a governor in Grosvenor Grammar School. Throughout the debate around RSE, the DUP have been steadfast in defending parents as best placed to determine what is in the interest of their child and arguing that the ethos and values of our schools should be respected. And it is on that basis that we are opposing the motion. The teaching of RSE is nothing new. There were requirements for schools to deliver RSE well before the introduction of the Education Minimum Content Order in 2007, and it is mandatory that all pupils of compulsory school age, despite what is implied by this motion. The idea that it is right and important for pupils to receive high-quality, age-appropriate RSE is not in dispute. Indeed, it is recognised as a key element in preparing our children and young people for life. The statutory curriculum for personal development and mutual understanding at primary level and personal development strand of learning for life and work at post-primary prescribes the high-level minimum content for RSE at each key stage, and grant-aided schools are required to have an RSE policy that is based on consultation and co-design with parents and pupils. Whilst governors and the principal have statutory responsibility to deliver the minimum curriculum content, they also rightly have autonomy over when, how and who is involved in curriculum delivery, aligned with the ethos of the school. This is the approach we take for providing education in Northern Ireland, not just RSE policy. The undermining of the role of schools and boards of governors in shaping policy, which this motion calls for, alongside arguing for the removal of parental consent, would be regressive. The state has never been a good parent, and in my opinion, no thank you, going to make progress, and clearly in the opinion of many who responded to the consultation on RSE, that it is dangerous and immoral for it to insist upon disregarding the views and beliefs of parents in this area. If the family unit, recognising and including the diversity of family types we have in the modern Northern Ireland, is recognised as the optimal means by which a child is raised, cared for, taught as they progress towards adulthood, if we trust parents with the shelter and health and nutrition and care for their child, why would we insist in this particular area that they cannot be trusted? I argue this point recognising there are many parents out there with views and values that will differ from my own, raising children ingrained with values that differ from my own. There will be parents from a range of faith backgrounds and none. There will be conservative and liberal parents. Some will endeavour to pass on their values to the next generation, and others will minimise that influence, allowing a child to cut its own path. It is the right of the parent to decide on that course. Indeed, as we've heard, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child acknowledges the right and responsibility of parents to bring up their children. Few in this chamber have questioned the judgment, morality or influence of either parents or school governors in general. So I ask why then refuse to trust them in this specific field? It is notable there is not a single reference to parents, parental rights, responsibility or opt-outs within the Alliance Party motion. Perhaps that is because, Mr. Speaker, the Alliance Party direction on this is directly at odds with 91% of respondents to the RSE consultation that agreed that parents should be informed about the nature and content of the RSE curriculum. The 61% of respondents who believed that parental rights should take precedence. Over 13,000 responses were received by the close of the consultation. Over 10,000 have signed the petition. The emails, the phone calls MLA offices have received on this issue since the debate was put on the public agenda highlights the concern of the Northern Irish public to protect these parental rights. Thankfully, the recently published regulations and guidance from the Department provide more robust protections than those in England, allowing an absolute right to parental opt-out up to year 11, and also beyond that if the child does not object. This must remain. However, it seems for Alliance this does not strip back the parents' rights nearly far enough. It seems to me that the proposers of this motion wish to harness the power of this House and the levers of the state to which they have access to impose their own ethics as mandatory for all, while seeking to design a system designed to exclude the views they do not share. We in the DUP believe that parents must be at the heart of this discussion. There must be a clear statutory duty on schools to share teaching materials in advance, and those materials should be the product of co-design with parents who are best placed to determine what is in the best interest of their child. There is a genuine feeling of anger and fear amongst parents who feel that the Alliance Party wishes to diminish their rights and will seek to legislate in a matter where teachers will be forced to teach materials which collide with their conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Emma Sharon.
I guess King Corlia, I rise to endorse this motion and amendment, and I want to thank the proposers of both for bringing it. I think that this is a really good conversation to be having, and I sort of welcome the opportunity to discuss this again, because I believe, as I have said before in this chamber, that any opportunity that we take to talk about this issue in broad terms is to break down the stigma and is to help in solving the problem of unhealthy relationships, domestic violence, gender-based violence in its entirety. So I thank you all for that. We have, since this place came back up at the beginning of February, seen all parties saying that ending violence against women and girls is a priority, and indeed I think all members have stated that very clearly. And we all know that violence against women and girls, domestic violence, is at epidemic level in the north of Ireland. We have all attended the vigils, we've all sent thoughts and prayers, we've all stood with families who have been grieving a mother, a daughter, a sister, a niece at the hands of some violent individual who did not respect women. And we know that the cause of violence against women and girls is sexism, and it's the most extreme level of that. And so if we're serious about ending violence against women and girls, we have to be serious in dealing with the subject, and we have to discuss it. And that means education, that means dialogue, that means talking about this, and that means giving our young people a better chance. Because if we don't implement standardised relationship and sex education across our schools, we are damning another generation to the same vigils, the same thoughts and prayers, the same hashtags, the same sorry stories on social media. And that's not something that I want to be a part of, because our young people deserve better. We have to give the next generation a better chance. And there are norms that there are societal norms that we all have to unlearn. Let's give our young people the chance to learn the proper norms, proper healthy relationships, what is right. I think there's a duty upon all of us to do that, and I think that this is something positive, and I hope to see this endorsed today. So I congratulate those who brought the motion. I will indeed, thank you.
Would the member agree with me that parental voice is of course important and they should be included in the education and the forming of the curriculum, but ultimately this is about children, and children are sometimes learning about what a healthy and safe relationship looks like from parents who in some circumstances are in fact abusers, and that there are different types of education you can get depending on what school you're getting. So standardising it, making sure it's in schools is so important for the well-being of all children.
Thank the member for her intervention and agree with that, and think that all of us have opportunities to learn here, and all of us will have our own standardised thoughts challenged at times, and have opportunities to see things in a different light, and I think that's healthy and that's to be welcomed. No, thank you. I'm finished now. I just want to endorse the motion and that hope to see it pass today.
I call Johnny Buckley.
Speaker, over the past week, I've been contacted by many parents who have been shocked, alarmed, some disturbed by the Alliance Party's attempts to impose themselves on their children's upbringing. The recent relationship and sexuality education consultation found from the thousands of responses that 73% of parents and those that responded disagree with changes to RSSE. So it begs the question, in light of such a large disagreement with those proposals, why are the Alliance Party insisting on forcing this on children, parents and teachers? I'll make some progress first and I will come back to it, because I have a lot to say about the Alliance Party here. Do they know better than parents? The wording of today's motion is deliberately coded, members, because the Alliance Party know that to break down the code, the game is up. So let us attempt to decode some of the wording contained in the motion. Firstly, the word compulsory. This means it will be forced on every school against their will and ethos. It means that parents have no say in what their children are taught. It means the limitation of choice. With one word, members, Alliance transformed from a supposedly progressive liberal to regressive authoritarians. As a party that wears human rights as a badge of honour, and I see Mr Tennyson laughing, and we will have much to say about him in due course, this motion demonstrates that it is but just a show. Parents are downtrodden, school ethos is ignored, and rights are suppressed. Why is it so hard for the Alliance Party to understand? Let parents parent. Let teachers teach. Let governors govern. And most importantly, let kids be kids. The word standardised, meaning academic freedom is limited and school ethos is further restricted. Schools are on the front line and know best how to respond to pastoral needs and working in conjunction with parents. Schools offer a safe space for moral discussion to happen, recognising that every school is different and every child unique. The Alliance Party want conformity to their radical and extreme ideology. That is clearly how many of you may laugh, but that is how many of us view it in society today. Let me be clear. Schools are for education, not indoctrination. Schools are for information, not extremism. Then we have the word evidence-based, and they're very keen to put that on the agenda. What evidence? What about the evidence of thousands of parents who reject the Alliance Party's power grab? 73% who responded disagreed with the changes. This evidence shows that once more the Alliance Party are out of step with the public. What about the evidence contained within the Cass report? We've been very quiet on that. Highlighting huge concerns with approaches adopted by the Alliance Party and others. I would hope that the Minister may elaborate on this point in due course. Then we have the word age appropriate. Who decides what is age appropriate? Is it the state? The schools? Or, if some would have their way, is it the Alliance Party? Why don't the Alliance Party place their trust in the people who are best placed to handle these questions? The parents and schools. Do the proposers of this motion claim to know better than parents? I, for one, will not be telling them how to raise their kids. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, where do these proposed changes from Alliance Party end? I think we need to just stop and consider just how confusing and scary a place it is now for our young people growing up in today's society. Absolutely.
Will agree with me that many people from backgrounds, various different backgrounds, communities have raised genuine concerns about the issues that the Alliance Party have brought forward. Would the member agree with me that the Alliance Party's description of those people as far right is actually shameful and a demonisation of those who have genuine concerns?
I thank the member for his point, because there is radical ideologies, and the members might want to laugh at this and sideline it, that it's a point of extremism, and in fact, a point of the far right that has been mentioned. I have to say, I find that hugely insulting. And the member's getting up now, but to actually have the knack to call parents, to call governors, to call teachers as far right, I find this offensive and would ask them to retract.
What point of order, Ms McAllister?
Is it appropriate for the member to not direct his comments through the chair? I mean, it is quite clear that he isn't, so maybe the member might actually be able to control himself.
Yes, well, look, you know, this is the point. The Alliance Party are very, very keen to slur parents and politicians and governors and actual concerned citizens. It's reckless and dangerous in the extreme. But I can assure you this, the public will not be taken for fools. At a time when the education sector and parents are facing spiralling childcare costs, complex needs assessments and serious funding pressures, where are the Alliance Party's priorities? Gender ideologies, puberty blockers and attempts to strip away parental rights, not in my name, not in the name of this party.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Tom Elliott.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and obviously
it's a healthy debate so far. I've heard the words healthy and unhealthy relationships, but certainly what we need to do is ensure that our young people and our children are educated for the future. And that does mean educating them in terms of relationships and sexuality education. That is important. But I do think there is a difference between providing that opportunity but overriding other rights and responsibilities. And that's the part that concerns me. I fully acknowledge the motion and the amendment as being what they believe as rightful. I believe, and personally, the motion goes too far in the sense of its compulsory rights. And I listened to the proposer of the motion. I'm just concerned about some of the wording, that there will be no dilution of children's rights. And I know from experience some of the issues around children's education in RSE and outside of that even. And it is healthy if it's age appropriate. It is healthy if it is in the right basis and the right terms, but some of it isn't. Some of it isn't age appropriate. And that is what concerns me. Sorry? Happy to give way.
I thank the member for giving way and for such a respectful turn. That's the point of standardisation, is to ensure that everyone is getting the same education and to make it age appropriate. Would the member agree with me that, for example, the NSPCC PANTS campaign, which is directed at very young children, is such an important safeguarding tool? It's age appropriate, and it's not just education, it's about safeguarding as well. And by standardising, we're making sure that everyone is getting the right level for their age group.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And believe me, I have some experience of that. Not all of it, and not all of that standardisation is appropriate for every young person or every pupil at school. And believe me, I know. That is the reality, that in some cases it isn't appropriate for some of those people to be learning, because it actually puts them in the opposite direction. And I've known situations whereby young people have shared inappropriate images, even though they have been getting the education, even though they have been attending courses. So we do need to make it appropriate, and I broadly accept that. So to me, I have concerns around it only being the children's rights. There are other people's rights in this as well, parents' rights. We also have the rights of other children. And just because one child has a right for one thing, that sometimes works against a child's right in another case as well. So we need to be extremely careful. Sorry, I'll give way. Yeah?
Would the member agree with me that also on the point of rights, we also have to consider the rights of teachers who are placed in some very difficult circumstances already as BIS?
Yes, I totally accept the member's point, although whenever it gets into a curriculum, obviously teachers are in a different position, and they're in a difficult position that they broadly have to accept because it's part of the curriculum. But I do have to say that RSE must, on its basis, ensure that children understand the difference between sex and gender as well, because I have concerns that all of a sudden they may not be taught that difference. And that means there must be a clear definition of a woman and a definition of a man. Secondly, standardised must mean universal. Schools should adopt an RSE programme within the guidelines in consultation with pupils, teachers, boards of governors and parents. But compulsory means that our RSE must be delivered. But under Article 5 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the parent's authority to act in the best interests of their child in an age-appropriate manner. The question was asked earlier, who defines the age appropriateness? Because I can tell you from knowing young people, some children and some young people at the age of 12 have a different level of understanding and knowledge on how to take things forward than other young people at 12 years of age. So I have to say, in principle, yeah, I'm happy to give way.
You actually highlighted a very crucial age at a child's development is 12.
when a majority of young people have either entered or entering puberty. And actually it's very important that they're all equipped, regardless of the levels of maturity, for example, regardless of whether they have special educational needs or special needs, that they're actually all equipped with the correct tools for safeguarding and for their own bodily autonomy as well.
Well, I'm sure the member would also accept, Mr. Speaker, that some of those people and young people at the age of 12 will take a different meaning and a different value out of that. So in other words, it's not always appropriate to have the same education to those, maybe young people with special needs, maybe others with different vulnerable aspects as well. Not to say in principle I support the issue around RSE, but I have concerns around this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A wide range of treaties, expert reports and children's rights and safeguarding groups have set out the case for standardised, inclusive, high quality, evidence-based and age-appropriate relationships and sexuality education, and from here on in I'll just refer to that as high quality, as it's quite wordy. A whole school comprehensive approach to RSE has the potential to prevent harm to children by supporting children to recognise abuse, know how and where to ask for help, understand consent and healthy relationships, and also to enable adults to identify concerning behaviour and know what to do if a disclosure is made. And our current approach has been highlighted by some members to the preventative curriculum, provides schools with the flexibility to put in place a curriculum within the culture of the individual school. The ETI report on the preventative curriculum in schools highlights the downside to this flexibility and adaptability that is afforded by that non-statutory approach. Provision is at risk of becoming patchy, and the quality and the depth of the provision will vary depending on the school. And in my view, there are things that in terms of the welfare, well-being and safeguarding of our children that we need to be clear all children need to learn to be prepared for life. So as the motion states, RSE is a means of empowering and preparing our children and young people for life. We must equip them with evidence-based information to make informed choices about a whole range of topics and issues that they will encounter in their lives. And I don't believe this is something to be feared. We are simply equipping children and young people with information about how to keep themselves and others safe. Programmes should be able to respond to the needs of children as they mature so that they can make well-informed and responsible choices about their lives. And I want to be very clear that I don't think RSE, as has been suggested by some members, is actually about trying to change anybody's mind, trying to impose a value system on anybody. It is about providing pupils with facts, with information, and with a safe space to discuss these issues with their peers under the guidance of well-equipped and confident teachers. And there's been much reference made to the rights of parents. I want to be clear, I am a parent, I speak as a parent, and I care deeply about the education of my children and for making sure that they have access to this kind of information. I don't think that should be painted as somehow irresponsible or not paying proper regard to the welfare of children. But I don't think enough has been said about the views of young people. We do need to listen to young people in this space. It's not acceptable that young people are leaving school saying they in some cases didn't receive this type of curriculum at all, or that the curriculum they did receive was not fit for purpose and did not prepare them for life in the real world. The ETI report, as I've referenced before, into the preventative curriculum in schools, found that when they visited schools, and this has been highlighted, that teachers reported to them that they felt they lacked the knowledge, skills and confidence in delivering the curriculum in this space. And that's why I agree it is absolutely crucial. Teachers and school staff must have proper support, proper training and resources that they feel they need to be confident to deliver RSE in schools. And if the proper and appropriate curriculum was delivered, that would need to go hand in hand with the right support for teachers. And parents, of course, have a vital role in this. I don't think anybody is denying anything other than that. And best practice, as identified in that ETI report, characterised that as a whole school planning process that involves wide-ranging consultation with all of the stakeholders, including the parents, pupils and governors. So I would strongly argue that parents and carers should have access to the materials that are going to be used in RSE, and ideally with support materials provided along with that so that they can continue constructive and supportive conversations with their children at home. It's clear that RSE in schools is an issue where there are strongly held views across the spectrum. That's been very clear from the debate here today. As a parent and as someone who cares about the education of all children in Northern Ireland, it is my strong view that that high quality RSE that we have referred to in our motion really is nothing to be feared. It is about keeping our children safe. It is about keeping our children healthy. And it is about preparing them for life in the world that actually reflects the world they live in, a life that is increasingly lived online, where they are exposed to great risk of harm. And to not prepare them for that is doing them a great disservice. Because I fear if we don't place responsibility for this work with our schools and with our teachers, we pass that responsibility on to others. And we pass that responsibility on to others in the online space who do not always have the best interests of our children and young people at heart. So a proper, high-quality, standardised RSE curriculum removes that risk and actually places our children in a safer and a better place.
Ann Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to make a few points in relation to the motion. I think that we all have to acknowledge that never before in our society have children been under such pressure and have such difficult choices to make. And therefore it is up to them, or up to us, to help to support them in every way that we can. And RSE is a tool that can be used, taught in a sensitive manner, encouraging children and young people to have self-respect, the ability to make safe, responsible, well-informed decisions so that they can form healthy, respectful relationships, both in their teenage years and into the future. They need to know, as the member for East Londonderry said, when they are being coerced, when to give consent, when it's appropriate to say no. I don't disagree with any of those sentiments. However, while RSE is a compulsory part of the curriculum, and we don't automatically get that from the motion before us, there is an obligation in our society and in our education system to deliver RSE in conjunction with the school principal, the Board of Governors and the parents within a school. And it is primarily because of the exclusion of parents that I am opposed to this motion. Schools have an ethos. I'm thankful that schools in our community, I have a lot to get through, schools in our community have a general broad Christian ethos and children are taught within those values. I think that is for the good of society and will stand them in good stead as they go forward. And I regret that this motion does not reference parents. And perhaps it is, Mr. Speaker, reflective of the upper band's contempt for parents, or the upper band representatives' contempt for parents, grandparents, teachers, pastors, ministers, who, when they gathered to discuss RSE in Portadown, the member for Upper Ban refers to it as a dog whistle to the far right. The member for Upper Ban should remember that 13,500 people responded to the recent consultation on RSE, and they certainly were not from the far right. And as other members have said, it is also really important to acknowledge that in that consultation document, many of those parents said that parents were best placed to discuss these issues with their children. And in fact, there is evidence that if parents discuss these issues with their children in a well-formed, loving home situation, then that is for the best outcome for the child. No, I'm not going to. And that, I think, and I believe that this motion does usurp the role of parents. It does usurp the role of teachers and the role of boards of governors to make that holistic view of their school, their ethos, and what they're going to teach in relation to RSE. Can I also say as well that I do think that there is an element of this debate that pits children's rights against parents' rights. And much has been made of the rights of the child. And I was just looking through Article 2 of the European Convention on the Human Rights Protocol 1. Makes it clear, in relation to education and to teaching, the state shall respect the rights of parents to ensure such education and teaching is in conformity with their own religious and philosophical convictions. And indeed, this was reflected in the RSE legislation that was brought forward in England relatively recently. So it appears to me that in this motion we are saying, do what I say, and that's all that you can do. So we need to respect the rights of parents. We need to respect the rights of teachers, because not all teachers will want to teach a standardised curriculum and will want to teach according to their own conscience. Can I say in closing, Mr. Speaker, that also the motion makes reference to supporting teachers in the delivery of RSE. And in November of last year, I wrote to the SIA and the Chief Executive, because I was concerned at the number of references to organisations within the RSE hub, some of whom... Yes, I will.
Thank the member. The member would realise from extensive research on this that some of the organisations connected are extremely concerning.
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you. They're not just extremely concerning. Some of the organisations listed within it were actually being assessed for criminality in relation to this. And I do think that we need to support teachers with broad, balanced information, and not information that only reflects one view of society. The member for Tyrone, I think it is, indicated that we should all learn from this, and of course we should, but perhaps she will also learn that describing puberty blockers as a health right for teenagers is also wrong, given the CAS report and the damage that has been done to children and young people by gender identity clinics.
Having taken all relevant factors into consideration, I have decided to apply a grace period of up to 15 minutes to accommodate the number of members wishing to speak. During this time, members called to speak will have up to 5 minutes, but will not be able to give any additional time for taking an intervention. I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion and the amendment tabled by the SDLP. I thank them for bringing it. I would also like to associate myself with the remarks made by Ms Hunter that if we want to let kids be kids, the best thing we can do is stop them from being abused. My colleagues have already outlined the reasoning for bringing this motion to the House today, and I wanted to speak on the importance of RSE on preventing violence against women and girls, domestic and sexual abuse and child abuse. The Executive recently produced a draft strategic framework for ending violence against women and girls. Outcome 2 of that is healthy, respectful relationships as a prevention to gender-based violence. Education is the most important factor in ensuring young people have the right knowledge and skills to have fulfilling and safe relationships throughout their lives. This strategy was co-designed by 50 partners, including educationalists, women's sector advocates, those working with victims and survivors of domestic abuse, the youth sector, and included the faith sector. They produced recommendations around the education of our children and young people, including working together with young people and the education sector to strengthen and mainstream education on strong and healthy relationships throughout the curriculum for all ages and learning needs, and further developing, in collaboration with young people, the design of relationship and sexuality education which is accessible, inclusive, age and developmentally appropriate. It is recognised across society and our community that high-quality, age-appropriate RSE is essential in tackling gender-based violence. We also see this in the Gillen Review into the law and procedures into serious sexual offences in Northern Ireland. Sir John Gillen could not be clearer when he stated it was his firm conviction that it is crucial that the RSE curriculum includes the areas in his review in serious sexual offences, and that it was not enough to leave boards of governors to pick up this point. He continued to say, the Department of Education has a duty to play a positive role in addressing the justice gap that exists in our approach to serious sexual offences. I strongly recommend that the Department of Education draw up a plan to exhort all schools to include these matters within their curriculum, and if that proves ineffective, to be the subject of legislation mandating such education. The words of Sir John Gillen. I would strongly urge the Minister of Education to take a more proactive approach than his predecessors in working with the Minister of Justice and implementing the recommendations in the Gillen Review that relate to our education sector. In the last fortnight, I have spoken to both Bernardo's and the NSPCC, both of whom, as leading children's organisations, are supportive of the approach in this motion on RSE. These organisations and others recognise that RSE plays a huge role in child safeguarding. The NSPCC specifically states that a comprehensive and inclusive approach to RSE has the potential to prevent harm to children by supporting them to recognise abuse, know how and where they can ask for help, and understanding consent and healthy relationships. They also highlight this will enable more adults to identify concerning behaviour and know what to do if a disclosure is made. Bernardo's emphasises the dangers that we see when young people do not receive high-quality RSE. Without guidance and information from a trusted adult, many children will find information elsewhere, for example, online, where information can be misleading or even dangerous. This is backed up by research done by the Belfast Youth Forum. It is a stark finding that the most common source of information on sex and relationships for young people was their friends. The second most common was social media. Only the third was lessons at school. We are failing our young people. Without access to a standardised, high-quality curriculum, they are turning to online sources and porn, their peers' advice, that is information that should be given by a trained and safeguarded adult in a position of trust. In the words of your colleagues, no thank you. Before I finish, I also want to point out that the Department of Education's own inspectorate in his department, the ETI, published a report in May 2023, which found that RSE in schools is not good enough, and that half schools in Northern Ireland teach little or nothing on sexual consent. The ETI are even telling us this is not good enough within the Minister's own department. In conclusion, RSE is a key tool to prevent gender-based violence and abuse, and a safeguarding measure for children and young people. I'd like to take this opportunity before I finish to thank all the organisations in Northern Ireland who are doing brilliant work on this. That includes Bernardo's, the Commissioner for Children and Young People, Northern Ireland Mental Health Champion, Informing Choices, Human Trafficking Charity, Invisible Traffic, Common Youth, White Ribbon NI, and Positive Life. There's many, many more. Young people in the SSU&I and the Northern Ireland Youth Forum are telling us that they need more on RSE. There's extensive evidence base from human rights, women's and children's organisations, and we're not actually asking for anything new. High quality RSE is delivered in schools here in Northern Ireland. Every young person should have access to that curriculum.
Colin McGrath.
Speaker, and I'm sure, as it's known today, that this is a motion that doesn't have any legislative underpinning, and it will give an opportunity for us all to give our views, and it's very clear that we are getting those views today. And one of the things I suppose I would reflect on is that as one of the major outcomes of this is children's safety, I think it's really important maybe that we dial the rhetoric down a bit and that we have the conversations on that basis, that it is about protecting children and young people right across our society. Now, I, like many of the other members across the House, have had emails over the weekend from individuals who are rightly voicing their concerns about today's motion, and that's part of a democratic society, that people get to put their views forward. But at the outset, I would like to dispel some of the myths that have been generated as a result of some social media activity recently. And that is that healthy RSE is not about promoting abortion. It's not about transgenderism and whatever that is. And it's not about teaching primary school children about sexual pleasure. That is what it's not about. What is healthy RSE about? Well, I believe that it's about improved knowledge and attitudes. It's about improved communication skills and understanding of boundaries. It's about nurturing positive and healthy relationships. And not just for someone's future partner, but for all the relationships that a young person will have in their life. Education does not seek to simply instil knowledge or an ability to repeat facts, but it's to develop the whole person. Because education is just about that. It's about children asking questions of trained and trusted teacher, learning and growing as a person. If we seek to develop the whole person, then part of RSE must include teaching about consent, about education and coercive control, and about promoting positive relationships, and that's why we have our amendment that is presented today as well. For I believe that if we fail to do so, if we fail to ensure that our young people are equipped with this knowledge, understanding and skills, then where will they learn about it? Now, admittedly, some of the education within RSE may be difficult for parents to effectively communicate to their children. Ofsted told us 3 years ago that 90% of girls and 50% of boys said being sent explicit pictures or videos of things that they did not want to see happens a lot or sometimes to them or their peers. By the age of 13, 50% of children across the UK have seen or regularly view pornography. I'm going to just run that one because I found it a bit shocking, so I'm going to run it again. Because if we don't teach our children appropriate relationships and the healthy RSE, by age 13, 50% of children have seen or regularly view pornography. That is not a healthy way for children to learn about boundaries. That's not a healthy way to learn about communication or nurturing positive relationships. Other data indicates that children who receive comprehensive RSE engage in their first sexual experience later than those who receive no RSE or abstinence-only RSE and are less likely to take sexual health risks. Why? Because they are equipped with the skills and understanding to make those decisions. I recently met with the NSPCC just last week, and they shared with me their concerns that a lack of awareness of these matters covered in a healthy RSE programme is resulting in young people who actually do not realise when they are being abused, and this results in them not reporting that on. In reality, what we are saying is that if we don't teach healthy boundaries, then children will not know when those boundaries are being breached. And after 16 years of being a full-time youth worker and having some of the responsibility for child protection and well-being in my area, I could not rest easily if I thought that we could be putting young people at risk, at a safeguarding risk, by not implementing healthy RSE. Speaker, if we want children to have more knowledge and better attitudes, improved communication skills, and to understand boundaries, and to nurture positive and healthy relationships, then let's equip them with the skills to do so. So I would urge members to do the right thing for our young people and accept our amendment and to support the motion today.
Owen Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker, and I hadn't initially intended to speak on this motion, but given that I've proven popular amongst members of the DUP, I thought it would be remiss of me not to respond. I want to address a number of the points raised over the course of the debate, but in the first instance, I want to speak about some personal experience. And I always try to avoid speaking about personal experience, but I think it might add something for some members in this chamber. I was at school not that long ago, and more recently than most members in this place. And I have two poignant memories of relationships and sex education in school. So rare it was that I can actually remember those occasions. The first of which was an occasion whereby a religious facilitator was brought into the school to preach abstinence, to tell us that sex was for marriage and that was our only choice. Now, as a young LGBT person at school who at that stage couldn't get married, I knew that that facilitator wasn't speaking to me, that I was invisible, that that lesson, that education wasn't for me. They didn't deal with my kind there. That is not an experience that I think any young person should feel in 2024 in Northern Ireland. And yet, it remains a reality for too many of our young people. So I am proud to be a member of a party that is coming to this chamber against all of the bile and rhetoric from others to advocate change. Second occasion, we had a facilitator come in who did try, in fairness, to administer some level of fact-based RSE. And there was one fleeting reference to same-sex couples, which was met by laughter from teachers and pupils in the school. Can you imagine how that feels to be a young person struggling with internalised homophobia, scared to tell your parents and relatives and friends who you are, to have your sexuality laughed at in a public forum? That is not good enough, members. It is not good enough, and it is incumbent on all of us in this chamber to change it. A number of assertions have been made, and I've taken note of a few of them. I would say, first of all, that my experience was indoctrination. It was not education. I was not given all of the information, all of the information I needed to be able to make an informed choice in line with my own ethical values. Someone else's ethical values were imposed upon me, and that continues with RSE being outsourced to religious organisations in schools today. We wouldn't stand for it if the science curriculum was outsourced and a religious organisation refused to teach the theory of evolution. So why do we accept an approach that isn't evidence-based in some of our schools on RSE? It's not good enough. We've heard lectures from Mr Brooks about the imposition of ethical values. I take great exception to that, given that the DUP of all parties is the party which has inserted itself in the lives of women in terms of their bodily autonomy and LGBT people in terms of their rights to marry for too many years, and they are in no position to lecture those of us on these benches about imposition of values or human rights or equality. This talk about evidence, I will take my evidence not from the DUP, who don't have a good record on that either, but from the NSPCC, the Children's Law Centre and the Children's Commissioner, who have safeguarding at their heart and who are experts in their field. And again, I make no apologies for that. We've heard about the balance of parental rights and children's rights and the family unit, and there is a balance to be struck. I agree with that. But it is also true, tragically, that the family unit is one of the most common places for sexual abuse to happen. And we have a responsibility to those children to ensure they are empowered to protect themselves, to spot the signs of abuse, and to go to a trusted adult and report it. And if we can't do that, we are failing those children. And I would ask members to think on that. I want to return to my own comments about a dog whistle to the far right, and I think we have heard a very strong dog whistle to the far right from Mr Buckley here today, so I stand by my remarks. I stand by my remarks, because no, it is not parents, and I want to be clear about this. I want to be clear about this. I believe that the DUP has engaged in a dog whistle to the far right. There are many parents out there with legitimate concerns and questions which I believe can be assuaged and addressed, but instead the DUP choose to capitalise on that fear, to spread misinformation and contribute nothing more than fear, prejudice and hate to this debate. And I think that, Mr Speaker, is shameful.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Clark.
Can I ask Mr Speaker to examine what the member's just said in terms of the reference, backing up his claims on social media and describing a member of my party as at the far right?
We can look at that, yes. Mr Allister.
Well, contrary to what Mr Tennyson says, this motion from the Alliance Party is not about education. It is about indoctrination. It is about the free course for indoctrination on the Alliance Party's pro-abortion agenda, on their transgenderism agenda. And if you want to indoctrinate, what do you need to do? You need to get rid of the obstacles. And that is why this motion is specific and determined to expunge parents' rights, to expunge governors' rights, to expunge regard to the ethos of a school. Let's remember what the statutory position is in relation to education. It is that the Board of Governors and the principal have the statutory responsibility to deliver the minimum curriculum content, but they also have autonomy over when, how and who is involved in curriculum delivery, aligned with the ethos of the school. And those are the targets of the Alliance Party today. Parents, get them out of the situation. Governors, get them out of the situation. School ethos, remove it. Why? Because they want to enforce their own agenda. And in doing that, they're quite happy to brazenly disregard the human rights of parents. Because as has been quoted here today, the human rights of parents in education are set out in the European Convention, in the relevant protocol, and they say the state shall respect the rights of parents to ensure such education and teaching as is consistent with their religious and philosophical outlook. And this motion is about expunging that right, not for the first time, Those who hold themselves out as the great liberals, in fact, turn out to be the most illiberal and the most totalitarian. And that's what we're seeing here today. So let's take some insight into this. They're going to have this standardized approach to RSE. So when they come to talk about transgenderism, which the Alliance Party likes to promote and defend, and a child asks about puberty blockers, are they to be told, yes, you can have puberty blockers, yes, you should have puberty blockers? And what are they doing? They're sowing the most immense discord between child and parent. The parent that they've shut outside the door, the child goes home, tells what's been taught. What do you think they're doing? They're bringing division, untold division, to education. That is the purpose. For the sake of promoting their narrow agenda, that is the purpose of this motion. Take abortion. Sadly now, under the regulations, abortion has to be taught as a right. As a right. So again, parents will be set up against pupils. No, I will not give way, because I have no time to hear something that's not going to inform the debate. So let's be very, very clear. This is an agenda by the Alliance Party to enforce their worldview on those who dare to disagree. And you would think, listening to some in this debate, that we've never had a safeguarding policy in schools. All the issues which have been addressed, every school has a safeguarding policy which is capable of addressing the complaints and the issues that have been raised. And yet you would think we don't even have those. So, not for the first time, the Alliance Party, the great illiberals of our society, are in the business of they know best, only they know what's right, and they will ram it down everyone's throat. And it's quite clearly what they call a progressive agenda, which they know will offend parents, which they know will offend governors, which they know will offend the ethos. So the answer is expunge all of that and railroad it through. No thanks, not in my name.
But before I call Jerry Carroll, members should not persist in asking other members to give way. So you ask them once or twice, and if they don't want to give way, you should not persist. And that has been a ruling of this House for a number of decades now. I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, we cannot allow social, political and religious conservatism to be a barrier to our children's education. There should be nothing controversial about providing comprehensive, age-appropriate and evidence-based education on sexual and reproductive health. It's not enough to say that changes to RSE are well overdue, although they are, but the failure to bring them forward is a risk to young people's health, safety and overall well-being. Our education system falls far short on all sorts of issues, including sexual orientation, reproductive health, consent and gender identity, and it's not good enough. It doesn't take much extrapolation, Speaker, to figure out the harm the system can cause to young people grappling with relationships, sexual or reproductive health, pregnancy, gender identity or their sexuality. Those who would deny them proper RSE are not only putting them at risk, but as our friends at the Children's Commissioner's Office remind us, they are infringing on the children's right to, and I quote, an education, to health, the right to protection from violence and abuse, to survival and development, to identity, the right to non-discrimination and equality, and the freedom of thought and belief. Many of those who oppose age-appropriate, scientifically accurate RSE claim they want to protect children with their conservative agenda. I would ask the question, how then do they justify the fact that 62% of young people resort to friends for information and 55% use social media for information on sex and relationships? As Alliance for Choice highlight the scope for misinformation as well as harmful narratives and stereotypes around misogyny, coercive control, body image and heteronormativity are profound. The implicit damage to the health and well-being of young people with this approach should be obvious to everyone. And it should also be obvious, Mr. Speaker, who is leading the charge against making the necessary changes to RSE. The politicians in particular should be familiar to us. They're the same parties and politicians and parties who have denied the rights of the LGBT plus community and resisted the democratic demand for equal marriage, denied women and pregnant people the right to choose, are currently denying trans people the right to gender reaffirming surgery, healthcare as well. It should be no surprise to anyone that the DUP want to infringe upon the rights of the marginalised and to roll back on the hard-won right to reproductive healthcare, amongst other things. And Mr. Speaker, there may be parents out there who are genuinely moved by this issue and who are acting in what they perceive to be their child's interest. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that they are being deliberately misled. There was a lot of talk about coded language. The right, the far right, are using RSE as a dog whistle. They are using it to bring together a regressive alliance of anti-choice activists, anti-LGBTQ bigots, and conservative fundamentalists. And I want to say shame on the upper band member for his dog whistle approach, not just today, but in leading protests against this issue. Why don't you try leading protests against the health service being underfunded or our education system being underfunded or any other issue? There are those who yearn for a return to the conservative and reactionary climate, north and south, where the rights of the LGBT community, women and children are up for debate. We will not be dragged backwards, Mr. Speaker. We will not allow the right to use this issue to infringe on the rights of everyone and anyone. And I support today's motion. I urge the Education Minister to get on with the job of providing and funding age-appropriate, evidence-based RSE.
Just before it's raised by a member, I will be looking at Mr. Carroll's remarks as well, given that I was asked to look at Mr. Tennyson's. I now call the Minister for Education, Paul Gibbon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond to today's motion. Today, education faces massive challenges in Northern Ireland. The budgetary challenges are enormous. While we have secured a pay settlement for teachers, the situation with regard to support staff remains unresolved. The maintenance backlog for schools continues to grow, with many children being educated in facilities which are unfit for purpose. At the present rate, the programme for building new schools already announced will take decades to deliver. The ever-increasing challenges concerning children with special needs are well understood by members across this chamber and will be a top priority of my department in the months to come. The issue of childcare and early learning has been identified as a priority by every party in the executive. And as a result of industrial action, the proper inspection of schools has not taken place for years. We have not had system-level data on statutory assessment at Key Stage 1, 2 or 3 for almost a decade. There is a critical challenge to update and keep our curriculum under review and fit for the future. Qualifications at Key Stage 4 and at 16+ will need to be fundamentally reformed to meet the needs of our learners, and we must drive up standards right across our sector. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but today we are faced with a motion which addresses none of these issues. Instead, it is a motion which is effectively a vote of no confidence in schools, teachers and boards of governors, and implicitly says Stormont knows better. I do not accept this analysis. Unlike those who propose this motion, I trust schools to make decisions which are appropriate for the needs of the children that they understand best. I fundamentally believe in the autonomy of schools. Standardising an approach means the imposition of one single approach on all schools. Now, RSE is obviously an area that is both sensitive and contentious. There are differing views on what the standardised approach should be. Standardisation would therefore involve the Minister imposing a contentious approach on every school and every child, regardless of the professional judgments of teachers, the ethos of the school, or the views of governors, parents and children. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Chairman of the Education Committee. He said we need a whole school approach. We need to equip children and young people with information to make the right decisions. The rights of parents are important. They have a vital role, said the Chairman of the Education Committee. They should be consulted. They should be engaged. He recognised that there are strongly held views on this issue, and yet went on to say we must get a standardised approach. The two cannot sit beside each other. I'll give way.
I understand the scale of the challenges that you've set out in the education system. I mean, anyone sitting in the Education Committee could not argue with anything you've said there in terms of those challenges. But if we are also hearing from young people that despite we've got a very professional teaching workforce, we do have engaged parent bodies, but we have a situation where young people are saying that RSE does not meet their needs, it does not relate to the lives that they lead or that the world that they live in. Would you also agree that it is your responsibility as the Education Minister to ensure that the RSE curriculum does indeed meet the needs of young people, all those other things and the context you've set aside?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Chairman of the Committee that we ought to be engaging with children, with young people in this area. We do. I'll outline further how we do that. And can I thank the Chairman for the Committee for his respectful manner that he has engaged in the debate and the way in which he has conducted himself. A marked contrast to the member in front with his sniggering, snarling attitude throughout this entire debate towards members of this House. The standard approach, if we went down standardisation, would be, in the words of the motion, compulsory for every child. This would fail to respect diversity in the school system and in society in Northern Ireland, and would be fundamentally undemocratic. The Education Curriculum Minimum Content Order 2007 sets out statutory requirements relating to the curriculum through high-level areas of learning. Specifically, it provides that the statutory curriculum is balanced and broadly based, which promotes the spiritual, emotional, moral, cultural, intellectual and physical development of pupils at the school and thereby of society, and prepare such pupils for the opportunities, responsibilities and experiences of life by equipping them with appropriate knowledge, understanding and skills. The statutory curriculum for personal development and mutual understanding at primary level and the personal development strand of learning for life and work at post-primary level prescribes the high-level minimum content for relationships and sexual education. At each key stage, this is the minimum entitlement that all young people must receive. The minimum content provides flexibility, and schools have a high degree of autonomy over what is taught. Relationships and sexuality education in the Northern Ireland curriculum is not new. There were requirements for schools to deliver RSE before the introduction of the Education Order of 2007. In 2013, there was a circular which required schools to have an RSE policy. In 2011, there was the Education and Training Inspectorate. They published a report on RSE in post-primary schools. The Department of Education subsequently wrote to schools in 2014 and published a revised guidance circular in 2015 that required schools to have an RSE policy based on their ethos and subject to consultation with parents and pupils and highlighting issues around dealing with sensitive issues. However, on the 5th of June 2023, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland brought forward regulations. The 2023 regulations required pupils at key stages 3 and 4 to receive age-appropriate, comprehensive and scientifically accurate education on sexual and reproductive health and rights, covering prevention of early pregnancy and access to abortion, to reflect the legal duties placed on the Department as a result of the legislation that had been brought forward by the Secretary of State. Now, whilst the Board of Governors and the Principal in the school have a statutory responsibility to deliver minimum curriculum content, they also have autonomy over when, how and who is involved in curriculum delivery, aligned with the ethos of the school. This includes the change to the curriculum made by the Secretary of State with regards to RSE. It should be noted that the change to the curriculum made by the Secretary of State does not prevent teachers and pupils from discussing and commenting on moral, ethical or spiritual issues which may arise in relation to the matters associated with the legislative change to the minimum content that has been outlined. On the 1st of September 2023, the Department launched a consultation on proposals for regulations that would prescribe the circumstances in which, at the request of a parent, a pupil may be excused from lessons pertaining to this change to the statutory curriculum. Mr. Speaker, there was an enormous total of 13,461 responses that were received by the close of this consultation. The consultation responses also indicated the overwhelming opposition to the Secretary of State's regulation, and at a time when Westminster was not prepared to intervene to support key priorities such as health and education, they saw fit to interfere in what were clearly issues which were devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. I'm going to make some progress, please. Such piecemeal and selective interventions risked calling into question the very nature of the devolved settlement. There have been many calls for RSE to be standardised and made mandatory in the curriculum. That call has been repeated again today. However, RSE is already a mandatory part of the curriculum in schools. The minimum legal content has to be taught and is set out as high-level areas of learning. But fundamental to our approach to education in Northern Ireland across every area, it is a matter for teachers to decide how the curriculum should be delivered, which resources to use and which specific topics should be covered. The flexibility of our curriculum is a key strength. Boards of Governors are ultimately responsible for the curriculum that their school delivers and to ensure it meets the minimum requirements. It is their responsibility to ensure that a comprehensive programme is delivered which meets the needs of its pupils and aligns with its RSE policy and school ethos. The Department requires schools to consult with parents and young people on the development and review of their RSE policy, and has re-emphasised this in guidance that was issued at the start of this year. This is the right approach. It is essential that parents are consulted about what their children are taught and not condescended to by members here who think that they know better. I would not presume to tell parents what to think or to second-guess the choices that they would make for their children. The proposers of this motion arrogantly assume that it should be politicians, not parents, who make decisions for their children. Schools are very well placed to lead the way in attitudinal and behavioural change, with a whole school environment which equips and supports the empowerment of future generations to develop healthy, respectful relationships. Addressing the root causes of violence against women and girls, including coercive control, will be a central part of achieving this outcome. On the issue, Mr. Speaker, of addressing violence against women and girls, coercive control, I make this point. The Assembly passed legislation criminalising the purchase of sexual services. School children that I went into, the girls said to me, we should not be viewed as a commodity and a product that can be bought by men. What party in this Assembly voted against it? The Alliance Party. So when they had an opportunity to stand with women and girls, they didn't take it. They stood instead with pimps. They stood instead with those who human traffic people into this country. That's the Alliance Party record of ending violence against women and girls. The policy landscape has changed significantly around RSE and will continue to do so as we consider the recommendations arising from the various reports and evaluations and the Secretary of State's legislative change. As I noted earlier, this is fuelling discussion around what should be included in the curriculum and whether there should be greater prescription and standardisation, which is what this motion calls for. However, this would be contrary to the legislation upon which the curriculum is built, namely that it is flexible and teacher-led to best meet the needs of pupils. This does not just apply to the teaching of RSE, it applies to all areas of learning. It is important that flexibility is not lost by a prescriptive approach, which in itself may not actually guarantee high-quality teaching and learning. This is the approach in England, which has brought schools into conflict with some parents. Scotland takes a largely non-prescriptive approach through guidance which has caused similar issues with parents, so we have, in this country, steered a middle path with limited prescription, which I believe is the correct approach. I'm not going to give way. The challenge, therefore, remains to provide a curriculum which continues to engage with young people and reflects their views, and as I have said, open engagement with parents and pupils is key to that. And I hope members will reflect on the approach that my department takes, which is focused on letting teachers teach rather than directing them centrally. This approach reflects the design principles which underpin our curriculum, which provide schools with autonomy and flexibility to meet the needs of their pupils. The motion calls for evidence-based RSE, and let us hope that evidence isn't just a VHS recording. I encourage members to get into schools so they actually can see what's happening. But in practice, when such changes to the RSE curriculum took place in England in September 2020, that led to activist groups advising schools and providing them with highly questionable teaching materials. Indeed, many schools adopted radical approaches. In England, under the guise of inclusive and evidence-based RSE, primary school children have been taught that they all have a gender that depends not on the reality of their bodies, but on how their interests match up with stereotypical ideas of boys and girls. It's no stretch of the imagination to think that some of the thousands of children referred to England's scandal-hit and now closed Gender Identity Development Service might not have been referred had they not received these lessons. The Independent Review of Gender Identity Services for Children and Young People, the CAS Review's final report, was published on the 10th of April this year. Dr. Hilary Cass's review this month found remarkably weak evidence on treatments such as puberty blockers. Its recommendations were welcomed by both the Conservative and Labour parties. Mr. Speaker, if this motion has been of any value, it is that it allows me the opportunity to announce that I have asked my department to review the CAS review for any learning that may be appropriate for Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I oppose the motion.
I call Sinead McLaughlin to wind on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss RSE today. Kate Nicholl very succinctly and passionately set out the motion, and my colleague Cara Hunter expanded on the need for consent education and clearly describe the complexity around coercive control. As many have said, education is absolutely foundational to our society. That much would go without saying. And one of the most important forms of education that we can give our children is about the relationships that they will form throughout their lives. But right now we aren't doing right by our young people in any shape, form or fashion. In fact, we're letting them down very badly. In countless examples, the teachers who deliver RSE in our schools are dedicated professionals. But in truth, it is the system that is completely failing to give those teachers the support they need to deliver this education properly. That is not acceptable, and neither is the position that our young people are left in as a consequence. And as we speak, we have young people leaving school with actually no idea, in many cases, about what a healthy relationship looks like. And we have many schools where the Church's teachings are more influential than the quality in the curriculum. We have pupils who are never taught about consent, abuse or boundaries whatsoever. That's not good for them, and it's also not good for our society. And like every part of our children's education, relationship and sexuality education must work for every child. That's why it needs to be accessible and inclusive for every pupil and in every classroom. That includes LGBT plus pupils, many of whom have been failed for years by current provision. Owen Tennyson very bravely shared his personal experience today, and thank you for that. In that context, it would be remiss not to talk about those failures. In the Ireland I grew up in, in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. We were given no sexual education worth talking about. In fact, worse than that, we got a twisted version of sex education. Basically, we were told sex was bad, and even thoughts about sex were sinful. Our children and our parents were dictated to by both the church and the state. To this day, we see the damage that has been done to our society, the cruel abuse that many suffered and endured at the hands of religious orders and schools is now well known and accepted. This government, this executive, is trying to deal with the aftermath of the historic and religious institutional abuse, including shocking levels of paedophilia and child rape, as well as sexual violence in the mother and baby's homes. This remains Ireland's shame, north and south. It is up to the politicians of today to right this wrong. And that starts from learning from our past and giving all our young people an educational journey that meets their needs and teaches them how to navigate healthy relationships. As Colin McGrath has already highlighted, improving RSE is a safeguarding priority. Because if the current model continues, young people will still leave school without an understanding of issues such as consent, or the ability to recognise abuse against themselves or someone else when that happens. Connie Egan and Emma Sheeran led the way in talking about ending violence against women and girls. This leads in many instances to the kind of unhealthy attitudes that fuel abuse, particularly against those women and girls. These attitudes are part of a pyramid of violence which can only be dismantled by early education in our schools. That is rightly a key focus of the Ending Violence Against Girls strategic framework. Addressing these attitudes and ending violence and abuse later on in life is core to a society where gender equality is the reality. And this all starts in schools. Speaker, there has been a lot of scaremongering in recent months, and indeed during this debate here. That is unacceptable. We have a duty to our children, not to stoke fear or spread misinformation, but to work with schools and pupils to ensure that we see reform. The curriculum should be about providing age-appropriate, scientifically accurate and comprehensive facts, not about enforcing a moral compass as we've seen in the past. In some schools, pupils are actually taught in a context that contributes to stigma.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I call Lily McAllister to wind on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I sum up the debate, I just want to make some important points. And I am proud to have put my name to such an important motion today, which is seeking to fundamentally give our children tools that they need to protect themselves from abuse and coercion, and to help young people know what a healthy relationship looks like. And to portray this motion as anything other than that, and what it's spelling out to do, is simply pandering to talking points and social media-driven fear-mongering. I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed at how opponents of this debate, both here in the Assembly chamber and outside, have used misinformation and scare tactics to avoid educating children. And what I will say as well, Mr. Speaker, is also using potentially defamatory language. However, just because detractors may not wish it to be the case, the reality is that far too many children and young people experience domestic and sexual abuse. PSNI stats show that recorded sexual offences against under-18s have doubled between 2012, 2013 to 2020, 2023, with 55% of all sexual crimes reported in 2022 to 23 being against children under 18. That equates to 2,324 reported cases of sexual abuse against children. And according to the NSPCC, more than 15% of children aged 11 to 18 have been asked to provide self-generated sexual images. 25% of girls and 18% of boys aged 13 to 17 have experienced a form of physical violence from an intimate partner. And frankly, these figures are terrifying. We cannot afford to do nothing or just the bare minimum. What's more, our children, as previously pointed by previous speakers, have said that they want and need this curriculum to equip themselves as they grow up in the wide world. The appetite for standardised, age-appropriate, inclusive RSE is high among our children and young people, and we must deliver for them. As previous speakers have said, this is not about usurping the rights of parents. And I will say, as a parent, I'm a mother of 2 young boys, aged 5 and 7. We've already begun to teach at home about the issue of consent and bodily autonomy. And I want to say special thanks today to the NSPCC for their campaign on Talk Pants, which is a fantastic example of how RSE can be taught in an age-appropriate way. And I am concerned at the comments that were made by some speakers, Tom Elliott in particular, around their negativity and criticism of that PANTS campaign. And I would urge you and urge the member through the speaker to actually engage with NSPCC on such. Yep.
Just to clarify, I didn't speak negatively of that campaign. I said about some issues around that the NSPCC and others have brought forward.
Okay.
Order. As the business in the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m, in accordance with the Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 7 p.m. or until the business is completed. Please resume, Ms McAllister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for clarifying, and I'm happy to move on to some of his other points. But before I do so, there are a number of organisations that I want to thank for engaging with representatives right across that chamber, including the Northern Ireland Children and Young People's Commissioner, the NSPCC, Bernardo's, the Children's Law Centre, Include Youth, Alliance for Choice, and Marie Curie. And that is not an exhaustive list, but there are too many to name every single one of them. I want to turn then to the points that were made in the debate, and I'll start with Cara Hunter, and I want to thank the member for bringing forward the amendment of which we will be supporting today. The member spoke about the issue of consent, and when young people have said that they do not know, or they did not know that they could oppose, withhold consent, ultimately say no, and I think that it's absolutely shocking. Pat Sheehan also highlighted the issue of consistency, and I do agree that consistency is key. We cannot have the difference from school to school in what our young people are being taught. And I move to David Brooks, who said that it is best placed for parents, that we need to look at school ethos, that we need to get real, that we have to be careful of not being dangerous and immoral, that we need to secure that the family unit is the best place when we have the trust of parents in educating our young people. I will turn to a number of the points in which he said that we cannot get involved in parental and should not trump the rights of parents. He said and mentioned about education, nutrition, shelter, that we trust parents to do all what they can. That's not an absolute trust, and that's why we have a Department of Children's Social Services, because there are instances in when the state must and should get involved. We do not agree with opt-out, because we believe that the child's rights, along with international experts right across the globe, should be upheld when it comes to RSE. But I will not be surprised at the DUP and the fact that they don't like the human rights approach. We do not want to impose our ethics. But I want to turn to some of the points made by not only David Brooks, by Diane Dodds and Jonathan Buckley, in which they said, the school ethos, let's be frank about this, you mean religion. And let's talk for a moment for those of us who aren't religious, who do not believe in God, who do not believe that the fact that ethos should trump all the rights of everybody. We understand that there is a Christian-based, do you know what, there's a Christian-based ethos in our education system, and some of us do not have a choice in that matter. But when you are consulting with parents and saying, as a school, as a Board of Governors, that you should teach RSE and the family unit and children through marriage as the utmost of importance, how do you think that feels for the parents of people who aren't, for the kids of parents who aren't married, for the kids who have 2 mothers or 2 fathers, when it explicitly states in that consultation report that they're going to teach about the priority of family units through marriage and children? Let's get real when we talk about school ethos. We need to protect children so that they feel that they are valued in their classroom, that their existence and identity is just as important as everyone else's. I also want to speak a little bit about Tom Elliott and the points that he made around age-appropriate education and the fact that what may be right for one child at one age is not right for another, and I will focus it on the element of Zen. All children deserve RSE, especially children who have special needs, because it is those children who are most vulnerable. And there are some organisations who do fantastic work around this already, including Informing Choices, who teach to the most vulnerable children in SEN settings about what is appropriate when it comes to RSE. It's a very, very difficult job to do, but it's so important to do that. Nick also focused around children being heard, needed to listen to them, and also highlighted the fear from teachers that they are not equipped at times and feel that their teachings are already out of date. I think it's really important that we bring this debate back to the consultation responses, and I do agree that we need to listen to the consultation responses. And the Minister focused a lot on that in his response, but I just want to ask the Minister if he's aware of how many of those consultation responses were actually children. Because according to the Foyle Network Foundation, 0.86% of respondents were children. How do you engage with children if you expect them to fill a form in line or write a letter? You do it through organisations that are already doing it, through the Northern Ireland Youth Forum, the Belfast City Youth Forum. You do it with the Children's Law Centre and their youth stakeholders. You don't do it by a convoluted method where you put their parents' choices above theirs. Because I understand, as a parent, I understand how frustrating it is when people tell me how to educate my children. But I also understand that as a parent, I do not know everything. And that's what's key here. Every single member who brought up this debate respected the rights of parents, but balanced it on the rights of children. And I want to go back to that for just a moment. No, thank you. I want to go back to that for a moment. I want to tell the story, a really difficult story, of a young girl who wasn't equipped, who didn't have the appropriate RSE in Northern Ireland, was taught through Northern Ireland, who told her teacher that one of her family members was playing with her muffin because she didn't know the correct terms for her body parts. That teacher didn't know what she was talking about, so couldn't even get her help until months later. I mean, that is horrific, the situation that we are finding ourselves in. And I think what we're asking here today, that we can find common ground. We can. Because we can listen to parents and we can inform parents that we are not wishing to trump what your beliefs are. We are wishing to safeguard every single child in Northern Ireland, because every single child and their future matters. Thank you.
You've outlined that you're going to review some of the comments made during this debate. Will you rule on whether or not it was appropriate, following Mr Tennyson's very brave sharing of his own lived experience, in which he told us that he felt indoctrinated at school, whether it was appropriate for the Minister to comment that it clearly didn't work?
We will be reviewing the debate in any event, and we're quite happy to review any comments which are inappropriate, and come back to members on that, because I think there has been some inappropriate comments. But nonetheless, we will do that over the course of time and with cool heads. Now, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Cara Hunter and Colin McGrath be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Ayes. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We then move to the motion as amended in the name of Kate Nicholl. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Peter McReynolds and Nick Matheson. Tellers for the noes are Trevor Clark and Gary Middleton. Clear the lobbies. Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members, resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
82 members voted, 49 members voted aye, 33 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Move to the next item of business. The business is that the Assembly to adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.